How is it going? We're gonna have a shorter stream today than yesterday, obviously. I've got a few replays to get through. We'll be motoring into them hot and heavy. Just to finish them out so that we can be nice and done with them all. Oh, and somebody sent me a couple of replays. So, give me a sec. Let me make sure that I get them in here. I was gonna do some other stuff, like do some quick battles, but I've had a very busy day today. You know, working out, doing other work, whole lot of stuff going on, lots of chores. Definitely not going to be getting around to any battles today, but I will probably be hosting a tournament on Thursday, so I'll be doing an announcement for that and probably setting it up sometime soon. It should be pretty fun. I think I'm going to be playing in a tournament tomorrow. It's in the evening, when I'll be a little bit freer, so check me out then, potentially. I may just do some, I might just play in it and then do some casts, later, because I got a few from the, tournament a few days ago, that I still need to get into. Anyways. Enough about that. We've got, how many replays to go? 2 here, and another 10 or so, I think. Delete all the ones that I've already done from, yesterday. Here we go. Alright, folks. First game starting off here. Gonna be some Lizards versus Tzeentch. With a really cool Lizardman build. Spotify bringing in Croak with Nakai and the Spirit of Tepok, which is a pretty cool monster. It's actually got really good combat stats, and it's really not that expensive, all things considered. It's 1,700, I think it maybe 1,750 gold. And it's got magic attacks, it's got great combat stats, good weapon strength, it imbues an invisibility, like radius onto everything within 55 meters of it. So it's very difficult to actually shoot Lizardman units with this thing on the field. And I don't think it's amazing against a lot of factions, but against the, against Tzeentch, I actually think there's some applications here. Because Tzeentch really loves soul grinders into factions that can bring big monsters, and the Spirit of Tepok is pretty resilient to shooting. It's got pretty good missile resistance, decent armor, tons of leadership, it's very hard to break, and it can heal itself with the Earth Bloods. Baroness Time Warp is also a nice little spell to have. I mean, it lasts 50 seconds, 25% speed and 24 melee attack. One bound Baronas can get a lot of work done for you if you are, you know, self-preserving with it, and you hang on to it for the right kind of engagements. So the Spirit of Tepok is just going to be moving up. Nakai is getting a little danger close to all of these Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch. Well, they do a lot of damage because they lower armor and imbue a weakness to fire damage onto whatever they're shooting at. So if they actually hit with their javelins, they can be pretty devastating, even against somebody like Nakai. He does have 120 armor, so typically he's pretty resilient. But getting hit by Plague of Rust and going down to 80 is going to make him a little squishier. I prefer to see an overcasted Plague of Rust. Let me just show you why. I mean, overcasted Plague of Rust lowers armor by 60. That would take Nakai down to 50 with all of the shooting from the Marauder Horsemen just piling in on him. And 50 armor is definitely within the danger zone of being absolutely roasted out by javelins. With 50 armor, you're only blocking, I think it's something like 30% of base weapon damage, which is a decent amount, but not nearly enough when these things already have a pretty good AP on them. And you can see Nakai's having to back up now. He's gotten pummeled pretty badly. I mean, he's down about 1,600 HP. More javelins coming in, taking about another 300 off. And the Red Crested Skinks will be a pretty good target as well for the javelins here. There's really nothing to threaten these right now. I'm honestly a little bit surprised to see the Lizardmen bringing out so many melee units against Tzeentch. Tzeentch does have decent infantry, but the Lizardmen have good monsters. They wouldn't have to worry too much about Chaos Warriors. I think you'd honestly be better off with just skink cohorts with the javelins, or you could go with chameleon skinks. Because chameleon skinks would out-skirmish the Marauder Horsemen pretty easily. Another thing chameleon skinks are really good at is shooting like Changebringers and Screamers up in the sky, who actually are pretty squishy. Changebringers only have about 30 armor, Screamers only have about 30 armor, again, Marauder Horsemen only have 15. The Overshields is what gives Tzeentch a lot of their prowess. You know, they're very good at disengaging from combat and recharging the shields and coming back in to do big damage. With chameleon skinks, though, you're actually able to be fairly aggressive because you can like really push down Marauder Horsemen and back up with like Cold One Spear Riders and keep those guys safe, and Tzeentch really can't do a whole lot about it. Tzeentch just doesn't really have amazing mobility options in terms of melee units. They've got Centaurs of Tzeentch who are pretty strong, but they cost 1,200 gold. And the Lizardmen Spear Riders only cost 1,000, and Lizardmen do also just have lots of other decent elements that they can use to really pummel Centaurs, including the Chameleons that the Centis might be trying to run down themselves. Chaos Chariots getting pummeled out here, really not doing a whole lot of damage and taking quite a bit in return. Lizardmen just kind of boxing right now, taking a lot of damage. They really are kind of struggling currently. They are holding the points, though, which is nice. I'm just worried about the long-term ability of them to keep these objectives secured, because the Tzeentchian forces look to be making a push onto the home objective here. Done a good job of wearing out the red-crested skink standing here on the number 1 right now. Chaos Chariots coming in. The Cold One Spear Rider's a little out of position. They probably should have been countercharging these chariots, and the Feral Cold Ones could be doing that right now. It doesn't look like they will be. The chariot's just sitting right in front of these guys. Now they get an order to move in, and they should be able to chip them down fairly effectively. Feral Cold Ones with good weapon strength. Even though the chariots have 28 melee defense, it's not that much. There's always a minimum chance to hit at the very least. It's pretty low. But that only comes into play when you're at a significant disadvantage, or there's a significant disparity between melee attack and melee defense. A difference of 4, I think, is only going to bring the Feral Cold Ones down to like a 20% chance to hit, which, all things considered, against 4 models isn't that bad when you've got this many guys chipping away at them. I should be able to drag them down fairly effectively. Hoverino definitely needs to be pulling those guys out right about now, and it looks like Croak is going to be dropping the first of his massive nuke spells. Absolute devastation. Nailing the Forsaken and the Chaos Warriors here, and taking a massive chunk of their HP out. Damn near 3,000 health off of both these units. Not killing any models, per se. That doesn't really matter all that much. The more important thing is popping the shields and getting them low on HP. Lizardmen could probably stand to push over a little bit. Definitely with the Spirit of Tephok. It could be rear charging these Forsaken and terror routing them. Well, I guess not the Forsaken, but the Chaos Warriors they could terror rout. And Severed Claw, theoretically, they could also terror rout. Same with the Marauders. It's just got such good stats. Keeping it back here and not really doing much with it is a little bit of a mistake. I know it's giving the invisibility radius, or aura, I guess you would prefer to call it, to all of these skinks and everything. I just don't know how useful that really is. You've got some chameleons back here to counterfire a little bit. They could keep the Marauder Horsemen a little bit more honest. While you just look for good engagements with the Spirit of Tephok. It does get a few attacks in on the Herald. Gonna be trying to get away from the Screamers, hopefully. Definitely doesn't want to sit here and fight an anti-large flying unit, as well as get shot at by all these Marauder Horsemen. Changebringers opening up on the cohort of Sotek, massive damage, but unlucky Spotify here is moving in and getting some nice work done. See the Changebringers. Look how quickly one Chameleon Skink is able to chew these guys up. Now imagine if you had 2 or 3. One of the most common answers to Tzeentch is just like 3 or 4 Chameleon Skinks. Because, as I said, they've got good damage output. They're very effective against all of these squishy flyers and a lot of the mobility. There's really no reason to not include them. And I really would like to see a couple in the opening for the Lizards. Because now that this one's come out and killed the Changebringers, Tzeentch is looking a little suspect, you know. They've taken quite a bit of damage from Croak, believe it or not. He's done a pretty good job of throwing down his big nukes so far, delivering pizzas hot and fresh to all of the Tzeentchian forces here. Tries to drop one of the Marauder Horsemen, not really where I would like to see that. Definitely want to use it on these Chaos Warrior Halberds right now. It'd just be a lot more effective in here. Like, just drop it, like, right about there. It doesn't damage friendly units. I don't know. I do feel like quite a few people just forget that. It's very important to read tooltips, because there's quite a few spells that actually are designed to not hit friendlies, so that you can clear enemy units very efficiently without destroying your own front line. And Croaks are probably the most powerful. Actually casting the spells just right behind the front line is usually the best place to use them and place them, because people can spot those casts. It's a fairly big effect and pretty evident when it's being cast. So people will try to retreat from it. If you cast it just right behind the front line, the radius is big enough that even if they don't retreat, it'll still do huge damage to the infantry themselves. Big breaks, though. Lizardmen actually running out of steam here a little bit. The cohort of, or not the cohort, the Spirit of Tepok gets pushed back, and the Sacred Croxagore is coming in. I was thinking these are the cohort of Waddle for a minute. They're moving up. Arc of Sotek getting dumpstered a little bit, unfortunately. The Severed Claw are just a vicious unit to sit on top of. Definitely don't want to be fighting them. And the Red Crested Skinks were okay. They just got gunned down by the Marauder Horsemen in the early going. There weren't a lot of heals for them, and the infantry for Tzeentch was fairly strong this game. There were quite a few Chaos Warriors, some Forsaken, as well as Marauders here, a lot of whom have gotten really solid value, and that's a beautiful Final Transmutation. Hitting quite a few units here for the Lizardmen, but it wasn't overcast. Not nearly as devastating as it might have been. I really do prefer the upgraded version, because it's not that much more of an investment for double the damage. You probably would have gotten Nakai down to a point where he would have been a lot easier to finish off as well. But you do have Halberds, as well as the Severed Claw in there. And with Nakai and Croak fighting toe-to-toe, this is a very valuable pocket to be grinding into with Halberds. And that's exactly what Tzeentch is doing here. So really good positioning from Bambarino, just forcing the Lizardmen into a really bad situation, and capitalizing on it pretty nicely so far. Rev Crystal is out on the field now. It does have 7 heals on this beastie. 10% heals, no less, which is pretty significant. But Croak goes down. Oh, brutal, dude. Severed Claw finish him off nice and quick. While the Chaos Warrior Halberds are doing some pretty big damage to Nakai. He does get the Rev Crystal heal. He does really need to pull out of combat, though, and get away from this fight. Not really his cup of tea right now. Sacred Croxagore's also taking a lot of damage from the Halberds. Kind of an unforced error from the Lizardmen in a way. They didn't need to engage onto these guys. I'd prefer to just see the Red Crested Skinks grinding on the Severed Claw, with Croak kind of dropping the magic in there to do some extra damage to them. Than what we got, which was, you know, Sacred Croxies, as well as Croak and Nakai trying to, like, grind them down. That's just never really going to work for you. You got way better options as the Lizardmen for dealing with stuff like that. Same situation kind of going on over here. More Halberds Fighting more Lizardman units who are just folding up. Easy peasy right now. Really struggling to re-secure the points. You've got the number 2 being taken by Tzeentch over here. The number 1 is under threat, and they just can't hit the number 3 right now. The Sacred Croxagores are able to rout the Chaos Warriors here, but Soul Grinder as well as a Final Chance Mutation wearing out Nakai pretty badly right now. He does get another Rev Crystal heal. He's got 7,300 HP, so this will give him 730 HP. Getting him back up over 1,000. I think he'll end up with about 1,200 maybe. Nah, a little bit less, but you know, it's still decent healing. You just gotta get this Rev Crystal off of the Severed Claw, man. I feel like the biggest problem that Spotify is running into has a lot less to do with army composition and more with when and where to take fights against units like this. The Severed Claw are just really dangerous against large targets. I mean, it's the exact right thing for them to be engaged on. Just walk away from them. They're slow. They're so slow at 32 speed at base. With all of the poisons and other slows that the Lizardmen have, there's really no reason to be fighting on top of these guys. If you just keep away from them, engage them with infantry that is cheap and cost-effective, like Red-Crested Skinks, more often than not, you'll be able to drag them down without taking too much damage at their hands. 2,400 value is a little too much to give up to them. Cohort of Sotek getting up on the number 2. Really nice rally from these Marauder Horsemen. They do get up on the point. They are going to slow this cap down, giving Tzeentch a little bit longer to hang on to this point, but a little bit of problems for Tzeentch in the ticket game right now. They are down, and the Lizardmen are going to recap the number 2 here. Changebringers are going to be able to swing this back a little bit. They're getting big damage on these Red-Crested Skinks. More Red-Crested Skinks coming out, just wave after wave of them appearing on the field right now. Bastiladon coming on, the Ark of Sotek no less, looking to make its presence felt once more. Struggled the first time around, probably going to do so again. Yeah, there is a Chaos Warrior Halberd going for that number 1 objective. Tzeentch is trying to press to get all of the points at this stage, which is the right call. They definitely need the triple cap. It's going to be a bit before they can even take the number 2, even though they're wearing out the Red-Crested Skinks fairly effectively here. It's going to be a little while before you're able to really flip this. The Skinks just have such good cap weight, and they're so cheap. And a lot of the Tzeentchian units, you know, one of these is the Changebringers with no cap weight. A lot of it's just mediocre, like cavalry that's got good missile attacks, but very mediocre in melee combat. They can't really sit and grind on this point. Forsaken moving up with the Screamers kind of running over the remaining Feral Cold Ones. Chaos Chariots and the Forsaken need to go to the number 2. The Halberd will be perfectly sufficient for capping the number 1 objective here. You do need the Soul Grinder actually on that point, though. That would make a big difference for swinging this objective right about now, and you do need some time to work with, right? These Red-Crested Skinks are in the danger zone for dying right now, but the Lizards have done a really good job of keeping Nakai alive. The Rev Crystal hasn't broken yet. You've got Red-Crested Skinks in here getting the Primeval, roar, or the Primal Roar, not Primeval Roar, that's the, ROR Troglodon. And they're murdering these Doom Knights right now. Oh my goodness. Doom Knights get absolutely dumpstered here by the Primal Roar units, man. The Red-Crested Skinks just chewed through them in no time flat. 1,100 value on them. Stiladon got some pretty respectable value itself at 500. Definitely a little bit of value trading that you would that you're leaving on the table with it being so beat up. You need to be really careful with Rev Crystals, just because they can't heal themselves. If they could target themselves, I would say go ham with them. They're pretty hard to kill. But the heals are the most valuable thing on the Rev Crystal, so keeping it safe, I would say, is more important than it getting damage done. 500 is a good sweet spot for it typically, but not for a late game scenario where you really need it to start performing a little bit better, because you're starting to fall behind on the caps. You're in trouble right now. You really probably want to go for the back objective as the Lizards, just to drag some Tzeentch units away from there. And we do have some Horsemen trying to secure the number 2. There's nothing left over here, just one very beat up red-crested skink. Chaos Chariots are driving around, they're just running stuff over, being very disruptive. They can get through the Chameleon Skinks pretty nicely. Definitely want to charge those guys down and keep them occupied while Tzeentch flips this point, because they need every freaking second to hang on to all of these objectives right now. The Forsaken did come up to the number 1, which actually ends up being the right call. You do get a Terror Route going down on the Chaos Warriors. This is devastating loss right now for Tzeentch. That is awful, dude. I cannot believe it, man. These guys were at about half HP when they Terror Routed here. And now the Red-Crested Skinks, the Bastiladons, are just trampling over them, blitzing through their HP. And this Coldwind Spear Rider unit is actually doing pretty well against the Forsaken and the Soul Grinder of Tzeentch. Lizardmen are going to gut out a victory here, actually swinging the value back in the late game. Tzeentch just unable to hold on to all of the points here, and they did have the triple cap for mere moments, but despite having a value lead for a lot of this game, Unlucky Spotify is able to gut out a win here, which is huge, dude. They just have to hold this for 7 more seconds, which is pretty easy. I mean, it takes, I think it takes 20 seconds when there's nothing on a point to cap it with an infantry unit. And obviously the Lizards have more than enough here to be able to hang on to the cap weight. Or to overwrite the cap weight of Tzeentch and hang on to the objective. Really nicely done, dude. That's resilience, man. I probably would have tapped out, actually. I don't think I would have had the confidence in my army to be able to stick around on the battlefield and grind back any kind of meaningful value to take a win there. Tzeentch probably needed to unsummon the Marauder Horsemen when they were done with all their ammo, so they could go back in and restock on all their ammunition. Bringing them back out after that, I think, would be nice. Also, don't think Doom Knights are particularly useful here. They're kind of weak to armor piercing of any kind, because they're just... They've got a small number of models. They are honestly pretty squishy on the HP front. I think they've only got about 5,000. So stuff like Red-Crested Skinks surrounding those guys can really tear them apart. Because they're just not nearly as resilient as you would really like them to be. Yeah, only 5,800 HP on 24 models, which is a respectable amount, but I think if you're gonna bring Doom Knights in that matchup, you want the Knights of Immolation. They're just way stronger. You know, like, fairly similar in the stat department, but they get flaming attacks, so they can debuff heals. They've got Searing Torrent, which does a lot of damage as a bombardment. You get 5 uses of it, and it's fairly easy to recharge this. You just use these guys as like a shock cavalry unit that flies. And you just bum rush opponents. Like, attack the rear of the formation, pull back up into the air before your opponent can countercharge them, and then when you've got Searing Torrent active, just fly over to any enemy infantry and just drop it right on their heads. The bombardment, it doesn't have a ton of AP, but even against armored infantry, it does respectable damage. If you get all 5 Searing Torrents off, you're almost always going to get at least 1,000 value just from this. And if you get 700 value elsewise, you've got a unit that's paid for itself. Doom Knights just don't do that. The standard version. The only matchups where the regular Doom Knights are good is into other Chaos factions where you need to kill Furies and protect the Changebringers. Like against Khorne, or Slaanesh, or Nurgle. That's where they can be kind of useful, because you do need a little bit of presence in the air outside of your own Furies as Tzeentch to really get the edge. Because Tzeentch Furies are, like, they're respectable. They don't have any extra, like, combat stats, though. What makes them good is the fact that they can dive onto ranged units while eating most of the damage on their shield on the way in, so they don't just get obliterated early on and bleed a bunch of value out to your opponent. What's up, guys? Yeah, Changebringers are nasty as hell. That was really impressive. Like I said, I didn't think it was possible, but Spotify is a really good Lizardman player. And has been bringing some interesting builds. I actually really don't think Croak is all that bad. A lot of people think he's just, you know, way too costly for a very small amount of impact, but a lot of factions really like to spam infantry. Tzeentch not so much. I wouldn't really be going for Croak against Tzeentch, but Skaven, Vampire counts for sure. Vampire Coast is another good matchup for him. I actually don't even think... Well, maybe what else would be pretty terrible? They just got so much good ranged... they got so many good range tools. I probably don't want them there. Cathay, they can just go too much mobility. Probably not there either. High Elves honestly wouldn't be terrible for Croak. They do have pretty good missile units, but they don't have a ton of AP on them, and Croak can survive missile volleys, right? He's got a decent amount of armor, if memory serves. Or actually, I think he's actually doesn't have that much. Oh yeah, he's only got 45. Ouch. Missile resistance, though? Oh yeah, it's the missile resistance. He's got 40% missile resistance. Hey, I mean, it's pretty damn good, honestly. As long as you can keep Croak from getting just totally obliterated by missiles, he should be fine. He's got pretty decent cast range on Deliverance of Itza. You can probably keep him back and definitely punish your opponents if you use the spells in the right areas at the right time. I've used him against Counts, and I actually really like him in that matchup. He can get some big value, just popping everything in the face with the Deliverance. I mean, it really is like a mini nuke. These things hit like a truck. There's really not a lot of spells that equal it in terms of its efficiency for clearing out armored and chaff infantry. Alright. We watched this one yesterday? I think we did. We did watch this one yesterday. So there's a few in here that we'll be moving past. This is a great game yesterday. This is the one we watched to round out the stream. It was a freaking nail biter, dude. I was honestly pretty shocked at the end of that game. There were a lot of really good games in this new player tournament, which is always nice to see, man. People, honestly, don't give newer players enough credit. I say it every single stream, but I think it's always worth reiterating that skill difference really isn't that wide between newer players and experienced players. It's the knowledge gap that makes up, like, the big difference between performance, in my opinion. Once you really understand your factions, I would say it takes about 30 games to really get familiar with a faction. Probably another, like, 30 games to, like, truly be a veteran with them. Time is really the only thing that you need to, you just need to be putting in practice in the multiplayer. And once you've got that practice under your belt, and you kind of know the ins and outs and of the basics, you can usually scrap with just about anybody and be able to take games off of them. Even really high-level people. You just have to have confidence against them. If you play scared against folks, you're kind of putting yourself on the back foot immediately. Kasenkov coming in here with a pretty interesting build. No magic. Opted for the Glade Lord with the Helm of Discord. Running around on foot, actually, not on the Great Stag, which I really like for him, because it gives him AP, and he still keeps his really high melee attack and melee defense. He's got Call of the Woods, Banner of the Hunter King, which gives more melee attack, so he can actually buff up melee attack by 10 in any fights that he participates in. Helm of Discord is a really good debuff to units. Makes it very hard for your opponent to get decisive engagements on you, because you can just like throw this guy into those fights and immediately turn it in your favor. Deadly Onslaught and Foe Seeker I usually recommend cutting. I've seen people making use of Foe Seeker a little bit more though. I mean, the Vigor reduction is pretty nice. It's on a short cooldown as well. Keeping your combat characters healthier is pretty nice, but, you know, being on foot, I wouldn't really think it's all that good. If you were on the Dragon, then Foe Seeker would maybe be a little bit more effective. Glade Captains. Get the Skeletons summoned on top of them, and they are actually going to take a little bit of damage from these guys. They've only got 50 armor, so even if the Skeleton Warriors don't have good melee attack, just by virtue of being surrounded by a unit, they will be taking some chip damage here, but they're doing a pretty good job of staying alive right now. Really haven't taken too much. Most of the damage on this Glade Captain came from that Spirit Leech Archon dropped, and Archon against the Wood Elves I actually think is a pretty good call. Cetra on the Sphinx is probably a little too vulnerable. You're just never really going to get clean engages on the missile line of the Wood Elves. You really need to outlast the Wood Elves as the Tomb Kings. You basically want to use your Skeleton Warriors to just soak up the majority of the damage from, like, Deepwood Scouts and Glade Guard, and then use your Cavalry to punish. This is a little too deep for Nehekara Horsemen, though. They get a good charge off, but Deepwood Scouts actually eat it pretty well, and then the Glade Riders get in on the flank. They'll be able to clear up Nehekara Horsemen without too many issues. They're pretty even in terms of combat stats, as you can see here. A little bit better weapon strength than Nehekara Horsemen, but on the charge, the Glade Riders win by a mile. They got a much better charge bonus. And they are the ones engaged on top of another unit, so these Horsemen are spreading their damage out pretty inefficiently. They're not going to kill either of these units. They do get a respectable amount of damage, but the Wood Elves are very happily going to take this trade, because at the end of the day, the Deepwood Scouts are still going to be able to get away with a majority of their models alive and able to continue firing in, which means they should be able to value trade fairly decently. Tomb Prin's getting absolutely annihilated by the Glade Guard with the Starfire Shafts right now. These guys with the AP are pretty vicious. They're very, very powerful in a lot of matchups, and I do think they're a pretty good call in this one. Tomb King's Lords actually are weak to fire damage. It's only 15%, but it does get around the innate resistance that Tomb Kings have to missiles. So I do think it's worth bringing some fire damage against them, especially if it's just on such a cheap unit like these Glade Guard. Pretty quickly they'll be able to shoot down anything that's big and scary. They can do some pretty respectable damage to the Cavalry, and they can easily kill the Chosen of the Gods with some good focus fire. Unfortunately, nothing over here to really punish that, and we do get another Nehekara Horseman out on this Wood Elf side of the field, and they do end up running down the Glade Guard here, as well as the Deepwood Scouts who end up going down. This Nehekara Horseman gets 900 value? How the hell did it survive so long? I think actually think what happened is the Chosen of the Gods did enough damage to the Glade Riders to actually get them routing, and the remaining Nehekara Horsemen were able to run down the Deepwood Scouts here. Some more Glade Riders. Looks like this is the unit that got punished and is rallying back into the fight, looking to take down these guys. Doing a little bit of damage on the charge. The Dryads are also going to be fairly useful here. They'll easily kill the Skeleton Spearmen. Also probably going to help take down these Nehekara Horsemen here. Kosenkov does have the value lead, which is nice. Most of that's just due to the fact that the front line for the Tomb Kings is just so piss poor in combat. I mean, they will never be able to do any real damage to Eternal Guard. Honestly, the best thing that the Tomb Kings can do in this matchup for dealing with the infantry lines of the Wood Elves is to literally just ignore them as much as possible. It's a little bit easier said than done, though, because your Skeleton Warriors are slower than the Eternal Guard. But you kind of just want to like have your Skeletons try and path around the Eternal Guard, because you're just going to lose horrendously. I mean, you're not really going to get a whole lot of damage done to the Eternal Guard in the head-up fight. This is looking a little bit more decent for the Tomb Kings than it normally would, I would say. I'm not 100% sure why that is. Perhaps there's been just a little bit more business going on here than I was keeping track of earlier to get those Eternal Guard a little bit lower on HP. But the Skeleton Warriors will go down, and then the Eternal Guard can probably push up onto the Tomb King's back objective. There's not really anything that would stop them. Wow, look at the Wardens of Sithril. How the hell did they get back here? They must have flanked all the way around the map, pretty much. They actually get into the back line. Getting away from the Tomb Guard for the most part. A majority of the models are escaping at the very least. And they're just hounding the Sepulchral Stalkers here. Who did get some pretty good damage off. Probably against the Glade Riders, I would guess. A majority of that. Also maybe a little bit on the Wardens here. Wardens of Sithril have already paid for themselves. They're probably going to kill the Sepulchral Stalker unit. I don't see Tomb Guard doing enough damage before these Sepulchral Stalkers crumble out. You can see they're already starting to waver on the leadership, and there they hit the crumbling, and that crumbling damage is going to stack up pretty quickly. Tomb Kings do have the Realm of Souls, but I don't... since the Sepulchral Stalkers are constructs, they don't actually get affected by the Realm. So they're not really able to mitigate any of the crumbling damage they take when their leadership is broken. They do get the charge attack off, which improves their leadership temporarily, but it does give time for the Wardens of Sithril to close the gap again. They're just going to continue to get chased down there. The Wood Elves have a really nice fight going on currently. Firebark Elders moving up. More Swift Shiver Shards coming out. Pretty nice here in the mid-game. Punishing those Nekar Horsemen pretty well. This is not a good Buna. Definitely don't want to be using it there. Use it on this Deepwood Scout. You just kind of wasted it on those Glade Guard. They were already beat to shit. There was not really a lot they were going to be able to do anyways. But maybe you're just using it here because Orkin is in danger right now. He's getting ripped apart by these Dryads currently. And the Chosen of the Gods trying to counterfire as best they can, but having a lot of trouble. Really can't quite manage to kill anything on the field currently. They've gotten respectable value at about 1,000. They have been punishing some of the missiles and some of the cavalry, but the Wood Elves have a really nice infantry corps over here, and they do have a nice amount of missile units on the field. Some Swift Shiver Shards moving over. One Starfire Shaft going to be trying to get in a position to maybe kill the Chosen of the Gods here. Wardens of Sithril did their job, 1,700 value. Killed the Sepulchral Stalkers. Fighting the Tomb Guard, they'll probably be able to hold in here for a little bit longer. Wouldn't be surprised if they end up with 2,000 value, honestly. We'll check it at the end of the game. Elsewhere on the field, we got the Firebark Elders just pummeling the Skeleton Spearmen.
You have killed an enemy lord.
You know, they may be fighting an anti-large unit, but Skeleton Spears are just not going to do any kind of damage to the 57 melee defense of the Firebark Elders, as well as their pretty decent armor values and Phys Res. Just way too much for the Skeleton Spears to get any kind of real value against these guys. And it is going to give the Wood Elves an opportunity to take the number 3 also. Skeleton Warrior Summon comes down. Arkin did die a second ago. I did hear the advisor give the little Lord Death announcement. Very unfortunate for the Tomb Kings. A lot of these low leadership undead units are going to be crumbling out very aggressively now. Vampire Counts are really the only undead faction that doesn't mind the crumbling damage. They've got a lot of passive heals that get around it. Tomb Kings don't care about it in the early game, but in late game situations, it's where they end up just getting absolutely flattened. Because their infantry are just so squishy already. Any additional damage that they take passively from crumbling is going to be a little too much to deal with. And same with their cavalry. And the cavalry, the issue with the cavalry in crumbling is that their HP totals are respectable at 6,800 for the Nekar Horsemen. I think Skeleton Horsemen have like 6,400 maybe. But the crumbling damage stacks up pretty quickly on 60 models, and they start to drop pretty fast. More warriors coming up. The other problem is that, again, Tomb Kings have awful cap weight. It's going to take them ages to get these objectives back. Tomb Guard finish off the Wards of Sithril. Got exactly 2,000 value, just about. 2,002. Pretty amazing. Great unit. I really like seeing people use the sneaky shenanigans, you know, like going all the way around the backside of the map to get up into the enemy's rearward lines and take out an elite unit. It's pretty fitting. It's really nice to see. I think there's a lot of room for that in domination mode, actually. People don't really expect the deep vanguards oftentimes. I've had a lot of success with it, even into some really high-level people. The best thing you can do is to like use it to get on top of a cannon, or just to move up into position to get an easy surround on your opponent, and have a unit that just suddenly pops up out of nowhere with good combat stats that can jump on top of missiles and kill them quickly, and then move on to some of the other units that your opponent might have. And then if your opponent does summon some stuff out to try and like attack your unit that's gotten in on the rear of them, you can always turn them around and just get right up in their face and start stuffing units back. It's pretty cool. I mean, there's a lot of utility to it. Yeah, Kara Horseman going down here. Zero just losing all the momentum, and Kasenkov doing really well in this game. This is just a textbook takedown by the Wood Elves. The Glade Captains, they weren't amazing. They just never really are, unfortunately. These guys probably need a little bit of a buff. This one got 1,000 value, which is respectable. The Waystalkers are just better. The reason the Waystalkers are better is they have Air of Kurnus, and Glade Captains don't have that at all. Glade Captains are more reliant on their stats and armor piercing to get value. I don't hate them against the Tomb Kings, but I'd prefer to see them on horseback. The reason for that is they still have their anti-large bonus on horseback, and since the Tomb Kings have a lot of powerful single entities that are large, they can definitely run around and get some pretty good value just by attacking stuff like Ushabti, Sepulchral Stalkers. They can go and try and character snipe people like Arkan. They can even grind into cavalry and do some pretty respectable damage if they really need to. I think being on foot limits their utility a little too much. On foot is where I've seen them do the least amount of damage. This is pretty exceptional, quite frankly, for two of the foot Glade Captains, in my personal experience. The Glade Lord didn't get a lot done either. Again, the Stag is, or I guess the Glade Captains on the Stags, they don't have horses. I always forget that. Get them on the Stags and they can run around in a little goon squad together, and you just use Helm of Discord on cooldown to keep yourself and the Glade Captains alive. But I would be a little wary of doing that. I think the Glade Captains would be really good with the Spellsinger, because they can protect her, and the Spellsinger can just be dropping all the magic and everything. Wood Elves, they're not the most reliant on magic out of the elf factions, but they do benefit immensely from it. So I would try and have a caster at all times. But it's not nearly as big of a deal for some factions as others not having magic. There's actually quite a few factions in the game that can get away with not bringing a caster, and Wood Elves are one of them, just because they have so many cost-effective missile units. You can pretty effectively tear your opponent apart just with the missile play and your solid mobility. Need to keep an eye on that. I just completely missed it, dude. I actually want to go back in and let's see the flank, because I just didn't even clock that the Screaming Skull catapults were going down. I was too busy talking about the frontline fighting, and the Tomb Kings dives into the back line. That's probably one of the reasons why the Tomb Kings, or I guess I shouldn't say that's probably one of the reasons. It is one of the reasons why the Tomb Kings don't really want to get too aggressive on the Wood Elves. Because the Wood Elves have lots of their own mobile units that can get up into the backline and really tear you apart quickly. Tomb Kings need to play pretty defensively in this matchup. They just can't extend onto 3 points, and the Tomb Kings are playing a little bit too loose with their formation, in my opinion. Just fast forward through this. I want to see where the, yeah, they start out over here. Just kind of wandering, being up in the woods. It's a really good position for them, obviously. They've got woodsmen, so they pass through the trees, which actually helps tremendously, because if you don't have woodsmen, your units get pretty spread out as they're trying to go between all the gaps in the trees, and it leaves them very vulnerable to getting like countercharged by units, especially flyers like a carrion coming in here, flying over the top of the wardens and like rear charging them while you get like a skeleton warrior in here would actually cause a lot of havoc on these guys if they didn't have woodsmen. But them being able to stay in a closer formation means that they'd be able to fight off any pressure pretty easily. Still hidden. Kind of surprised they haven't been spotted yet. I mean, stalk units, they can definitely close the gap pretty quickly, but you can see that it's about 50 meters, or maybe about 70 meters, I guess, before they're spotted. Which is a little bit closer than you would think. But usually it's going to give you enough time and space to be able to sneak around. I think the Tomb King's player here, Zero, isn't really noticing these guys yet, because this would be an immediate response for me, personally. I mean, what I would do if I were the Tomb King's player, and I saw the Wardens of Sithril popping up for just a second on my screen, get a carrion out, scout the rest of the woods while a skeleton spear moves over to occupy these guys, and then try to just keep them isolated, and use some shock damage to like wear them out. Because Senkov was paying a lot of attention here, sees that they got revealed and moves back to the corner edge here. Actually gets them hidden again. Glade Riders get up into the woods without being spotted, it seems. Tomb King's just leaving their entire artillery line open is a huge mistake. And you can see here, this is where I was focusing in the other replay. And just a nice, aggressive dive coming in on the artillery pieces. And the Tomb Kings don't have anything to defend this. I don't really have that many units that they can summon out right now. They get some Nekar Horsemen in. But it's a little too late. The Sepulchral Stalker is also moving up. This is where they hit the Glade Riders. Okay. That makes sense, but they're just a little too slow in the draw. They don't get up here before they're able to get any damage off, and the Screaming Skull Catapults just all go down at once, pretty much. There's one left, but it's also crumbling. And even if the Wood Elves retreated from here, it'd probably be too low on the leadership to be able to rally and hang in for more than 30 seconds or so, I would say. So that's kind of what happened here. That's really nice. I mean, anytime your opponent's going to misposition their units that badly, you always need to be able to take advantage of it to get a huge edge in the early going. Because sneaky flanks like that can get you a decisive win. Don't be afraid to poke and prod for stuff like that. People oftentimes will like overcompensate on their defenses. Like, they'll see one sneaky unit like kind of up in a position where they could potentially get into the back line, and they'll keep way too much back, and then you have an advantage in the front line, and if they pull too many units forward, then you see exactly what can happen, where 2 units were able to shut down all 3 of these artillery pieces, and then they were able to get after the Sepulchral Stalkers and kill them too. I mean, that's just tremendous value from 2 units. And that pretty much guaranteed a win for the Wood Elves, because there was no way for the Tomb Kings to kill a lot of the Glade Guard and Eternal Guard after that. I mean, I do think it was the Screaming Skull Catapults that kind of helped wear out the Eternal Guards in the home objective early, and got those Skeleton Warriors a little bit of a better fight. Just wasn't nearly enough. Sean versus Freddy here. Lizardmen versus Zinch again. Second one in a row. We got a huge Chameleon Skink line coming in for Sean. Which is definitely the right call. Like I said, they're amazing against Zinch. They even beat a lot of the pinks and blues that your opponent might be able to throw out. Although the pinks and blues here are very well protected by infantry, they should be able to stay at long enough range that the chameleons can't really poke at them. There's a big range disparity between the pink cars and the chameleons. But Chameleons can poke down the spears here. They can also shoot at, I believe this is just a Exalted Lord of Change. Yeah, the Tzeentch magic. So pink fire and blue fire, pretty good spell options. Very cost effective, just throw these down all game. Pink fire is really good for clearing out chameleon skinks because they have a lot of missile resistance, no spell resistance, and they're very, very flimsy on the HP front. Only 4,800 on 90 models makes them quite vulnerable. Melee damage of any kind will very quickly wear these guys out, and good spell casting can also do the same. We'll see how it goes here. This is a pretty even build from both sides. Lizards win if they're able to cap the objectives and play the skirmish game out here on the edge with an advantage. And Tzeentch wins if they're able to engage their units into melee combat with some good surrounds, as well as good focus fire from the pink horrors and the blues here. Because what you want to do with the pinks and blues is try and kill these Source Warriors with shields, and just leave like the Legion of Chaqua and the cohort of... Or actually, these aren't even the ROR Sacred Croxies. Just the standard Sacred Croxigors to be a little bit lonely, just like standing together and looking around, like wondering what's up. Chameleon's going all the way from the number 1. You do not want to leave your objective to get capped like this. There's a pretty easy way to know what your opponent has. If your opponent has a ton of stalked units, it's pretty easy to tell what they are, because there's honestly not that many units that have stalk. So what you can just think it through in your head, do a little mental arithmetic, and think, okay, so he's got 12 units on the field. You can always see this, you know. You can just count it out here. You got 6 units here. Or 7 units here, sorry. He's got X amount of value out there. He's summoned the Colossus Hunters in. You know, he's only gotten so many supplies. He's got to have a bunch of Chameleon Skinks. Either that or they're Chameleon Stalkers. And either or, your front line is thick enough that you should be able to just advance up in here and soak up some of the damage to the Chameleons without letting your opponent triple cap you. You just don't want to be giving that up for free. A triple cap is incredibly painful. And Tzeentch doesn't really counter-push very well. Most shooting factions are very bad at capping points in the late game. They need to be playing from ahead, or at the very least, boxing their opponents off of objectives early to start getting a little bit of an edge. So that in mid-game situations where their opponent might be pushing back against them and getting them on the back foot, they can kind of retreat. And then counter-push once the aggression is worn off a little bit. Chameleon Skinks do pull back off the point, and they do give it back to Tzeentch, so that's nice for Freddy Fettuccini. Lizards did get a nice extra little bunch of tickets there, and they're going to be rapidly approaching the point at which Tzeentch is going to need to start getting a little bit more aggressive, right? They can afford to stay back a little bit longer. Getting a little danger close for my liking here. I wouldn't really advise doing this with Chameleons. The return fire isn't all that devastating, as you can see, but it is enough that if your opponent countercharges and you're not paying like really close attention, which thankfully Sean is here, your Chameleons can get locked in combat and have a little bit of a hard time like disengaging and take a bunch of unnecessary casualties. I'd be a little bit more cautious. And the Sour Guts and the Pink Horrors have a really powerful barrier. You actually need like multiple volleys to break through those. It's better to wear out the Marauders first, because the Lizardmen already win in the front line. And if you wear out the Marauders quickly, so that you just punch through after a couple of you know, like successive rounds of combat, so to speak, your Saurus are going to be able to easily punch through onto the Sour Guts and the Chromatic Abominations and the Pink Horrors, and they'll very quickly take down a horror unit. Horrors have respectable stats, but Saurus just have so much weapon strength, they pretty easily get around the fact that these guys have Phys Res, considering how low armor Pink Horrors actually are, only 25. As well as the fact that 6,400 HP is, you know, pretty respectable. But just not great for a melee grind against something that's 10,000 HP, man. Saurus are beefy. They do not give a shit. Sacred Croxagores can also push in there and do some good damage, and Freddy is still kind of holding back. It's a good build-up. I do like this. I'm a little worried because I don't feel like the summons have been prioritized very well. Like, yeah, you got the Colossadon Hunters in here, and you're bringing out some Screamers. I don't hate the summon on the Shrieking Skyrays for sure. They do have Lamprey's Bite. They can actually fly in here and drop that on the Chameleon Skinks right now and get some pretty good damage off. Wouldn't be surprised to see that. The problem is, though, that multiple Screamer units into the Colossadon Hunters are honestly not going to trade nearly as well as just 2 Furies. And Furies are a little bit cheaper than these guys. You could just, like, surround the Colossadon Hunters and kill them really quickly with a couple Furies. Furies are very hard for Ripperdactyls to deal with, because they only have 10 models and they got really low armor. And Furies get around the melee defense very easily of Ripperdactyl units. Even the Colossadon Hunters, who have better melee defense than the standard variant. That Lamprey's Bite was very painful for this Chameleon Skink unit. They are going to pull back. They're doing reasonably okay. Beautiful blue fire from the Exalted Lord of Change. And it's just a very even scrap so far. You got a big push coming in from Tzeentch, looking to get up on the back point for the Lizards, potentially. I wouldn't really be going for that. You kind of have pigeonholed yourself a little bit, though, by having your infantry, like, geared up on the side to begin with. If you see your opponent hanging back with the majority of their effective infantry, and you know all they have are skirmishers on the other side, a really good way to kind of isolate the middle objective is to just shift your infantry formation so that they're, like, slanted on the battlefield, right? Like, use the forest here to get some spears up in, so that they're safe from skirmisher fire, and they can also buffer back Colden Spear Riders effectively, because Spear Riders do get affected by the terrain. They lose speed, they lose melee attack. Spears can easily fight them off at that point. You just have 2, like, right here. And utilize the forest and this terrain piece here to actually, like, cut the battlefield off a little bit for the Lizards. Because if you can funnel their forces in and just slow them down and keep a slow grinding advance at bay for a prolonged period of time, you can get yourself back into this game on the victory tickets. As it stands, you're committing some fairly squishy infantry onto a point that they can't cap away from the chameleons. They can't catch the chameleons. Every time they're pulling back and exposing their rear here, they're just taking vicious volleys from these chameleon skinks. And the Marauder Spearmen here just got absolutely annihilated. I mean, they had a horrible time being unshielded and low armor against the chameleons. And now Spear Riders just going to be running all over these Marauders. And I don't envision this back push being very successful either. The Lizards just have too many Saurus here. They'll easily outgrind the Marauders. They'll be able to kill the Chromatic Abominations too, kind of trickled up into the front line. You gotta be very careful with your positioning on short range infantry who have missile attacks. Just make sure that they stick back here and they just get those missiles on target. That's where they really trade. Chromatic Abominations are very bad in melee combat. They don't really want to be there. Beautiful pink fire in the back line, and a really nice dive with the Fury Summon. That's from the Portal Glyph. That's a really nice summon. Furies get tons of damage quickly, and they almost get a full summon's worth of value from, like, you know, a standard Fury costs 650 gold, and that's a 200 gold item. You can effectively give all 700 value here to what the Exalted Lord of Change already has, which, you know, is getting him up to about paying for himself already. These guys are a little pricey. They're about 2,400 gold with the kit that you've got here. If they just cast magic all game and get a couple of good charges off with their decent combat stats, it's very easy for them to uptrade. Now, we might be seeing that here. Really nice blue fire onto the Skink Priest of Heavens, punishing him pretty badly. Freddy Fettuccini is a little behind on the value, though. We do get a lot of the Screamers crumbling out, and that's Again, I don't really love the Screamers. They actually end up on the ground. Looks like they took an engagement against maybe the Colossi Hunters as they landed. I saw Sean landing with them earlier. So he obviously is, like, decently practiced with flyers in bad engagements where they can't win in the air. You just land them on the ground next to support, and then you countercharge all the stuff attacking them. That's kind of going on over here, and I think it's actually giving Sean a huge leg up right now. And Tzeentch just whiffs their army ability horrendously. The Chameleon Skinks just move right out of the radius. This tier 3 army ability for Tzeentch is amazing. You cannot use it on stuff that isn't engaged in melee combat, though. If you really wanted to do some good work with it, this is where you should use it, or preferably right here against 2 of the slower units that the Lizards have out on the field. These Sacred Croxagores are beat up, but still with 12 models, I mean, they can hang in with these Saurus Spears, or just regular Saurus Warriors, rather, for quite a while still. And they'll just pummel Marauders, no problem. Even if you kill this Marauder unit, I'd still say it's worth dropping the army ability here instead. You can even try and hit the stuff in the forest, but Lizards aren't disengaging from here. Just dropping it on the Chameleon Skinks was never going to work out. Never ever try and do that. Always a bad idea. Centaurs get in on the flank, but the Legion of Chaqua here is just manhandling them right now. Rock solid ROR unit, very resistant to missile fire. They've got a ability, the Shield of Chaqua, that buffs them up by 40% on the missile resist. And they do get a little bit of Phys Res from the Primal Instincts when they go below 50% health. They're hanging in really nicely, man. And the Centaurs are a good shock unit, but they just don't grind in melee very well. And again, more and more Screamers coming up and just continuing to trade very poorly. One of them actually paid for themselves, but the Shrieking Skyrays are back out. They did not get their value the first time around, which is really bad for them. They're one of the better RORs in the game just because they're able to get so much value from Lamprey's Bite. Really should be prioritizing using all of these before you take any really aggressive engagements with them. I think Freddy is just overpressing a little bit on the Lizards. You just can't outshine the Lizards in terms of durability as Tzeentch. Even with the Protoss shields, you're going to have a pretty rough go of it. Constantly throwing units up, trying to attack the home objective, because the Lizards actually have a lot of cheap units, and even a lot of Vanguard units that they can pull out to reinforce their back points without too many issues. You do get a double cap from Tzeentch, but the Lizards are very comfortable right now on the ticket front. They held the double cap for a long time. They got extra tickets with an early triple cap. They can afford to just value trade against Tzeentch for a little while and make sure that they clean up any of the remaining pressure onto their back objective. They can just leave Freddy to kind of sit back here for a while. Although, this is a really good call. I mean, the Skink cohort over here getting charged with the Zangors, I think the reason Freddy did that is because those Feral Cold Ones are actually peeling over to the home objective for a minute there. But Sean, noticing that the Zangors commit here, actually is going to get a great rear charge off. Although, as I say that, the Cold Ones just end up waddling over, and they don't really get a good attack on the Zangors here. Being behind them, they should still wear these guys out pretty quickly. Zangors did get pretty good value. Oh, Centaurs rally. Oh, they're going to crush these Feral Cold Ones. Brutal charge, man. Great stuff. This is where Centaurs really shine. Stuff like this. They get a great rear charge, immediately break the leadership. They're going to be able to kill this unit. They can probably loop around and even kill the Skink cohort here. They'll very comfortably secure this number 2 for Tzeentch for a little while now. Tzeentch has units up on the number 3 here. But is it going to be enough? I mean, it's one Chaos Warrior and a few remaining Sour Guts. I don't really see this going too well for them. The Chaos Warriors are getting worn out by Feral Cold Ones being in on the back of them, and against a Saurus Warrior, normally in a one-on-one, a Chaos Warrior will be able to out-grind the Saurus just by virtue of the superior armor. All this Chameleon Skink fire, though, and the Feral Cold Ones, as I mentioned, I think they are going to lose pretty badly. The Chameleon Skinks do come in and push back the Changebringers. They didn't get any value so far. I mean, they just immediately have to run away. This is why I don't really like them against the Lizards. I think they're really powerful against a lot of factions, but there's definitely some matchups where I think they're honestly kind of bad, and a huge trap, and I think this is one of them. Every time I see Tzeentch players bring the Changebringers, and there are Chameleon Skinks on the field, the Lizardman player just wins immediately, because the Changebringers don't fire quickly enough to outtrade even one Chameleon Skink, and they're so squishy. They have 10 armor. They barely have any barrier or HP. Even this beat up Chameleon Skink is just farming value on these guys right now. And you can see how little the Changebringers have gotten in return. Just a massive downtrade for Tzeentch right now. It looks like the Lizards are looking a little resurgent here. They do need to start thinking about getting another objective. Looks like they're going to go for the #1. I don't know if that's the best call. You probably just want to bunker up on your home objective a little. You see these fresh Marauders coming in. It's very important in domination mode to pay attention to where your opponent's like summons are coming in. You see all of these Marauders trotting out onto the field. Guess what Skink cohorts have? They got oodles of speed. 46 foot speed compared to a base of 35 for Marauders. You've also got a lot of poison units. Leave the Chameleon Skinks here to wear down these Marauders. Use your Feral Cold Ones and the Skink cohorts to motor across the field and get after these beat-up Zangors. The Zangors are like reasonably healthy, but should be fairly easy to take down with some good rear charges from the Ferals. And then take the #2. It's a lot less of a distance to run. Like, I know you can reinforce pretty quickly as the Lizardmen, but make it as easy on yourself as possible. Don't overpress your luck. I mean, you got a little bit of a value lead here. I know you've crumbled out a lot of demonic units, but Tzeentch is a faction with the army abilities and with really powerful units like the Changebringers who can flip a game on its head at a moment's notice, and you definitely don't want to leave anything to chance here. Exalted Lord of Change is very beat up right now. He's only got 700 HP. I didn't see where Krokar was using Hand of the Gods, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's what's gotten this guy so low. Hand of the Gods does an unbelievable amount of damage, man. It's a Shems with triple the number of projectiles, which is pretty disgusting. Apparently all you need to do to make Shem's Burning Gaze good is to give it more projectiles. That's the reason that you don't see it too often, even when people bring light magic. Most of the time, light magic is just for Net of Amontok. I don't really bring anything else. That was a beautiful Wind Blast, by the way. Oh, it looks like Freddy's going to call it. Lizards did cap this objective, and the Zangors getting up on this back point get intercepted by Chameleon Skinks. You're kind of pulling them apart. Just shooting them from both sides, leaving them uncomfortably sandwiched, and eventually going to go down with the Lizards. Just hold on to that. Really nice play from Sean. Very solid Lizardman play is always a pleasure to watch. And look at the Chameleon Skink value, dude. A couple of them were a little lacking. Not uptrading too tremendously, but a couple of these guys got, 1,700, 1,300. A couple of them came out 2 times, but they had plenty of ammo and they were reasonably healthy. They could have continued to farm some value up. Almost 800 value on the Skink Priest with the Heaven's Magic. Saurus did okay. Legion of Chiqua, 1,400 on them. Pretty excellent value. They do cost 1,100, so they're a little pricey for just a Saurus Spear. But I did see some pretty good uses on their ability. Definitely helped out some of the fights when the Pink Horrors and the Blues were kind of shooting in there. Kept some of the Lizard units a little healthier than they otherwise might have been. Golden Spear Riders, they did solid, if unspectacular. Same with the Ferals. It was just like good value all the way around for most of the Lizardmen units. While I would imagine that Tzeentch downtraded a lot of this stuff. Yeah, the Senegors only got 800 each. Two of the Zangors, one of them traded well. The others just didn't get that much done, man. That's really unfortunate. Pink Horrors did really well. Maybe some more of those guys would have been a good call. Just getting rid of this Chaos Warrior and getting one more Pink Horror might have opened up Freddy's opportunities to just slow push and shoot down the Lizardmen. The Pink Fires were wearing out the Chameleon Skinks okay. Just playing a little safer with the Exalted Lord of Change, and you're probably looking at a better opportunity to scrap into the Lizardmen in that one. This is a really tricky matchup, though, for Tzeentch. Just because of Chameleon Skinks, dude. I mean, they out-trade pretty much all of Tzeentch's missiles and skirmishers and their heavy hitters. Poke flyers. I mean, it's really rough, you know. There's not a lot that they can do to avoid the Chameleon Skinks. They really have to get after these guys if they're going to be taking victories. We already saw this one. Wait, did we? Oh yeah, this is a duplicate. Okay. And we just saw this one. Delete all the ones that I've already seen. I don't want to be constantly going back and forth. Yeah, Dowie versus Skaven is always kind of horrifying for the Dwarves. Dwarves are terrible against the Skaven. Usually the Dowie are really comfortable at outshooting factions, but the Skaven are the exception. The Skaven just have so many good tools against the Dwarves that are very hard to punish. Warplock Jezzails are typically the best unit to bring against the Dowie because they actually clear out Dwarf Warriors pretty capably and can also kill Gyrocopters without too many problems. The Natty Booba Sharpshooters are just totally invisible, right? They've got Stalk and Snipe, so cannons can't even punish that unit. And if the Skaven, as a Skaven player, if you have Warplock Jezzails and your opponent has a cannon, you can always just, like, keep the Jezzails in a position behind a shot blocker where they can still cover, like, a decent portion of the battlefield, and the Dowie are still going to have to respect that, right? Dowie are just so slow as well. And the Skaven may not be the fastest faction in the world, but, you know, Clan Rats still have 38 foot speed. Despite, you know, losing a little bit because of strength in numbers for the early portions of a battle. The Dowie are just only are getting to like 33 on the upper end for most of their missiles, and Slayers are their fastest unit, and they only have 40 speed. Skaven can do so many crazy things. They can bring, like, the Death Runners, and they can really swarm with those guys. They can just bring huge blobs of Clan Rats and Skaven Slaves and just overwhelm the Dowie with numbers. They can go for Poison Wind Globadier lines that'll just dunk on all of the miners, as well as any Dowie warriors that push up, and then they can always do the Warplock Jezzails that I've been mentioning already. And they've got the Avalanche Mortars as well that are pretty hilarious against the Dwarves. How the Dowie win this matchup consistently, I have no idea. Don't ask me. I think it's probably right behind Khorne as one of the worst Dwarf matchups. Skaven can just get away with murder. They can do so many different strategies and styles the Dowie's roster are just very inflexible against. Like, Dowie can build for certain Skaven builds, but if Skaven go with flexibility in terms of their army composition, the Dowie are going to end up in a position where they just don't have the answers that they need against certain units. That will just completely flatten them. Bugman's Rangers, a little far flung forward. They're actually going to get swarmed by the Clan Rats here. I do see a lot of Clan Rat spears. I would just avoid Clan Rat spears entirely. Not really worth it. I mean, they've got good melee defense, I guess. Meaning that the Dowie Warriors are going to take a while to grind through them. But what you really want is just the Sword and Board Clan Rats, or the Unshielded Clan Rats with the swords. Mostly because the Clan Rats actually beat miners in melee combat, and they cost about the same amount of money. The spears are a little more expensive, they don't really have any killing power, and you actually do need to kill dwarf units. Like, occupying the Dowie for extended periods of time without actually doing any damage to them is functionally useless for the most part. Especially in the early game. Like, the way that you beat the Dowie in the early game is actually cracking open their formation, killing a bunch of their, like, miners, and, like, hopefully killing a bunch of their, backline units, like their Quarrelers and their Iron Drakes, and then forcing Dowie Warriors, like, into a melee fight, where they just aren't going to be able to, push you back at any point whatsoever. This is actually favoring the Dowie pretty nicely so far. Blasting charges are getting some pretty respectable damage in here against all these Clan Rats. And you see the Skaven Slaves are getting into combat now. It's a big mistake. Don't ever throw your Skaven Slaves in after Clan Rats, especially against miners with blasting charges. The whole reason you bring Skaven Slaves against the Dowie is so that the Skaven Slaves can actually soak up the early damage from miners, because that's the only way for the miners to get any value, is with the blasting charges. If you deny them that, then they're basically 425 wasted gold, in my opinion. Because the standard miners are just dog shit. I mean, they are terrible in melee. They have barely any melee attack and melee defense. They're honestly like a more sturdy zombie unit. Just kind of insulting. Honestly, basic miners could do with a little bit of a buff. I mean, give them up to like 24 melee attack and 24 melee defense, and honestly, I don't think it would be overbalancing the unit at all. I think the Dowie could actually really use it nowadays, because a lot of their other really strong tools have gotten debuffed a bunch, or I mean nerfed a bunch. Especially gyrocopters. Gyrocopters used to be an absolute nightmare, because they fired on the move, and they... what else have gyrocopters lost over time? They did get reworked so that their shooting was a little bit better. Oh, they got cost nerfs, so they're more expensive now. And losing the firewall moving means that it's a little bit easier to kill them. Because previously, the Dowie gyrocopters would literally, like, the Dowie player would just put them in a control group, and they would just fly around, and they'd be firing the entire time. They'd drop their bombs, and all they would do is micro the gyrocopters so that they can never be shot or caught by anything in the air. And they would just farm people for value. It was really silly. It was an important change, but it has left the Dowie a little bit weaker in domination mode, and it was already pretty tough to play the dwarves in Dom. I'd like to see them get a couple of small buffs so that they can be a little bit better. Right now, they're like on the lower end of the mid-tier. Generally speaking, the Dowie are kind of like a knowledge check for folks. They're like a really good faction for learning how to play really attritional games. And figuring out how to, like, effectively juggle caps as well as value trading, and just, like, killing durable units that otherwise you might run into some problems against. Doomflayers get up on the cannon and actually shut it down, which is kind of nice. I was getting a little damage on the Poison Wind Globes. Look at the Globadiers right now. I mean, pretty exceptional value on them so far. I mean, this one's got 990. This one about to pay for itself with this volley right here. The Dowie are just fully stuffed back now. I mean, this isn't even, I would say, in terms of a Skaven build for going into the Dowie, this is honestly on the weaker end of the spectrum. Just because Poison Wind Globes actually can be killed by the dwarves a little bit easier than Warplock Jezzails. It's a little unfortunate that the Dowie player was a little slow reacting to all these Globadiers. maybe just doesn't have quite enough firepower to kill them all. And just allowing them to just destroy the Dowie front line is now allowing the Quarrelers and the Grim Delvers and stuff to be compromised by the Doomflayers. You're just going to run all over the Dowie. Dwarves are terrible against chariots. They literally don't have any infantry or damage dealers in melee combat who can stop them. You might think Slayers would be good against Doomflayers, but in fact they are quite terrible. Because Slayers don't have good mass, and the chariots just, like, run right through them. And just pull out before the Slayers can get any kind of reasonable damage in. That's another thing that Dowie could use a buff on. Is maybe give Slayers a little more mass, or give them some kind of unit to be able to stop chariots. Right now, the only thing Dowie can bring against chariots is the flash bombs, and then shoot them to death. It's about the best thing available to them currently. Dowie aren't down by that much value, but this is, you know, this is the eternal curse of the dwarves in domination mode. Like, they're not value trading poorly, but they're coming out a little bit too slowly. The Skaven are just going to continue to, like, throw up tattered units to, like, roadblock the healthy dwarf units, while then developing out, like, successive waves of, like, infantry and line holders and damage-dealing infantry that can come in and just grind out all the Dowie warriors, and then also threaten whatever range units might still be alive. Wolf Rats running rampant a little bit. A little surprising to see them against the Dowie. I don't think they're really all that good against dwarves. I don't think they're good in any matchups, really. I mean, they're just too flimsy, and they cost way too much, man. Wolf Rats especially. It's a 550 gold unit. 300 value is honestly pretty decent, all things considered. I guess they're pretty good at, like, swarming in under your clan rats to, like, chip away at Dowie warriors in pockets like this. Maybe this is where you use them, just to clean up isolated Dowie infantry units. But to, like, dive aggressively, definitely not something that I would see them being very good at. Doomflayers are going down. They've gotten pretty respectable value. I feel like there was another one around here somewhere. There were 3, yeah? The hell did it go? It may have shattered and I can't see it anymore. We got Clanrat Spears chasing down the Bugman's Rangers over here. Really didn't value trade all that well. Bugmans are kind of expensive. I believe they're 850 gold. Or maybe they're just 800. In ranged units, unlike melee units, where melee units can get their value back and their performance was just fine as a result, ranged units really need to uptrade because they are terrible at holding the line. They're just not going to be able to, like, get up on a point and really hold back anything. Against the Skaven, it's a little bit better, but, you know, Skaven do just have, like, Death Runners and Plague Monks who can chew through them without too many problems. Here's that Doomflayer that I was wondering about. Killing some Quarrelers, just cleaning up stuff in the back line, which is a pretty good use for them, honestly, right now. Nice Warp Lightning. A little bit of damage on the Thunderers and these Quarrelers. Warlock Engineer doesn't have a lot of value, though. I don't know what he's been up to, really. Just screwing around, I guess. I mean, it's not like he needs to do a whole lot right now. Dowie do get up on the number 1, or taking this objective back. We get another Doom Flare. We get more Poison Wind Globes coming up. Another Poison Wind Globadier here, getting up on the number 2. Throt is very healthy. He can regen up to 5,000 HP. And he'll be, you know, pretty useful in the late game to potentially, like, snipe the Dowie Lord if given an opportunity, or just to be disruptive and, like, intercept units that might try to push the number 2 here. And give the Poison Wind Globadiers good targets, since he's, like, blobbing infantry up on them.
You have been bested. There is only defeat.
Dowie actually calling it in there. I mean, I would agree that the game is kind of over, but sometimes it's worth scrapping out games like this just to see what you can do from being down, even if the game's already lost. It's a good indicator for what kind of strategies you can utilize in late game scenarios. But you know, it's a concede that comes in a game that's definitely not going to be flipping back for the dwarves. The Skaven are just, God, I don't even know what to say. Skaven aren't even that great of a faction. This is just such a great matchup for them, that it makes them look like a top tier, you know? Because not a lot of factions can push the Dowie around like this. Khorne is the only other faction that I would say you can totally annihilate the Dowie in the early game with. Just press them back into their deploy zones and never give them any breathing space again. Most of the time, though, the Dowie are just, like, going to be able to scrap pretty evenly with folks, or get a nice value lead, and they can be a little bit dangerous as a result. No such worries for the Skaven, though. Pretty good time for them. Joining the stream and seeing the Dowie lose doesn't get much better than that. I agree. Didn't they have less models? Yeah, I think they did. The patch where they got more models is where I'm talking about their DPS being improved. By virtue of getting more models. They actually lost a little bit of weapon strength on the missiles. Technically, but because they got more... I think they used to have 8 models, now they have 12. Even though they got like a 20% reduction in their missile strength, I think they got better reload time, and the extra 4 models more than makes up for that small nerf. They were really crazy for a while. People banned the Dowie all the time because of how stupid gyrocopters were after the initial rework. Now they're in a very reasonable state. They're strong without being oppressive. And the Dowie have to, like, have a little bit more of a diverse, like, build style than they used to. Used to be you just max out gyros, and then people were like, okay, well, we're just going to limit gyros, or ban them outright. That wasn't very fun. It's kind of like the situation Slaanesh is in, where Seekers are banned. Sometimes units are just way overtuned for what they are. And some units, honestly, some units from a design philosophy should just never actually be as good as they theoretically could because of how game-breaking they can be. Like, that's where gyros were at one point. They would just get, like, 1,1600 value while only costing 700 gold. And that was, like, a pretty, you know, decent performance from them. They could get, like, 2,000 value at times. Seekers are in a very similar position where they cost 1,000 gold, but they can get like triple that value with one good engagement. That's just not very acceptable for a balancing perspective in terms of multiplayer. It's a little bit ridiculous, but we're theoretically getting a balance patch soon where the Seekers get an adjustment to their model size, and then they'll probably be a little bit less silly. Yeah, gyro bombers, weren't they? I thought they were a single entity at one point. I'm not 100% sure on that. The game changes so much over time. If you look at Warhammer 3 from release to now, it's honestly unrecognizable, you know? Not just because you got Immortal Empires, obviously, and it's not just like the 4 base factions, but also just like the actual design philosophy around domination has changed so much. Like, the tickets used to be, they used to rack up quicker. You would get 5 per second for each flag you held. But you had to get more, I'm pretty sure. Maybe you didn't. I think the games are actually even shorter. You also had an uneven amount of supplies that you would get, and there was a comeback mechanic. That was really terrible. There was a point where the objectives were locked for the first 2 minutes of a game. There's been a lot of adjustments over time, but I really like that. I really appreciate CA for their willingness to like, iterate on the mode as a whole. And we even got, like, Conquest out of it, because people wanted like a mid-ground between domination and land battles, and we got that as a result. So they've been very good about giving people what they want. And I actually like having multiple game modes. A lot of people in the multiplayer community seem to have some kind of problem, based on what I've been reading on some of the Discords, with having multiple game modes and the community being kind of split up. But I actually think that's kind of healthy. I don't think pigeonholing people into playing one particular game mode is a very good idea, because lots of people just don't want to play only land battles. I like domination mode because it's very different from campaign. Like, if I want to play land battles, I'll just go play campaign, you know? Like, I don't really care for the multiplayer scene in the land battle side of things, because I think the meta is a little more limited. It's still really fun, but the traditional RTS elements, as well as like being able to build your armies a little bit more flexibly in domination mode, is what really like drew me in here. But anyways, I mean, that's enough rambling about it, I guess. Fire Raid Rocket opening up. I think we might have already seen this battle. We'll just give it a run, though. Just to see how Fabrosi handles this. Oh, yeah, I remember now. We'll just let it play. The thing that I talked about last time we saw this replay was Cathay just massively outpositioned themselves. Like, this army build isn't terrible for Cathay. They just needed to play a little more defensively around this artillery piece. Because when you bring Artie, you really need it to pay for itself. And preferably, you need it to, like, double its value. Otherwise, there was never a point in bringing it. You've lost a really expensive unit. And you've had to commit a whole bunch of resources to defending it, which might also be dying as a result of your opponent diving it aggressively early if they're actually able to shut it down. It's just a huge loss of momentum, you know? And Cathay already struggles to cap points, right? They can't really afford to be giving up a triple cap early and also losing their artillery right off the bat. The crew survives, but 3 of the artillery pieces die. This one gonna die in a few moments here. Right? Maybe not. At some point it goes down. Colton Spear Riders get in on the Nangao grenades, immediately shutting them down, allowing the Skink cohorts to take engagements against the peasants and also take the point without getting just totally dumpstered by these bombers. Which is really nice, man. The Nangao grenades are not the most powerful unit in the game, but they do have a Heaven's Flash, which can be a really nice debuff to hit a whole bunch of units if they're really blobbed up. Down goes one of the artillery pieces. I'm not sure what killed it. It's kind of funny. Did Flock of Doom actually kill the cannon piece? I have no idea, but it seems like it might have. Which is kind of crazy. If it did, then it's got way more than 57 value, because if you want to think about artillery from an objective standpoint in terms of, like, value per cannon model, it's an 1,100 gold unit, so each rocket is, what? You know, like 275 gold each. You know, you can just add that right up onto the Skink Priest. Who's gotten some pretty respectable value already as a result. Iron Hell Gunners over here getting shot to death by Skink Skirmishers who are just like right up into the grill of the Jade Warriors. There's no reason to respect Jade Warriors ever. I mean, these guys have to have Harmony to even be a decent unit. And really need like Zhanggu War Drums if they're ever going to even like uptrade. Cathay needs buffs, dude. Cathay either needs new units with a DLC that fill all of the archetypes for units that they're lacking right now, or they just need to get buffs, period. Because their melee troops are abysmal, honestly. None of them have uptrade potential, and that's not really sustainable for any faction. They're just way too reliant on range, and a lot of their range units are very squishy and easy to compromise. They're a little one-note, you know? I'd really love to see them get changed. And it's not like they're one note in a way that Norska is, because Norska hasn't gotten a DLC since release. They're finally getting one with the new DLC, supposedly. But Norska is an aggressive faction, which lends itself really nicely to domination mode, because you're killing stuff in melee combat. And domination mode really, really values, like, speed and DPS, which the Norskins have in droves. Cathay doesn't really have that. They've got shooting, which is good in domination mode, but you have to be very, very, very good about protecting. And if you can't do that, you can't protect your shooting early, and you end up in a situation like this where you're down big on tickets and down in value, it doesn't matter how well you play from here on out. You can grind back. You can probably get up by about 1,600 value and still be in a position where your opponent's going to hold the triple cap for the rest of the game. It sucks, dude. It's not fun. I gotta give Hugs a lot of credit for sticking it out here, though. And Hugs has gotten a lot better. Like, the first few replays I saw of Hugs playing were pretty rough. He's actually made a lot of strides. I'd just like to see a few adjustments to being a little bit more, like, formation conscious with Cathay, because that really is, like, just how they are designed, unfortunately. You cannot press units forward, haphazardly as Cathay. Like, having these Jade Warriors up here with no harmony, losing your Fire Rain Rocket right off the bat, leaving these Cold One Spear Riders run all over your backline, and continue, like, hounding down artillery crews, while you're just desperately, like, throwing units up on the home objective without even capping it back from the lizards. It's horrible. It really sucks. Like, I just feel for the people who are willing to play a faction that is currently just this mediocre, man. Khorne was in a position like this for a long time, but that was just because Khorne was very limited in terms of their effective Lord options, and after the DLC, Khorne got a lot of other really good units that have opened up the rest of their roster's potential. So they're in a pretty good state. It's Cathay's turn, in my opinion. Norska and Slaanesh getting DLCs is going to be kind of weird for the domination scene, because Norska's already upper mid-tier faction, and Slaanesh is the tippy-toppest tier in domination mode. Like, not even close, dude. They have literally no bad matchups outside of maybe, like, one. And they clown on the other top-tier factions, which is pretty insane, you know. They are probably going to get a lot of units banned, I would guess, when the new DLC comes out, which is going to be really awkward. Unless CA actually really holds their promise of nerfing a bunch of their other obnoxiously overpowered units. Cathay just hopelessly trading here. I mean, they've evened up the value, as you can see. It doesn't even look that terrible for them. Like, they've got units on the field. They're kind of getting stuff up into a position to start flipping caps in the late game. Excuse me. It's just a matter of actually being able to kill stuff in melee combat that's holding them back right now. Like, imagine if they had some, like, warrior monk units, right? Like, some, like, 46-foot speed battle monks that gave harmony to the other melee units and gave them some, like, good situational buffs, as well as having, like, anti-large AP or something on, like, 40 models or so. That would be really useful because, especially for Cathay, one of their big issues is that Cathay's mobility is solid, but pretty unspectacular. Like, Peasant Horsemen, Onyx Crowmen, and Jade Lancers are all really good against chaff, but they're pretty bad against stuff like Feral Cold Ones, or Croxigors, or Cold One Spear Riders. Cathay really needs some, like, anti-large melee units that isn't Jade Warrior Halberds and Celestial Dragon Guard. Like, these guys are okay, but they're a little vulnerable to shooting. And the Celestial Dragon Guard are just a little too pricey for
I
all
knew
of the
it.
problems that Cathay already has to
Unending
cover up
glory
for.
is yours.
So, that's kind of where I'm coming from with what they need. Should Cathay... I mean, I think they really do need another DLC, but I'd like to not see another dragon character. I don't think another dragon character fixes them. They need a more unique, combat-oriented lord. Because I think that would actually help them out a lot more than another, like, hybrid caster. They've already got pretty good casters on the hero side of things, right? Like, one of the better Cathay strategies as it stands right now isn't even to use the dragon characters. You do, like, a Shungan Lord with the Dragon Breath to, like, clear out all the chaff. And then, like, damage boost it with, like, Alchemists and stuff. The closest thing they have to a Combat Lord is the Celestial General, and he actually is pretty damn good. On the Celestial Lion, he's pretty nice to have. He's got some cool abilities. He's got Fearsome Roar, which removes ITP and lowers leadership by 8. This is a big, like, problem for a lot of factions. And I honestly think he might low-key be the best Lord for Cathay. Just bring him on the Warhorse, even, and just use Celestial Sweep to, like, annihilate stuff with the spin move. He has the Brass Cleaver as well. Lord of Grand Cathay can be situationally decent. Doesn't last that long, but at least it's 100-meter range with 35-meter effect distance. So you can hit, like, multiple units. Having another combat character of his caliber, with a little bit of a different focus, maybe being, like, an actual anti-large character, so that Cathay can deal with some of the more terrifying, like, heavy cavalry units in the game, so their Jade Lancers don't just get dumpstered in some matchups, would be nice. Because what do they have to deal with, like, heavy AP Cav? You can do, like, Righteous Lances and combo them with some Longmire Riders and Plague Arrest, I guess, or just drop Searing Doom, but when your opponent is, like, constantly expecting the same thing over and over and over again, eventually you're going to get figured out, and then you're just going to, you know, lose all of the matchups that you kind of solved because your opponent adjusted. They just need more units. They need to fix the holes in the roster more than anything. The Lords are fine. I think they could use a couple more options. But really, they just need more infantry. Infantry that can actually do damage. Infantry that provide a few more buffs to the front line. They could probably use, like, one more gun unit, like a mid-range gun unit, something between, like, Crane Gunners and the Iron Hills. Like the, something along the lines of, like, the Empire's handgunners, who have 145-meter range, would be kind of nice. And a little bit more available in the cavalry and chariots. You know, something a little harder hitting than the Jade Lancers. That's what I think they need. That's just my opinion, though. I'm sure a lot of other people have plenty of thoughts about it. Yeah, the Monkey King is... I don't know a lot of lore about Cathay, but that would be a cool archetype. You could have, like, the Monkey King, and he can be that aggressive, combat-oriented lord. And then you can have some unique units around him that come in with whatever DLC he appears in. I think that's a pretty good idea. I don't think we get Cathay DLC for a long time. I mean, they got one pretty recently. And as cool as they are, they don't seem to be a particularly popular faction, even independent of the issues they have in multiplayer. Like, I don't think a lot of people pick them for the Mortal Empires campaign, really. Just like my anecdotal experience and opinion, at least. Seems like most people, if they want to play gunpowder factions, are just going to play the Dowie and the Empire. And if they want, like, unique Bastion mechanics, you know, you can play, like, High Elves, I guess, is like the Purifiers. The only unique mechanic that they've really got in campaign is the, God, what is it? The trade caravans and some other cool mechanics with Wanbo. Some of them are still a little half-baked, in my opinion. They just feel like an unfinished faction, if you want my real and honest opinion. One day we'll see them get the respect that they deserve, but it's going to be a little while, I think. Can't remember if we watched this one already. Well, we'll see about it. Pont and Mr. Thick going to be getting in here. I don't think we did, because I would remember a Harganeth Executioner game. These guys have gotten some buffs over time. They're actually fairly respectable nowadays. Their weapon strength and solid melee stats, as well as ITP, means into factions that bring heavy infantry, they can uptrade pretty quickly. They just hit, dude. I mean, they will slap down Forsaken, and they'll even kill aspiring champions. I think they might even outstat them, like, just by raw melee attack and melee defense. It's pretty close, I think. Yeah, 40 and 45 here, and Harganeth 44 melee attack. They're weaker on the melee defense, but their bonus versus infantry is getting them well over the 45 melee defense of an aspiring champion. The reason aspiring champions are good is because they just pummel chaff, and they don't mind getting attacked by, like, mobility. Having a way to kill aspiring champions in melee combat with a fairly durable infantry unit of your own is just big money, man. And I love Pont for bringing all these relatively rare Dark Elf units, because you don't see these guys very often. They definitely have some vulnerabilities. They've been plastered over a little bit just with all the changes they've got over time. But you can still shoot them to death. If Mr. Thick were to summon out the Soul of Damnation, that would be, you know, a little scary for this 1150 gold infantry unit. Soul of Damnation loves farming tightly packed elite infantry like these guys. But instead we got a ton of Hellstriders. We got the Forsaken, of course. Marauder Horsemen out here. Marauder Horsemen are going to get pushed back by the Scourger Chariots, though. And the Harpies, as well as this, oh wow, not a Flock of Doomcaster. Oh, I know what is going on here. So, the Supreme Sorceress, the reason that she's got no Flock of Doom and has the Amber Spear, as well as Transformation of Kadan, primarily. The reason that you're bringing these is because they're really good against the Soul of Damnation. 2 overcasted Amber Spheres kills the Soul of Damnation, apparently. And if you don't kill it with the Amber Spear, you can always send in the Manticore Summon to go, like, beat up on the artillery piece. Archeon taking a little bit of fire from the Scourger Chariots. He's got Burning Head. I do think Burning Head's a good spell against the Dark Elves, just because they do bring a lot of chaff infantry, and they've got, like, Dark Shards who are very vulnerable to it. But I think Searing Doom is the other spell you need in your back pocket, because they do also bring a lot of cavalry, as well as Coldwind Knights, and Searing Doom is amazing at farming value on elite cavalry. You can also get it on the Doomfire Warlocks and just absolutely destroy them. And it can even do good damage to Harpies when they land in, but it's not nearly as important. Hellstriders, as well as your Marauder Horsemen, should be able to keep those guys in check. Burning Head goes down, and it gets a decent amount of damage on the Executioners, but they do have 100 armor, so they ignore most of the damage that Burning Head could have gotten there. A little bit here. Maybe even poking the Dread Spears. It's teasing so much. Beautiful rotation at the end there. Honestly, a pretty amazing Burning Head, all things considered. 472 value from it. Okay. Alright. Let's go. Burning Head's a little hard to dodge sometimes because it's a wind spell, but it doesn't go in a purely straight line. It actually wibbles and wobbles a little bit. It can be a little hard to read where exactly it's going to be rotating to. Sometimes just holding in place and letting your units get hit is the best thing to do, because there's never a guarantee that your dodge attempt is even going to work. So, just like microing elsewhere on the field and getting better engagements can sometimes work out a little better. Doomfire Warlocks, they get a really good fight against the Hellstriders, and then they pull out for some reason. It definitely didn't need to, but now it's actually a really sneaky combo. Pan's Impenetrable Pelt gives melee defense and Fizz Res against this Hellstrider unit, who don't have magic attacks, obviously. Really nice stuff, dude. I mean, the Doomfire Warlocks won that fight pretty handily, and Lesser Doombolt comes down and does some damage to the other one. Archeon is a little beat up, too. I mean, he's lost almost 2,000 HP. Manticore Lord is definitely not going to want to get shot by javelins. Pont does see this and starts to pull her back. She doesn't take too much from that volley. And she'll just be gearing up for... I'm not entirely sure what. I mean, the Dark Elves, they really just need to cap the number 2 objective and send some infantry over here. They should be able to hold this just fine. Actually, looks like that is, like, Pont's plan is to skirmish over here. And just play back and forth off this point with the, Doomfire Warlocks and the Blackheart Corsair Handbows. Because the Handbows are very effective against Marauder Horsemen. They actually, have a very, similar range profile. 80 versus 70, but the crossbows, if they get shots off, are going to be way more powerful and effective. Because they fire multiple projectiles, which pretty comfortably equal the DPS that the Marauder Horsemen throw out, but these guys do have 100 models as opposed to 60. And against Hellstriders, they'll hold up really well because they have 80 armor. And again, you know, they can fire their handbows as they're running away if they want to. And they're fairly quick with 40-foot speed. For such a heavily armored unit, that is a lot of speed. It's about as quick as Bestigor hurt, which is pretty hardcore, dude. They're a very underrated unit, but one that I have found a lot of success with personally whenever I play the Dark Elves, and Pont really loves them for playing into other skirmish factions, which the Warriors of Chaos are. They actually can go with just so much mobility that you have to respect the Marauder Horseman swarms. Pont pulling back a little bit is bringing up an overwhelming number of missiles now, and there you go. A nice volley on the Marauder Horsemen there, going to push them back. Hellstriders also getting poked a little bit. Warriors of Chaos don't have a way to punish these guys. Burning Head's not going to do enough damage to them. Hellstriders can't really punish them. Forsaken, as good as they are, after the buffs, are just not really going to be able to close the gap easily enough. 46 speed versus 40. The Blackheart Corsairs, as long as they retreat early, will be able to outpace the Forsaken for probably 3 or 4 volleys. These guys have a lot of ammunition and can pretty quickly poke down a Forsaken unit with some focus fire. Then there's the Harganeth Executioners, who are also kind of boxing out the Warriors of Chaos infantry. Cold One Knight's coming out now. It's been very well handled so far, the reinforcements by Pont. Being very patient, just holding on to this back point and capping the number 2 whenever possible. Has kept the tickets close and given time for all of the infantry to come up. Some answers for the skirmish cab, and now the Cold One Knights are going to be very well protected and buffered for, so that they can just absolutely steamroll over any of the Hellstriders that try to get rowdy, and even maybe kill Archeon, because Archeon's usually safe against cavalry, but AP cavalry can tear him apart pretty quickly, because they've got good mass, and he has a hard time pushing out a fight sometimes. He's only got 1800 himself. Burning Head is going to do a lot of damage to the Dark Rider repeater crossbows. A little bit of damage on the Blackheart Corsairs here as well. Nothing too terrible, though. Dark Elves holding up really nicely. Doomfire Warlocks should probably think about getting into combat here. I wasn't gonna suggest that they charge the Forsaken head on, but oh, they get Pan's Impenetrable Pelt. I'm really liking this combo, man. Pan has been making really good use out of this. Doombolt may be a little wasted on the Aspiring Champions. I would prefer to see it on Archaon, honestly. I mean, it's going to do better damage on him anyways. 400 damage on Archaon's way more impactful than, like, 400 damage on one of these Aspiring Champions. Because you do need to kill Archaon. Because he does cause terror with the Crown of Domination. You can't leave him to stick around on the field for too long. He can become a big problem in late-game scenarios. He's got to be one of the best lords in the game, quite frankly. He's got great magic. He's an amazing duelist. He causes terror. He does everything that you want. There's literally nothing that he can't do. He can't heal himself. I guess that's the one knock on Archaon, but that's honestly not that big of a deal considering how much HP he's got. 6,900 on a horse character is pretty crazy. Warriors of Chaos doing pretty okay now. They've actually dragged the value back a decent amount. Rotting Riders have been running over a lot of these Dark Riders here. They also flattened the Cold One Knight. They are turning around and looking to get back in to deal with these Hargoneth Executioners and the Blackrock Corsairs. Really nice Soul Blight comes down. Gonna make these guys a little bit squishier to the non-AP damage. As well as lowering their weapon strength, which is honestly pretty underrated. Weapon strength is a big determiner of how quickly you can value trade. And lowering it in any meaningful way, like with Soul Blight, actually can be very useful. The problem with Soul Blight is that it doesn't last all that long. It's only a 22-second debuff. I think we've all heard people's opinions on debuff spells. I think they're okay as it is, but it would be nice if buffs and debuffs just lasted a little bit longer. Like, just a flat increase of like 5 to 7 seconds across most of them would make it a little bit more worth it in terms of Winds of Magic. As it stands, the magic in the game is pretty well balanced, but there's a little bit of room for improvement.
One of your units has been destroyed.
It'd be cool to see some of them be a little bit more efficient. Hargoneth Executioners fighting the Forsaken and the Aspiring Champions, but getting shot in the back by the Marauder Horsemen. Taking a decent amount of damage in turn as a result. The Doomfire Warlocks actually hanging in here okay with the assistance of these Dark Riders. 1,200 value on them. And counting. They're actually still fairly healthy. Their HP is really low, but the 24 models, if they get a jump on stuff like the Marauder Horsemen, they'll actually tear them apart pretty capably. Value is just razor close right now, but Archaon being this healthy is kind of getting a little scary because the Dark Elves don't have a Lord that can contribute much in melee combat. I mean, she's getting in here to fight some Hellstriders. She's actually getting some very timely breaks here. You need something to chase these Hellstriders off right now. You don't want these rallying and, like, stuffing up the works, or even worse, like, getting in and maybe chipping down this Cold One Dread Knight at an inopportune time. Or getting unsummoned and going back in the pool early. If you chase them all the way off the edge, that's going to be a really nice situation with the Dark Elves. It was looking a little bit better for the Warriors of Chaos, but it looks like they're losing momentum now. Hellstriders going down here. Dark Elves do have these Dark Shards and some of the Repeater Crossbows remaining. Chaos Trolls. Chaos Trolls can value trade really well, but they also have really horrible leadership and are not immune to terror routes. They can get broken when they're just isolated like this pretty easily, and that's an expensive unit. I mean, this is 900 gold here. I would definitely not be pushing them up like this. Very funny. Bounce off the wall from Burning Head, like perfectly angled, and actually gets the Dark Shards very low on the HP. They're threatening to break right here, but barely holding on. Scourge Runners just moving around, being disruptive. Rotting Riders with 16 models do have a lot of room to continue healing. Oh no. Oh no, Dark Elves, no, don't let it happen. The Rotting Riders surround this Lord. They could kill her, and that would potentially be a game-winning play for the Warriors of Chaos. Does look like Pont notices this at the last minute. Oh no, but she stops. She doesn't pull all the way out. She actually ends up getting a little trapped up here. I think the poison and the debuff speed actually forced her to drop the move order, bringing her back in contact with the Rotting Riders. But luckily, there's some Dread Spears getting over here. They do get rear charged, though. This is what I'm saying, dude. Like, that was one of the Hellstriders that was running earlier. Them getting the rear charge here is really scary, because the Rotting Riders do have caused terror. These guys' leadership is low enough that they could have gotten terror routed here, and that would have been devastating enough. Burning Head comes down, though. Instead, I actually think it was kind of a waste. Like, they get terror routed, and they got a ton of HP. I mean, you don't really need to use the Burning Head there, in my opinion. I would have preferred to see Burning Head on this other one, but that's like a split-second decision in the middle of a very close battle. This is the stage of a game where just really small micro-mistakes or, like, lapses in judgment can lose you a game in just, like, 1 or 2 minutes. You got Forsaken pushing onto the back point. Pont actually making a really good call here. Retreating with the Dread Spears, keeping them healthy, and then buffering a little bit with the Harkonneth Executioners. Giving the Dread Spears plenty of time to actually get on the point here. Blackheart Corsairs looking to maybe, like, scream away. Wow, look at this, dude. Getting a little bit of damage on the Forsaken as you're running away with the Blackheart Corsairs. Dread Spear is going to be able to push in behind them. You could probably stop the Corsairs here, charge the Forsaken, and then have the Dread Spears get in on the other side, and potentially kill this unit or get a leadership break. Cold One Knights take a fight against Hellstriders and are somehow losing this. I'm not 100% sure how. Maybe just the, I don't know, man. Hellstriders are just kind of crazy. Cold One Knights really struggling in this fight. That just does not seem fair, dude. I mean, it's a 675 gold unit versus a 1,000 gold, more heavily armored unit. How is this trade so even? What the hell, dude? Baffling. Medusa gets surrounded by the Chaos Trolls. One of them very beleaguered. Pretty trashed currently, but the other one is probably going to kill this Medusa. Pont overextending with his own expensive single entity now. And getting punished for it pretty badly. Beautiful Burning Head back here on the Dread Spears. Kind of saving this Forsaken. They were on the verge of getting killed there, but Archeon with the Terror Route actually going to be able to have the Forsaken escort this Dread Spear off the field, potentially. You probably don't need to. You could probably just get one of these Tattered Hellstriders to do it. But it does look like they don't actually leadership route as well. So the Forsaken are going to have to, like, finish this fight off themselves, but they should be able to. I think they can outmuscle those guys. Lord back here, just totally trapped by Hellstriders. She's going to die. I think that might be the end for the Dark Elves. Thick has the ticket lead, and it's just Pont, like, desperately throwing stuff up to try and get a cap on the back point. Warriors of Chaos outmuscling the Dark Elves here. I'm not too terribly surprised. I mean, just in a head-to-head melee fight, Dark Elf units don't have heals. HP is pretty low across the board on their units. And the Warriors of Chaos, like, yeah, Forsaken get beat by Harkonneth Executioners, but they can still get a little bit of damage, and with the good micro on the Hellstriders and good Marauder Horseman play, as well as some decent use out of Archeon, it's more than enough to be able to take down the Dark Elves here. But Pont, I gotta give you huge kudos, and the Harkonneth Executioners did pay for themselves. Same with the Handbows. I think maybe the Dread Spears are the weak point in this build. None of them got their value back. They were honestly kind of horrible. The Dread Knights weren't great. The Colden Knights were okay. Losing the Medusa also hurt. I'm not 100% sure what the Dark Elves need here. I think maybe the Pan's Impenetrable Pelt is, even though some of the combos are really nice, I don't know if they were decisive enough to be worth bringing that spell over Flock of Doom, because Flock of Doom is so cheap. And it would have been really good for punishing the blobs of Hellstriders, because there were a couple of times in that game where the Hellstriders were, like, blobbed up together, like 2v1 versus a Dark Elf unit. And a Flock of Doom on top of the Hellstriders at a point like that is super cost-effective. Flock of Doom on one unit, kind of mid. Flock of Doom on two Hellstriders, value city. Absolutely crazy value, in fact. Because melting Hellstriders with magic is pretty doable. They don't have any spell resistance. And especially spells like Melkoths and Flock of Doom having the damage profile that they have means that they spread the damage around very efficiently on cavalry units, making the models very weak. And for shock cavalry, losing models is almost as bad as just losing HP outright. Because the goal of Hellstriders isn't really to grind into units, is to run around, get charges off on units that are already occupied in combat, and then pull out of the fight and look for more opportunities like that. And having models for that is way more important than just raw HP totals. The Rotting Riders are also really good. No Soul of Damnation. I actually really like that. I think a lot of Chaos players are a little bit too reliant on that one particular unit for their army compositions. And the fact that people have figured out so many answers for the Soul of Damnation is probably one of the reasons why so many people have kind of dropped the Warriors of Chaos. At least dropped them in terms of playing them consistently. And that's probably the biggest culprit for why the Warriors of Chaos win rate is down so much when they really didn't get any nerfs from the last patch. Because last patch they were at 53% win rate, and now they're at like 44. I don't think they've dropped off that badly at all. I think they're still pretty decent mid-tier. Ooh, reskin Blood Beasts as the Monkey King. That'd be pretty cool. I love Blood Beasts. They've got some really cool animations. It would work for just gorillas. They could reskin them and give them a few unique animations, and I think that would be worthwhile. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like monks in the style of Flagellants, but I want Cathay to have some like anti-large something. They don't have any real, like, AP anti-large units at all. Like, if you look at their roster, they've got Celestial Dragon Guard and Jade Warrior Halberds, and then they're shooting, I guess. Where's their answer in melee combat? Because I think that's actually a really important unit archetype that just, in general, helps out a faction tremendously, because a lot of the top-tier factions actually have something along those lines. Like Khorne. They've got the Khorne Minotaurs, Beastmen, I mean, they've got, like, throwing axes, sure, but their Sons of Goros and Centaur Great Weapons fit that archetype pretty nicely, even though they're not true anti-large. With the charge bonus and the way they pile into combat, they just shred stuff like that. They're like mini Seekers, almost. Slaanesh obviously has Seekers and Heart Seekers. Like, look at the difference between a... Let me show you the fact that Centaurs and Seekers cost the same amount of money for this stat difference is kind of insane. Like, Centaurs have more HP and a little bit more armor, but they got the same leadership. Seekers have significantly more speed, magic damage, poison, 18 more melee attack, 14 more melee defense, better weapon strength, and pretty much the same charge bonus with Devastating Flanker, with Strider, with Fizzres, causes fear, still comes out of Vanguard. What the... Why? This is why I don't buy into Beastmen being, like, overpowered. Like, Beastmen may be really strong, and be bordering on OP, but they're still answers to Centaurs. Like, they're very squishy, and they're not nearly as oppressive as the Slaaneshi Cavalry, because you can at least feasibly disengage from Centaurs. You can never disengage from Slaanesh because they have poison on 100-speed units. Like, they will always be able to catch you, and that's just sucks, man. Especially with the fact that Devastating Flanker procs on units that are running away from them, because they're technically getting rear charges. It's super obnoxious. But anyways, that's getting a little away from our point. Some of the other, like, decently high-level factions. Tomb Kings don't really have true anti-large. Sepulchral Stalkers, like, technically have anti-large melee, but it's not really what they're for. Use them for the ranged attacks. Chaos Dwarves, they've got Bull Centaur renders. The anti-large AP with some mobility, super important unit archetype. I know not every faction needs to have them, but I feel like Cathay, I mean, they would come up with something, right? Like, they're of pretty, they're a pretty unknown quantity in terms of lore. You can kind of just make up whatever you want, right? Like, I know you need Games Workshop's go ahead for doing stuff like that, but be bold and, like, come up with some cool ideas. You know, this faction has one of the coolest, like, advantages in terms of, like, inventing aesthetics out of any faction in the game. You get to write your own rules. Like, East Asian cultures are all fairly unique and have just some really interesting, like, architecture and stylization. It's pretty awesome. CA should do something about it. Sentis have 130 charge speed. I guess that... I mean, okay, that's true. That's fair. But the thing is that you can always bring in some buffering that can at least, like, occupy the Centaurs, and then the Centaurs have to disengage. Seekers don't necessarily have to disengage if something shows up in the fight, because Seekers have such good stats. Like, Centaurs don't want to grind, so if you just withstand their initial charge and then bring in something to replace it and do a little bit of damage in melee combat, the Centaurs have to run away. You know, there's more of a push and pull between Beastmen than between Slaanesh. JL, yeah, okay. Sorry, I just saw your message. Where are you, bro? Who are you in-game? And I'll do you. Let me know if you're still here. Nakai is annoying. The reason Nakai is just hanging around on 300 HP is because your opponent was just popping Rev Crystals on him endlessly. And Nakai having Perfect Vigor means he never breaks. Okay, Wreck? Hell yeah, dude. You have been proving that even though Cathay may not be the greatest faction, they are still something you have to respect. Do I have any more of your replays? I think I might have gotten through all the ones that you sent me, dude. Oh, here we go. Cathay into Dowie. Alright. Celestial crossbows. Hell yes, dude. These units are pretty incredible. They have some serious damage output. They're like they're a longer range shade unit, basically. And they actually have some armor, so they don't just get annihilated by any kind of counterfire. I think they have more HP as well. Against the dwarves, I can see the Dowie having some pretty reasonable answers for them, with just their own quarrelers and rangers focus firing enough, but 95 armor is going to put a damper on a lot of the counter shooting, and these guys do have a 108, like the ROR has 180 meter range. The Celestial Dragon crossbows have 160, so it's not like the Rangers get any free volleys off before the actual, like, true range duel begins, you know? Usually the reason Rangers are able to win long-range duels with other crossbow units is because they've got a shield, most other crossbows don't, and, you know, 160 with the weapon strength they have on the missile is good enough, and they're cheap enough that you can just, like, spam them out in bigger numbers, but against 3 crossbows for Cathay here, they might run into some serious problems.
Keep it from the foe.
What's their HP total? 6,700 is pretty juicy for a missile unit. Nagao Grenade's gonna be... How useful are they gonna be against the dwarves? Like, debuffing Dowie melee units isn't gonna be that useful. Jade Warriors, even if they are hitting a little more often because of the melee defense debuff, they still don't have very good weapon strength. I'm kind of curious what Rek's plan is here. Like, I see the idea behind the Celestial Dragon crossbows. I like the Searing Dooms from the Alchemist. Oh, and there's a Lord Magistrate with, you know, like the cheapest possible kit, basically. Reload skill, and melee defense is nice. Inspired Marksmanship he can imbue on stuff. And Inspired Defense is another decent little tool. Brutal damage on the Empress Crowman. I don't think that, you gotta respect the Dowie's invisible stuff. Always make sure that you're, like, counting what you can see on the field before you're, like, throwing squishy units like this forward. I feel like this is a pretty avoidable situation where the Empress Crowmen are just getting absolutely dunked on right now by all the Dwarven range tools. You can probably just keep them back for a little bit. Maybe use them to, like, run forward, and then the second you see the Rangers just peel out, and then make sure that you're, like, pulling some units over if you want to press this third objective. You don't really need to. It's kind of interesting watching two factions that don't want to play 3 objectives fight against one another, because it oftentimes just turns into, like, one massive brawl on a middle objective somewhere, depending on which side each player starts out on. It's kind of interesting that their formations are mirroring one another. Like, the Dowie are all, like, mostly posted up around the number 3. Cathay has a lot on the number 1. They both have, like, a core that's, like, trying to get ready for the main brawl here. Cathay has the advantage of taking the objective first here, but Kitty does have the value lead just by virtue of annihilating the Crowmen early. This is rough, dude. Cathay, like I said, already has a hard enough time in melee combat. And losing 2 of their damage-dealing units in the early going here is definitely going to make it a little difficult to get rid of all these Rangers. You know, it's going to be up to the crossbows here to do the heavy lifting, I think. What kind of value do they have right now? They haven't really been shooting all that much, have they? Oh, because they're shooting at the Dwarf Warriors right now. Alright, Cathay is really overpressing. Like, Dowie are hard to take down on an individual basis, unless you have good AP values, and Cathay doesn't have that, so I think you need to play a little more conservatively next time. You've got 2 points. You do not need to press for the 3rd, and you don't need to be going for super wide flanks like this. Like, the Peasant Horsemen are probably going to be able to shut this cannon down, but if you're trading both Peasant Horsemen for 1 cannon, that's pretty equal cost. Like, that's not as good of a value trade as you would think. This is why I typically advise against diving cannons, period. Especially if your opponent only has 1. Like, it's really not that big of a threat. Like, it may, like, double or even triple its value. But it's still, you know, a piece that your opponent has to defend. Constantly fretting about it. They have to swap targets a lot on it. It requires a lot of micro, and it doesn't provide any cap weight. It's like negative inertia up onto objectives. Yeah, and the Peasant Horsemen just get absolutely annihilated by the Grim Delvers and the Miners who come up and just blast and charge them off. And this Cannon crew is still alive. Like, you lost 400 value, your opponent's going to be able to recrew this and immediately start chipping away at you again. And the Dragon Bows here are getting dunked on right now. Another cannon out on the field. Oh my god, how have I not noticed this one? It's got 102 kills. It's firing right down the flank of the Celestial Dragon crossbows right now. Brutalizing them currently, man. Taking a bunch of models off these guys. Grace of Kuai Yin's pretty beat up. This crossbow unit is locked down by the two Thanes. Kitty's attack has been pretty well managed. The Dowie obviously don't have their second point, but at the very least the tickets are still reasonably close. It's not that big of an issue yet. Dowie have a huge value lead. Can they get up on the points in time? That's the big question. Miners with blasting charges. Up through the woods. Bye-bye Peasant Long Spears. Celestial Dragon Guard still getting chipped down. Just some Jade Warriors are really the only units in here holding for Cathay currently. Got Longbeard Great Weapons up here. Grim Delvers moving in, looking to kill the Lord Magistrate, who's in their line of sights right now. He is going to pull out, takes a little bit of damage, nothing too severe. The Thanes, now that they've cleaned up this Dragon Crossbow unit, there's 36 models left on these guys. What do the Dowie have on standby? Can they get anything on those guys for the Thanes to go kill the characters? Not really. Alright, the Thanes should just focus on killing the crossbows, and then, once they've done that, they should just go and kill the Alchemist and the Magistrate. Because these guys are very lightly armored. Thanes will just absolutely stomp them. It's not even going to be a close fight. Crossbows still trying to poke, but just no value on them. Ouch. Oh, man. Definitely not looking great. On another Peasant Horseman dies out here to the Dowie Cannons. This is actually really sneaky, dude. A lot of the time I see Dowie players keep their cannons really close together, but I actually really like the wide summons here. What this does is no matter which direction your enemy's formation is facing, there's always going to be a cannon that's firing onto the flanks of their units, where the cannons are going to be able to just like cleave through more models than they otherwise would be. Like when they're shooting a unit head on, they kill like 4 models. Not that big of a deal. It sucks. You don't want it to happen, but it's survivable damage. When they're firing onto the flank of a unit, though, and they're actually cleaving through the side, they're killing like 10, 15 models with each shot that lands flush, and that becomes a much more urgent issue. You cannot ignore it at that point. You actually have to be able to kill the cannons at that stage. So I really like that choice there from the Dowie. Wreck does kill one of the cannons here. They do lose the middle point, though, and yeah, there's the there's the Lord Magistrate actually getting killed by the Brotherhood of Grimnir. Look at these guys. Their little chain axes. Going absolutely crazy right now. And this guy, he's going to be able to trot out of here. What kind of run animation is this? You gotta have a little more urgency than that, dude. You're being taken apart piece by piece. You know, I'd be a little bit more panicked than he is right now. He's walking away like he's swashbuckling a pirate captain or something. Nanocrow grenades throw one last volley before they immediately shatter, and then that's going to be it for them.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Kind of sucks that they shattered too, because look how long they've got to go to get off the battlefield. They've got a long retreat path. They're not going back into the reinforcement pool anytime soon. Peasant Horsemen being thrown out. Jade Warriors still holding. Actually pleasantly surprised by the Jade Warriors this game. They've honestly not done terribly. Thought they would do a little worse against the Dwarf Warriors, but you know, I mean, I guess Dowie Warriors with their 22 melee attack, I mean, it's not like they're going to be hitting very often either. So the Warriors are just staying the pace right now. Searing Dooms have also been pretty effective. They've definitely gotten some pretty respectable value. I'm gonna be careful with this, though. Aerial units can be hit by Searing Doom. Like, the missiles themselves come from high enough, and they don't pass through flying units, right? I mean, they're a physical entity, you know. They have a temporal body. And Searing Doom will kill individual models like this, as you can see. Took a few of the Empress Crowmen out. It's not like it's that big of a deal, but definitely want to avoid taking unnecessary damage on your own units if possible. Peasant Archers shut down by, you know, like 52 miners with less than 20% of their HP left. Very unfortunate. Usually that's what you want to be doing against the dwarves. Having the Dowie do it to you in return is gruesome. And the Brotherhood of Grimnir just ripped this Jade Warrior to pieces. They didn't take any damage, hardly. I mean, they've lost 600 HP. They killed the Lord, and now they've killed Jade Warrior. They could get through, like, 2 more, and they get a really solid uptrade. Slayers are running around out here. Dowie getting the triple cap, and it's going to be, excuse me, pretty quick wind down from here, I think. Oh, Crane Gunner's coming up. They get a nice volley off on the Longbeards. Dragonback Slayers moving over, looking to get after the Peasant Horsemen. They're probably never going to catch them. Yeah, the Peasant Horsemen are getting away a little too quickly. This is why Slayers can be a little lackluster in domination mode sometimes. It's very easy for you to just run away from them. The Dragonback Slayers at least slow the targets that they hit, but it's still a little difficult sometimes for them to be usable, I would say. In my opinion, the Dowie are better off with more shooting than a bunch of Slayers. Because the nice thing about Thunderers and Iron Drake Trollhammers is that they don't really even have to go that far to be able to start value trading. Like, Slayers need to be positioned, like, right behind their missile units so that they can get proper engages. And they're fairly easily countered by flyers like this. Like, Onyx Crowman will do a lot of damage to a Slayer unit. In a one-on-one against the Dragonback Slayers, they'd probably lose because these guys actually have pretty crazy melee attack and melee defense. Against a standard Slayer, the Onyx Crowman will do a little better. Iron Drakes getting attacked by Peasant Horsemen. We'll just fast forward through it again. I was thinking maybe Cathay could do a little bit of value trading, but they are just so overwhelmed. I mean, they got nothing left on the field, hardly. Look at this, dude. Slayers get on the Crane Gunners and just pull them to pieces. Bye-bye.
Glorious.
It's kind of funny that they run away. You would figure that these guys wouldn't be so well disciplined that this is how they would route as well. You know, like, I understand them advancing in close order like this, but, you know, you would think maybe that them running away, the gunner and the shield bearer would probably be dropping those very ungainly weapons as they're running out of here. But, you know, that'd be a little hard to animate, and it wouldn't really make a lot of sense if they, like, rallied and they didn't have their guns anymore, but, you know. I would be dropping that shit immediately. If I were in a battlefield like this and we were getting our asses handed to us, you better believe I wouldn't be carrying that heavy equipment around anymore. Iron Drakes do get killed by the Peasant Horsemen and the Crowmen, which is kind of nice, but again, Cathay is just forced to value trade out a lot of these missiles pretty evenly. With the Dowie just out-muscling Cathay on the points.
I knew it.
Just not good enough. No way back into this game in any real way, so a necessary tap out from Wreck. I would probably just bring Crane Gunners. Crane Gunners have Shield Breaker. They've got pretty good range. Cannons can definitely farm them up. That's going to be a little hard to deal with. It's not like the crossbows did that much better against the cannons, though, right? I think you just need to bring Crane Gunners. I mean, they've got Shield Breaker, they're longer range. I presume they hit about as hard. I think they have piercing ammo. So they'd be hitting multiple Dowie in whatever formation you're shooting at. I mean, they're a Warplock Giselle, basically, right? And I've already mentioned earlier how effective those are against the dwarves. Be a little bit more self-preserving with the Onyx Chroman. The early engagements for Cathay just got so out of hand early. The Dowie were able to just take full advantage and just completely push Cathay off the field. Dowie are a faction where you have to play an attritional game against them. The Dowie turn every fight into a World War I battlefield, essentially. You are probably never going to table them. It's very difficult. If you're trading out versus the Dowie, you need to be trading just a little bit better than them every single fight if you're going to beat them. Because if you push the Dowie back, they will never get back on the points. If they push you back, you are 100% dead. Because they are impossible to beat if they have a value lead on you and 2 objectives. Because they will just endlessly reinforce those points with miners, with dwarf warriors, more missiles, and you will never touch it again. Yeah, that makes sense, Tom. Just Crane Gunners. Dowie skew matchups a lot of the time just because there's more effective answers against... There's more effective answers against Dowie that are just required that you don't get a lot of opportunities to play around with stuff sometimes. It's a little bit like fighting vampire counts where there's units that are just purpose-built for playing into those matchups that you can't afford to not bring. And I do think Crane Gunners are probably just one of those units into the dwarves. The crossbows were really cool. I like the idea. Watching them in action, they were a huge disappointment, unfortunately. Where's the Cathay versus Nurgle game? Give me a sec. That's Toon Kings. I may have already casted it, Rick. Either that, or I just don't have it. So I'm not seeing it here. Unless I'm just crossing, I'm completely missing it somehow. But I don't think I did get that replay. If you can send it to me, I'll stream it. But I've gone through the Discord to check through and see if I got everything, and I'm 99% certain I've downloaded all of them. I thought the cannons were a choice as well, Tom, but Kitty obviously knew the positioning for them to actually, like, hammer people. Yeah, thank you. Please send it to me. That's always the best way to ensure that I get something. I do my best to make sure I download everything from the Discord, but after you get, like, when you get 60, 70 replays, like, crammed up in there, sometimes you are just, like, clicking through them all, and you just pass over one. And I hate to leave anybody out of the loop on the replays, because the whole point is to, like, inform people and to just, like, show off the cool builds, and just see what we can all learn together, Siege from the first game is here. Hell yeah. Good to have you here, Mad Tree. It's your first tournament. Yeah, the Lizardmen Bastillodons actually are fairly unique. They've got the Solar Engine, and they've got the Rev Crystal, and they can bring a basic melee variant, and the Arc of Sotek. So it's a pretty interesting monster. There's not a lot of units that are like the same entity, but with like different niches. And all of the Bastiladon variants are good. This Ark of Sotek is arguably the worst. Solar Engines and Rev Crystals, though, are amazing for the Lizardmen. Alright, thank you, dude. We'll do this one. And we'll get into the others. Dude. Oh, you're playing blue. Blue's a really good Nurgle player. Oh, we got a Terracotta? Hell yes, dude. I actually like it for fighting Nurgle. These things are fairly slow with 48 speed, but it's quick enough to catch a lot of the bigger Nurgle monsters. Or, you know, like a Lord like Kugath, or the Exalted Great Unclean One's not going to be able to run away from this thing. And it's actually going to be fairly effective against, like, the Noxbringer as well. You can just use it to post up on a point and force your opponent into it, and it'll clear through a lot of stuff.
Fellow soldiers of Cathay, I do not intend to have words take the place of my weapons. I shall inspire you with my martial prowess. So let us begin.
This guy's got good speeches, too. It's actually getting me a little hyped up. So he's going to be the Celestial General, by the way. The one with the abilities I was talking about earlier. We'll see if Rek is able to get some good uses out of him. Celestial Sweep is gross, dude. I mean, it can take like half the HP off of an infantry unit if they blob up enough on them. It's got a fairly small swing radius, but, you know, it kills models like nobody's business. It's really good against cavalry, too. Alchemist with him, Final Transmutation, Searing Doom, very good spells. Final Transmutation against Nurgle is amazing, because boy oh boy does Nurgle love their single entity blobs, or just big expensive stuff. So being able to cast that, overcasting it on their hero squads can very quickly break them down. Bandits of the Silver Road get some good shots on the Nurgle throwing axes here. Pesty's getting very aggressive, just rushing right up into the Cathay battle lines. And the Nangao grenades, as well as the archers here, putting some decent damage down. Oh, God, what is going on here? Nangao grenades, man. I don't know why Nangao grenades are so bad. I feel like there's some kind of bug going on with them. They just never seem to really be doing all that much damage. They're chipping away here. I feel like they've done as much damage to the Jade Warriors as they have to the Pestigors, though. Maybe it's the missile resist on the Pestigors, but god, dude, that sucks. Unfortunate. Peasant Longspear move in, that's really good control. Despite the poor value trade here, at least you've got the Peasant Longspears, and they come in and replace the gap very quickly. It's really smart. Peasant Horsemen charging down Marauders. Really unfortunate fight for the Celestial General, though. Definitely doesn't want to be scrapping against the Exalted Heroes. These guys are just going to absolutely pummel him if he sticks around. Really nice Stream of Corruption. Chaos Sorcerer Lord, showing his stuff. One of the best wind spells in the game. I guess it's technically not a wind spell, it's a, what, breath spell? Yeah. Regardless, all AP damage. It'd be really nice to get some over here. I mean, there's a lot of Cathay units lined up into this perfect spaghetti formation. I mean, look at them. Just one long noodle. One overcasted stream of corruption here would probably take about a third of the HP off the Peasant Longspears, and it would probably kill the Jade Warrior unit. They're already pretty beat up. Peasant Archers poking away. Good value for Cathay. They have broken down quite a bit of the infantry that was pushing onto the #1 here. Oh my god, a beautiful Final Transmutation over here. Hitting pretty much all of the Nurgle units here. I mean, it hits all three characters. It hits the Pestigors and the Marauders, which isn't nearly as important. I mean, it's not going to do a ton of damage to them. but definitely racking up some good value. But a really good fleshy abundance in response. Basically countering all the damage from that one spell cast. But a Searing Doom going to come down. That's going to kill a lot of the infantry here. They do pull out just in time. They avoid the worst of the damage. The Terracotta Sentinel Chilling doesn't have any value right now. That sucks. Poor guy. Having a hard time finding a fight that's worth taking. Despite the struggles with the single entity fight and the number 2 objective, Nurgle really overextended themselves back here. They made the classic rookie error of engaging the melee units first. There's nothing forcing you to just like charge up into the Jade Warriors. They're pretty slow. I believe they have 28 speed. 28 speed at base. It's horrible. Pestigors at 42 foot speed. Use the Pestigors to flank. Use the Marauders and the Nurglings to occupy on the front line. And try and get on top of all these missile units. When you're just engaged in melee like this, you're gonna get shot to pieces by Cathay. It's the only way Cathay is gonna beat you is if they shoot you off the field. Don't give them the chance. Be a little bit more careful with how you attack their formation. And remember that you don't have to cap all 3 points. You don't have to table your opponent. You can afford to trade at range versus Cathay a little bit. And Nurgle has, like, Nurgle has the Noxbringer. I'm a little surprised to not see it here. It'd actually be fairly effective in this matchup. I mean, you could destroy the ammo at the very least on the Nagao grenades. But against these tightly packed infantry formations, like the scatter shots from the Noxbringer, the fact that it also has vortex damage on it would be pretty unlikely to not get pretty decent value just from the shooting. And then it's a terror-causing monster in the late game. I just don't see the Exalted Heroes being nearly as good. You bring the Exalted Heroes of Nurgle if you think your opponent is going for Monster Mash or they're bringing their own single-entity Goon Squad. Because they're a really good counter to that. Against, like, mass infantry, they can't kill all of this. They simply don't have the time. I mean, theoretically, they probably could clear all this infantry, because there's just not a lot of damage to hit back against them, but it would take, unironically, probably 30 minutes to get rid of all this infantry with them. They're going after the Celestial General. They may be able to kill him here. Terracotta Sentinel gets over, though. Beautiful shot in against the Chaos Sorcerer Lord. Big damage. I mean, 536 weapon strength is no joke. Oh, and he's got the melee defense buff on him. It's nice. It's also helping mitigate some of the damage from throwing axes, and that's a beautiful Searing Doom. That's probably going to push these guys back. You can see how much HP it takes out of them. Marauder Horsemen have terrible leadership, and they do get frightened. They're not immune to psychology, the Nurgle variant. The Khorne variant has Frenzy, so they're temporarily immune to psychology. Them getting hammered like that, I don't know if they're going to rally. It looks like they might rally. They're pretty inoperable, though. Same with the other one over here. I need to talk about a really quick, like, build philosophy right now. I do like Marauder Horsemen against Cathay. I would hesitate to bring them in early, though. The utility of throwing axes is usually tied up in their value against single entities and heavy cavalry. It'd be better if they were over here, like, hammering these Jade Lancers with throwing axes. They do not need to be up in the grill of all these ranged units. They are going to get shot to pieces. They're pretty flimsy. They've only got 15 armor. They've got really poor leadership. The Nurgle variant does have a shield, which is nice. Only 30% on 15 armor. Enough firepower is easily going to push them back. There's magic that you got to worry about from Cathay, and they get a little extra HP from the Mark, but only gets them up to 5,900. Personally, I think that the Horsemen are better being summoned in as a response unit. Just bring some more infantry, and maybe instead bring, like you brought, I think, 3 Horsemen, bring 3 Furies, and if you're gonna rush Cathay, then you've got the early dive with the Furies to get up into the backline, and Furies will, they'll take a Peasant Archer down in about 20 seconds. Probably even quicker. Nurgle Furies do a lot of damage. And they're a little more resilient in prolonged fights as well, so if they get stuck on the ground, at the very least, they get more melee defense, and they have poison. So they'll be able to keep your opponent at bay a little longer, while you then try and finish off the melee infantry and push all the way through. And another thing, like, you're using a lot of the streams of corruption I've been seeing, it was like on 1 or 2 units out here. You missed a lot of good opportunities for them elsewhere. And then you had to use Fleshy Abundance, which, as good of a spell as it is, it costs an arm and a leg. 28 Winds of Magic. You only get about 100 in a game. Using a 4th to heal up these 2 characters who, sure, theoretically, they're an amazing unit. On paper, they're very good against the Terracotta Sentinel. Killing the Terracotta Sentinel is really not the important part of the game right now. It's not your main worry. Getting rid of all of these ranged units really is. And the Exalted Heroes don't do anything to help you with that. It's a little too much for, like, one particular, like, type of unit. Like, the Exalted Heroes are also pretty good against heavy cavalry. They could have been running around beating up on Jade Lancers. They've been taking pretty mediocre engagements, honestly. They'll kill this Terracotta Sentinel, but it's not that big of a deal that the Terracotta Sentinel is being lost right now, because it's occupying a lot of Nurgle's value right now. Like, a bunch of heroes are fighting it. You got these Chaos Warhounds on top of it as well. A really nice Searing Doom is going to kill the Warhounds. All of the Cathay shooting. Beat up, sure. Still fairly effective. They've got quite a few models left on most of these guys. And again, for ranged units and chariots and shot cavalry, having models is the most important part of the equation. The more models you have, the more damage you're putting out quickly. And they're going to shoot Nurgle off the field now. Nurgle has nothing left, basically. There's throwing axes being chased off by Onyx Crowman. Way off in the back line. Fury's coming in. You see, this Fury came out earlier and actually paid for itself. Imagine if you had had 3 early to facilitate that dive. Just to harp on it again, I think that would have been way better than the throwing axes. Because Marauder Horsemen of Khorne at least are good against infantry. Like, a Marauder Horseman of Khorne can get up in the back line and kill a Peasant Archer the same as a Fury can. Nurgle Horsemen cannot do that. They are honestly pretty terrible in melee combat. Wish there was one out here I could click on to give you a reference point. But they've got 17 melee attack, and they've got pretty low weapon strength. Khorne Horsemen have a bonus versus infantry. They've got 40 weapon strength. They've got Frenzy, which gets them up to 32 melee attack. And they have a charge bonus of 40. So they hit like a truck when they get on lightly armored stuff like Peasant Archers. Nurgle has to use their Furies to dive back lines, like what we were seeing Blue try to attempt here. Cathay really technically isn't up all that much. I mean, I would imagine that the healing from that Fleshy Abundance probably has equaled out the genuine value that Cathay has been trading. But the thing is that they've killed all of the infantry, basically, and the remaining value for Nurgle is all tied up in units that are just not going to be able to kill all this infantry. Like, you can see them beating up on it a little bit, and a lot of the tattered Cathay units are starting to run away. But Empress Crowman coming up are going to clean up the Furies. This other Onyx Crowman's moving out. There are Jade Lancers in the field. I would just get more Jade Lancers if I were Cathay right now. Because you just need quick units that are going to be able to clean up all of the garbage that Nurgle's going to be throwing up. Because they just don't have supplies to summon out anything of quality, and with how bad the value trading is and the battlefield situation is looking, you don't really have any other options as Nurgle than to just summon out whatever you can put out on the field as quickly as possible. There's also been a lot of Warhounds. Again, Warhounds suck. They just don't do anything to cavalry. They can't beat Crowmen. They don't even countercharge them all that well. I guess they could get in on the Peasant Archers and the Grenades, but I think you're better off with literally anything else, quite frankly. You get rid of all the Hounds and just bring more Nurglings, and I think you would get more value out of the Nurglings. Frolickers Bubonic go down. They got a little bit of value, but just dying over here ignominiously. Chaos Sorcerer Lord also getting shot to pieces. Grace of Kuai-Yin over here, helping finish him off. Yeah, Nurgle, man. They're trying to get the home objective back, but they did lose their Lord over here. Celestial General comes back out to stiffen up the resolve of the Cathay units.
I knew it.
Hell yes,
Unending
dude.
glory is yours.
You love to see Cathay get a win. This guy, he's like, oh, I don't feel so good. I'm gonna throw up, guys. Give me a minute. Nurgle removed all of the blessings, and he's clearly feeling the effects of whatever disgusting pestilential diseases he's got. Those nasty ass legs, dude. Ugh. See his veins popping out too. It's actually a pretty cool detail. At least I think that's what it's supposed to be. Man, the aesthetics in this game are pretty unmatched. I gotta say. Exalted Heroes just chilling here. He's just like, I don't even know what to say, man. He's a little stunned. He wasn't expecting that one. Nurgle gets the Cathay Razzle Dazzle, and they end up going down. Rek did a pretty good job with Cathay this tournament. I'm very impressed. Getting wins with them is not easy. Yeah, the Hearts and Minds approach with the cool single entities is always the way to go. I actually really think the Terracotta Sentinels are actually kind of good. I mean, they're basically a giant, but faster. Giants have 38 speed and can't get anywhere in time to get fights. This thing at least has 10 more speed. Got 1,300 value. It only costs 1,600. Like, sure, Cathay is probably a little better off with just, like, more shooting. But I can see some applications for it against, like, Nurgle and some of these other matchups where big SEs are a big part of the build strategy. I think you could even bring one against Bretonnia, potentially. Because Bretonnia doesn't have a way to kill it at range. They would have to use something like Hippogriff Knights, or, I mean, the Green Knight would actually get beaten up pretty badly by it, I think. That'd be I would love to see you play Bretonnia, Rek. Please bring a Terracotta Sentinel against Bretonnia and tell me how it goes. Because I feel like on paper that is actually a pretty good matchup for this thing. He's got 100 armor, respectable leadership, causes terror. Actually gets the benefits of harmony. I don't know how you never see him. I guess that's why I never thought about it, but that's pretty cool. Has the Green Guardian in comparison. It's not that much better. And it's redirecting aura is terrible. It is not worth an extra 400 gold, dude. It's got more missile resistance, I guess. I still don't think it's worth it. Anyways, onwards and upwards. Just watch this one. You see this already? I don't think so. Alright. We'll get into Spears versus Pickle Barrel. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, though. So, give me a sec, guys. BRB. Terracotta, cool. Scarbrand would smash. I actually think the Terracotta would beat Scarbrand. Depending on if Scarbrand had the weapon strength buffs, active or not. It's got more HP than Scarbrand. I think it could theoretically beat him. I think it would need some luck, but it would not be a good trade for... Scarbrand is literally double the cost, a 1,600 gold unit. With 65 melee attacks, actually going to put a bully beatdown on him, unfortunately. It would probably value trade pretty well into him. And I think you might be onto something, Tom. The throwing axes, I think, for Chaos, I think they might actually be... It's 55 meters. You can probably get this thing close enough to throwing axes to where they would hit themselves at some point. Sure, maybe. That's probably the only time the Green Guardian would be able to get that ability off, though. It's not my fault, Killen. Don't blame me. CA is the one who made Scarbrand mediocre. Scarbrand's a campaign character. He's okay in multiplayer. He's got a couple matchups where he's good, but generally speaking, he's just way too expensive. You have to have godly micro to make him work. He's good against lizardmen, vampire counts, and who else? I know I'm forgetting one. He can work against Tomb Kings. That one's a little risky though because they have good shooting. It'll come to me eventually. Send it to me, Piston. I think I did do a game where you played the Lizardmen. I think I did one I think I did it on Saturday, even. Because I remember casting at least 2 of your games. Let me know, though. It'd be fun to see it happen. Maybe sometime I'll do, like, a video series of just, like, Total Warhammer Fight Arena or something. Just have, like, all the big single entities duke it out against one another. We can have, like, a bracket and everything. That might be fun to do. I'll start brainstorming some ideas for it. I agree with the Hound analysis in theory, Tom, but just the poor leadership means that it doesn't take much to get rid of them. If Hounds had 45 leadership instead of 38, then I think they would be okay. The leadership is so bad that them getting up into the back line, if they get rear charged by a summon coming out, they'll just run away immediately. More Forsaken, Pesties are fine. Nurgle Forsaken are really strong. Forsaken are actually kind of bad against stuff like Jade Warriors, though. Jade Warriors are pretty durable against them. They've got respectable enough melee defense and good enough armor that they mostly ignore the damage Forsaken put out. I do like the Pesties. The Pesties just need to be used a little bit differently, and then Blue would have probably been fine. Anyways, we've talked about that game plenty. Let's get up into the Wood Elves versus Tomb Kings matchup here. Oh, wait. No, we didn't see this. We saw another one. There was a different Wood Elves Tomb Kings game. I would imagine that the Wood Elves, they're probably going to be just fine here. Wood Elves are very strong against the Tomb Kings, generally speaking. The fact that they have the ability to net down the expensive Tomb Kings lords and units is pretty horrible for the Tomb Kings, because the Wood Elves' shooting is so powerful. They just hard punish units like Cetra on the Sphinx, man, and I think he might be on it. He could be on horseback, though. He's actually on horseback. Hell yeah. Cetra on horseback is pretty strong as a duelist. He's got good melee attack. Melee defense is excellent at 55. Good choice on the spells, Usirians, and Jaffs. Yeah, I mean, not bringing Neru's Incantation is probably the right call, because the Wood Elves just have so much magic damage. Like, what's the point, dude? It's gonna be good against, like, a handful of units. It's not like your Horsemen are gonna be able to, like, trade into a Wild Rider, even if they have the 40% Fizz Res. So just using Usirians and Jaffs, I think, is the better call. Really, really nice Tomb Kings build here. You know, Tomb Kings are a little one-note as well, in terms of what they bring to the table. Honestly, in a lot of ways, Tomb Kings are honestly not too dissimilar to Grand Cathay. They are a little different, obviously. But, we're talking about, like, a faction with, like, bad infantry, for the most part. They got, like, a couple of decent options, I guess. But they're not really, like, aggressive melee infantry. They're more defensively oriented. They skew pretty heavily into ranged. I would say that Tomb Kings have better lords, though. They also have a lot of, like, mediocre cavalry that they're pretty reliant on. Don't want to be throwing your Skeleton Horsemen away right now. Carrion need to stay back. The Ushabti also need to stay back. Just get these Skeleton Warriors and the Tomb Guard. Probably want to, like, rotate this way with your infantry. Just leave the Tomb Guard in the back of the point here and see if you can pull the Wood Elves in. God, dude, this is so rough. Oh, no. The Skeleton Horsemen just getting absolutely obliterated. Bye-bye. Poor Bone Boys. They're only 400 gold, sure, but you do kind of need those Horsemen, because the Horsemen are your only uptrade piece in this matchup for the most part. Your Lord is under a lot of risk against the Wood Elves. Very hard to utilize them aggressively in the early game when there's so many missiles and, like, Prey of Anothrema and Heir of Kurnus available. Ushabti are a little risky because there's, like, Eternal Guard that your opponent can throw up. They've also got, like, Azrai Spears, who I think are actually a pretty decent unit. Probably don't want to bring a bunch of Azrai Spears in this matchup. They're better in others. Empire, I think, is a pretty good matchup for them. That's neither here nor there, though. For the purpose of this game, the Ushabti will be really good against the Dryads at the very least. So, it is nice to see them. But I think it looks like they're going to be pushing up into the backline, trying to shut down the Glade Guard, who are doing some pretty hellacious damage to the Chosen of the Gods. And this is a very expensive unit. Losing them like this is definitely not good for the Tomb Kings. I've been on the receiving end of this matchup. Tom actually just, like, dumpstered me with the Wood Elves when I was playing Tomb Kings one time. So I've definitely seen the absolute worst of it. I think he tabled me in that game. And Spears is kind of running over the Tomb Kings right now. Dryads are going to easily beat all the Skeleton Spearmen. You do have a Skeleton Horseman attacking this Starfire Shaft back here. You get the infantry to, like, run through the spears, though, and buffer off that way. And these Glade Guard, they really shouldn't be running away from the Horsemen, because they can't escape, right? What happens when you're running away from Horsemen is the Horsemen just get free damage on you. Like I said, it's one of the reasons why Slaanesh is so hellishly hard to beat, because their mobility just chases you forever, and you literally can't escape from them. It's kind of hard to stand and fight against them, too, because they're crazy stats, but Skeleton Horsemen aren't nearly as dangerous as a Seeker or a Hellstrider, so just hold as best you can and have your other units, like, get in there and actually try to kill the Skeleton Horsemen, because if you can kill the Skeleton Horsemen as the Wood Elves, you can counter-push pretty easily against the Bony Boys here. They just don't really have a way to clear your infantry, right? I mean, War Dancers, Dryads, Eternal Guard, all a little bit too strong for the Tomb King's infantry. As long as you can kill their constructs, you're pretty set. There's not a lot the Tomb Kings can do to threaten you at that point. Spellsinger has been dropping some Earthbloods, and I think I've also seen one Awakening of the Wood, which is pretty nice. Starfire Shaft gets the Ushabti summon on top of it. We'll probably take them out. I would probably get these War Dancers out of here because, you know, the Ushabti summon lasts for a pretty decent length of time. 87 seconds. And they do pretty serious damage in a pretty short amount of time. Just getting them away to try and keep them from getting pummeled as well is probably the best idea. There's no point in trying to save these dudes. They're pretty much done. The Eternal Guard do get up on the Eyes of the Desert, but we do get a pretty rough engagement for the Wild Riders. They don't have great AP values, and they just run right into the Eyes of the Desert and then get shot to pieces by the Chosen of the Gods, who are much more secure now. They've almost paid for themselves. They're doing pretty well. You gotta be careful when you summon out your horsemen. You know, they're pretty quick. They come out of the Vanguard. You don't want to leave them to just like run up into a spear unit like this. Make sure that when you get your summons out that what you're doing... Here's something that you can do when you get summons out on the field. Summon them out. Where do they need to go? Right now, I would say they actually want to come over here. What you can do is summon them out of the spawn, shift-click here, and then shift-click here, and then shift-click one last time, so that they're, like, charging stuff down. Maybe they don't want to charge there, because those are spears. Probably going into these Dryads would be the best bet. Don't forget to queue up orders. It's actually really useful, because I've mentioned it previously. You've got a lot to juggle here. Not a lot of RTS games have, like, more than 10 units out on the field at any one time. Like, if you compare this to Company of Heroes, usually you've got, like, 8 or 9 units at any one time at Company of Heroes. Trying to juggle more than 20 at a time in some instances gets a little out of hand. The easier you can make it on yourself, to minimize the amount of micro you're doing at any one time, the more attention you'll be paying to, like, the macro level of the game, which is where the really good decision making comes in and where you can get really, really good value trades just by virtue of outpositioning your opponent, right? You've got Skeleton Horsemen charging this Glade Lord. Functionally kind of useless. I mean, if you can get Cetra over here, that's nice, but there are Eternal Guard that can still peel pretty quickly. Eyes of the Desert did get free, so maybe the goal here is to try and... Yeah, okay. Alright, Pickle. Let's see it, Pickle. What the hell are these guys doing? What's going on here? Oh, they're trying to shoot the Wild Riders. Ouch. Skeleton Horsemen getting killed by Wild Riders. Ushabti grinding away. Maybe just melee Shopti Rush is the way to go. They've traded pretty well. I think the melee Shopti might be the way to go. And you just, like, bum rush the Wood Elves. I don't know, man. Wood Elves just have such nice long-range missiles. I mean, they almost are able to close the gap on the Chosen of the Gods. Something like a Waywatcher has 190 range. These guys have 255. A Waywatcher in stalk, getting within 190 meters is pretty easy. And they can easily kill the Chosen of the Gods with a couple of volleys, so... I think maybe missile play against the Wood Elves is not a good idea. I do think Sepulchral Stalkers are a decent option. Again, just because they have stalks, so they can go invisible and avoid the watchful eyes of the Wood Elves, while your chaff just, like, take up space and push the field. But you really need to make sure that you've got the mobile edge as the Tomb Kings. If you lose the mobility advantage against the Wood Elves, they already beat you in the ranged and infantry department. You can't lose every single element of the game and expect to win. You gotta have an edge somewhere, man. I mean, I think the Tomb King's best chance is just by spamming out mobile options and trying to make sure all the missiles die, and then you can, like, isolate the Wild Riders one at a time. If you can't do that, then I just don't see any other way of winning, truthfully. We can maybe go to the drawing board and see about it. The biggest problem is the Tomb Kings just don't have a way to clear out all of the chaff. Like, the Wood Elf's biggest weakness is wind spells, like Burning Head, and stuff like that. Maybe Kotep with the Bound Sandstorms is a good option here. Maybe even just the regular Sandstorm would be okay. Nah, I think you want Kotep if you're going to do that. Maybe Cetra's not the right call. I know Kotep is squishy. God, he'd be so hard to defend from Dragon, though. Ooh. And the Dragons are pretty effective against Cetra as well on his War Sphinx. This might just be one of those matchups where you're just totally outclassed. You know, with 24 factions in a game, as well balanced as it is, there's gonna be times that your faction is just not gonna be able to, like, feasibly win on a regular basis against another. I think the Tomb Kings versus Wood Elves is just a huge uphill climb for the Tomb Kings. I do not see it being favorable in any way at all. Spears just bring in tons of Eternal Guard. Lots of Wild Riders. Not bringing them with the shields, I don't mind, because they're fast enough that they can catch the Skeleton Horsemen with the bows. They'd be able to take them down pretty quickly as well, so not having them is fine. Dryads did okay, the Glade Guard did fine, Dragon character was a total nightmare. Absolutely unstoppable. Cetra was just screwing around too much. If your opponent has a Dragon character and you've got a Horsebound anti-large combat character, you need to mirror the Dragon and spend as much time as possible charging it every time it's landing in combat. You want to punish it as it's getting in on the ground. You don't want to let Dragons pick and choose engagements and just get away with murder. Because they're strong, but Dragons typically have mediocre melee attack and melee defense, so your single entities who normally aren't going to be able to really beat them down because those units are flying away all the time. You just need to be a little bit more consistent with the counter charges if you really want to do some damage to them. I'd probably just bring him on the Skeletal Steed without the Unyielding Will or any of the other items. He doesn't need them to really value trade that. Maybe Bling. Actually, Blessed Bladed Patrol might be good just because it gives the magic attacks blinded and flaming damage. So if your opponent for some reason brings Durthu, which I actually think Durthu wouldn't be bad against the Tomb Kings, you got some kind of answer to him. Durthu would be pretty vulnerable to the Sphinx alone. I don't know, man. What the hell do the Tomb Kings do here? Probably Chariots. You know what? I think that's probably your best bet. Tomb Kings probably just need a lot of Chariots for the Wood Elves. Wood Elves do have pretty decent cavalry to charge down Chariots. These Chariots have 80 armor, though. They're pretty resilient. They got good leadership. At 55 for an undead unit, that's actually pretty incredible, truth be told. When you're comparing that to, like, Ushabti and Sporkle Stalkers, who have quite a bit less. Carrion, pretty low down here. Skeleton Horsemen, the same. Maybe you go for a Chariot Corps and you're just trying to, like, bulldoze over the Wood Elf front line. You should bring a ton of skeletons to occupy attention. Maybe you can even do Arkan with the Tombblade summon. Life Leeching, Libor Mortis, probably not that good because of all the magic damage again. with Spirit Leech and Fate of Buna. I actually don't hate that choice. You don't need any more archers. Like, the Skeleton Archer Chariots are really strong, guys. They're the exact same unit as the Melee Chariot with the ranged missile. It's got 140 meter range. And the missile hits pretty hard. These can actually feasibly skirmish against Wild Riders effectively. And what else do you want here? And you can still do 2 Abshopti. Okay. I actually think this build might be coming together a little bit. Sepulchral Stalker. Maybe a Screaming Skull Catapult in reserve as well. Couple Carrion. Get rid of those guys. We'll get a couple Tomb Guard. I feel like they could definitely help out. You got a nice wide army here. You get tons of arrow catchers. You just slow push with the skeleton spears for a while. Poke a little with the archer chariots as safely as possible until it's time to like really engage against the missile line, and then you just try to bum rush over them. I think that might be the way to go. Welcome, welcome, guys. Strongly disagree. You think Tomb Kings are favored against the Wood Elves? Really? Thesis? Thesis, please. I am skeptical, Tom. Against a good Wood Elf player who knows what they're doing, I would be shocked, truthfully. I mean, like, Wood Elves have a 62% win rate against Tomb Kings right now on Total Tavern. Maybe Tomb Kings players just don't know what they're doing or something. I don't know. At the highest possible level, with like a truly exceptional Tomb Kings player, maybe they'd be able to beat the Wood Elves consistently. I don't know. Oh, okay, good to know, Piston. That's fair. I mean, the Chosen of the Gods are really strong, and the catapults are really good. I mean, if the Wood Elves go for a traditional bow line with the Glade Guard, sure, they're going to run into problems, but I don't think the Wood Elves really want to do that all that much. I think that 2 Way Watchers is probably all the range that they need, and they just keep these guys back and pop them in and out of stealth and just delete something whenever they fire a volley off. I don't know. I mean, you're the Wood Elf player, you know. You're the Wood Elf main. I'm just going based off the total tavern win rates and my own personal experience. Azrai Spears are decent. Not really for their cost. I think they're good into some of the heavy cavalry factions. Because they can screen pretty effectively for your own more lightly armored cavalry. Because if your opponent blunders a heavy cavalry, like an Empire Knight, into an Azrai Spear, it's an immediate uptrade for you. Because you're going to get a ton of value without taking a bunch of damage. Then you can go out and screen some more cavalry with them. Rear Charger, they can add some value if they chase stuff off. That's true. Yeah, the halberds are definitely a mistake. I just don't see slow units being good against the Wood Elves. So maybe a mobility build from the Tomb Kings is the way to go. I guess that's probably going to be a little bit more favorable then. Find me a Tomb Kings player who can take it a task then, Tom. Kislev versus Tomb Kings. Kislev, just bring Little Grom and win. Little Grom destroys Ushabti. And if your opponent brings Bone Giants are honestly kind of terrible. Even if they value trade decently and get their value back, they don't do anything other then fire their giant bows. They're terrible in melee combat. Hawks and Miska is really good against the Tomb Kings because it clears out chaff really well without damaging your own stuff. And you can maybe even mix in a Hailstorm as well, because it's pretty good at punishing cav charges where they get stuck up and they can't escape from the radius. It's dirt cheap too. And it's also good against blobbed up infantry, so if you've got like the Kefir Guard or some Tomb Guard, like fighting against some of your infantry as Kislev, then you can drop Hailstorm to help out that fight a little bit. You've got some halberds who are reasonably decent at screening against the big single entities that the Tomb Kings like, and you can sit a little Grom on top of a Kislevite warrior and your opponent can't touch them at that point. You've also got Frostworms. I think double Frostworm against the Tomb Kings would be pretty vicious. With just, like, you know, some Patriarch heals. Could even be a Castalton game. Castalton with his, fire damage imbuement with a Frostworm would actually be pretty nasty. That's what I would keep in mind, going into them. And then your Griffin Legion should just farm all of the Tomb King's skeleton horsemen. I mean, it shouldn't even be close in the mobility trades, dude. The Kislevite army should easily win that. I would stay away from, like, Streltsy and stuff, because they'll get dumpstered by the Chosen of the Gods, and they'll have a really hard time getting in range to really get a lot of damage going. And Cetra is probably going to trample any really elite infantry, so I would try to go fairly cheap in the front line. I would just bring a couple of armored Kossars to hard anchor a point against any, like, massive skeleton warrior lines, and you should be okay there. And then just bring, like, a bunch of Kossar spears or something with some Kislevite warriors. And then just play into the mobility as much as you can, and use little Grom to kill all the Ushapti. Yeah, double Sphinx is really nasty against Kislev. You have to have mass and anti-large to kill them. Kislev does have that, so the double Frostworm is probably the most consistent way to keep those shut down. Okay. Replays. What do we got left? A lot of games from Legatus up there at the top that we're going to get into soon. Got Wood Elves Tomb Kings. Watched this the other day. I don't think we watched many play into the Tomb Kings. So a lot of Tomb Kings today, man. Which is fun to talk about. Tomb Kings are an odd faction. Tomb Kings are a faction that either looks incredible or they look like just hot shit. Like absolute dog water, like smelly poo. They either just dominate their opponent or they get completely flattened. I'd be really worried bringing this many Skeleton Warriors into the Warriors of Chaos, because Archaon with Burning Head will just kill everything here. He doesn't really even need a whole lot of Marauders. Marauders into the Tomb Kings is actually not that good. The thing about Marauders is that they don't have any way to avoid the fear that all of the baseline skeletons have. With Cetra on the Sphinx or the Chariot of the Gods, he's going to tear out a lot of these poor Marauders. This is way too many abilities for Cetra. He does not need all of this. And the Chariot of the Gods, I don't know what the problem is with this freaking thing. It is so bad. It hits... it, like, collides into infantry and then just stops. I don't know why it's so terrible. You would think with 3,000 mass it would be one of the better single entity chariots, and I'm always disappointed when I try to use this thing. The War Sphinx is always better because it's just got better animations, I think. Chariot of the Gods rework would be really nice, because it's a cool concept, and it's got some cool stuff bound to it. Like, Glorious Charge is fun. I would strip Unyielding Will, Crown of Nehekara. The Wrath of Petra is actually probably pretty good on this thing, just in case he does get stuck. Blessed Blade I wouldn't really be interested in bringing either. Archaon just chilling over here. Minnie definitely knows Cetra rolled up into here. It's just waiting for him to come back out. Soul of Damnation shooting skeleton warriors. I mean, for a regular Hell Cannon, this would be wildly inefficient. But the Soul of Damnation has so much ammo, it doesn't even matter. It'll probably still pay for itself, even if all it does is shoot all these skeletons.
Keep it from the foe.
More shots coming down, more big damage, slowly poking away. 213 value. Nice Spirit Leech on Cetra. Cetra can heal himself a little bit with the lore passive. And the Realm of Souls. Screaming Skull Catapult comes up, shoots at Archaon, doesn't get any hits. It can do damage to single entities. Obviously not its cup of tea. Just pull it forward a little bit more. And start shooting the halberds, preferably. But breaking down Marauders isn't a bad idea either. Because your warriors are going to struggle against the Marauders. Marauders can actually clear out a lot of skeleton warriors. It's as long as they're not fighting against Ushabti or terror-causing monsters, they can easily clear out the Tomb King's Chaff. Archaon looking for an engagement against Cetra, but the Eyes of the Desert come in. Uh-oh. Okay, Archie needs to be really careful. He gets a couple of really nice swings in, though. Look at the stats. Fight or Die, Armor of Morkar, Slayer of Kings, everything going off at once. Oh, but running right up into the Eyes of the Desert. Nice shot there, and actually using Usirians. Using Usirian's incantation here, lowering Archaon's speed by 25%. 56 is, like, decent. It's actually going to have a hard time pulling out here. And you got to remember there's also poison on the Eyes of the Desert. But he gets in the trees. I would still like to see some shots go in against him. But he's going to escape before the next volley really comes in here. He barely manages to get out of here. Was a little risky for Tommy to do that, but still has a value lead. Soul of Damnation still poking away at a lot of stuff. It's actually doing a lot of damage to the Chosen of the Gods right now. Just poking away at these guys. It's pretty effective against just about everything. The Soul of Damnation is a hard carry unit for the Warriors of Chaos right now. And probably will be until it gets either a nerf or something. Not that it really needs one. There's ways of killing this. Some factions have more answers than others. Tomb Kings probably are one of the factions that actually do struggle against it, though. They would probably appreciate to have some of the magic options or some of their own artillery to kill it. Screaming Skull Catapults look like they want to shoot against the Chaos Warrior Halberds, and beautiful jump with the Hellstriders. I'll try to get these guys all the way around the back, but even just getting onto the edge of the Eyes of the Desert here, they should be able to take this unit down. Eyes of the Desert are okay in melee combat, but they're not exceptional by any means. Although we do get the Usirians going down on one Hellstrider, taking a lot of HP out of them, and the Eyes of the Desert are able to fight these guys off. Are they going to be able to kill the other Hellstrider in time, though? Acropolis Knight's rolling around. Pretty good monsters cavalry unit. They've got good shock damage. They piloted combat really nicely. Got good stats. A lot to like about them. But Cetra is just continuing to struggle against Archaon. Archaon's fast as hell. He actually outspeeds Cetra on the chariot. Oh no, he's pinning himself in too. Ouch. Yeah, this is why you don't bring Cetra on the chariot, dude. He just, like, He just wanders into the Hellstriders and immediately gets stuck. Cetra on the Sphinx is just way higher mass. You could be using Cetra right now to just run over all the infantry, like just back and forth through the front line. And you'd be peeling Archaon off, because Archaon doesn't have a lot of mass. Cetra with 5,500 on the War Sphinx is going to be pretty safe just running around the battlefield. Because he can, like, push and pull through everything. I'm a little worried about the Tomb Kings here. They're down in value, which is never a position they want to be in. A lot of their infantry is crumbling out. They do have a decent pocket on the number 2 objective right now. They got one Ushabti Greatbow left. Chosen of the Gods are dead. It's very painful. This is a summoned Ushabti, not a permanent one. And the Rotting Riders are taking down the Necropolis Knights right now. These guys are pretty expensive. You need to be a little bit more careful with them for sure. The standard Necropolis Knights usually aren't that good. The Necropolis Knight Halberds are a little risky, but they do have a niche. They could probably do some pretty good damage to the Rotting Riders if they got a clean engage against them. Just with the assistance of like a Skeleton Horseman, I think the Tomb Kings would have a pretty favorable edge there. So Mini is, you know, losing a little momentum, struggling to get the number 2 objective, but, you know, Cetra is dead. Archaon just beat the hell out of him. 3,800 value on our boy here. And a few remaining Hellstriders looking to take down some of the Skeleton Chariots who are not able to really run over any of the Marauders right now. Soul of Damnation just still poking away. How much value does it have? About 2,000. It's been shooting, like, really cheap, trashy infantry for a lot of this, too. Which goes to tell you just how powerful it really is. It does kind of need to be that good, to be fair. Tomb Kings bring up the Kefir Guard. They're going to get farmed up by the Soul of Damnation. Tommy immediately targeting them. Very good awareness. You know, that's exactly what you want to do. Is see your opponent's summons. Just mouse over them. Like, a bunch of Skeleton Warriors. Anything good? Oh, Kefir Guard. Boom. Easy counter. How many shots does the thing have? 6 shots. Look how much damage it did here. Oh my god. And the scary thing is that it's killing a bunch of models, right? So the Kefir Guard are not going to be able to regenerate all of those dead entities. They can only regenerate the HP that 102 models would have. And with another 4 shots incoming, they could very well just die outright to the Soul of Damnation now. They're an 1,100 gold unit as well. Not a pretty sight. This is a pretty foreboding matchup for the Tomb Kings. This is one where I definitely think that there's a very firm edge for the Warriors of Chaos. They have so many good tools against the Tomb Kings. Archaon alone would be a pretty hard counter to a majority of the Tomb Kings' best units. The fact that you can get stuff like the Rotting Riders and Hellstriders to control the mobility engagements as well is pretty brutal. And Forsaken are pretty good at chewing through the Skeleton Warriors. Even if you lose all of your starting Marauders, Forsaken are just really quick. They just like motor up onto the field and just clear out cheap, trashy infantry like nobody's business. Really nice jump from the Hellstriders, getting on top of the catapult here. Got 1,000 value. You can see how effective they are. But the crews are so squishy, man. Not being able to unsummon your artillery is very painful because you really do kind of need to get the rebate on their cost for you to be able to summon out other units that actually take points. Soul of Damnation goes back into the reserve pool, gonna get its ammunition back, obviously. Gives back, what, 700 supplies, thereabouts. Burning Head coming down. Pretty good dodge, though, from Meat. The problem is just no answer for the Rotting Riders and Archaon now. And the Hellstriders are also going to start to take over this game. Tomb Kings, not within triple cap range. So the Warriors of Chaos should just sit on the 2 objectives, I guess. I mean, they don't really have to. They're up enough in value that I guess they can push for the third objective. I would advise against it. You don't want to overpress your luck. You know, you never know what shenanigans can happen to flip a game on its head, but Tommy is going to go for it. Aspiring champions are going to be able to just grind all day against this infantry. I think one aspiring champion would very feasibly be able to beat like 5 skeleton warriors without taking too much damage. They just got a ton of armor. They got good melee defense. Melee attack is solid enough. Beautiful burning head. 5,000 value Archeon incoming. I'd love to see it, man. He killed Cetra. He's burning headed a bunch of other stuff. He's also been like chipping down some of the Ushabti in the backline on occasion. Just continuing to be disruptive. And just murderizing the poor Tomb Kings right now. They're just fully back in their deployment zones. And the Forsaken take the fight against the Kefirgard, who are basically on death's door, obviously. Thanks to the Soul Damnation. Wow, really resummoning this. 2,900 value the first time around. The Aspiring Champions took a whopping 400 damage against a fairly healthy Skeleton Warrior. I mean, it was basically at full health when they engaged. Ouch. I don't know, man.
I knew it. Unending.
I mean, like I said, Archeon's already bad enough, but Soul of Damnation being good against your Ushabti Greatbows and stuff, pretty unfortunate. Hellstriders and the Rotting Riders can take down the Sepulchral Stalkers and Acropolis Knights. Even the Halberd version is going to have a pretty rough go of it. Kefirgard, I just wouldn't advise. They're really vulnerable to fire damage. Like, they've got okay armor versus Burning Head on paper, but the weakness to fire basically obviates any advantage that the armor would give. Because they are just going to get melted, man. And if they don't get melted by Archeon hitting them with Burning Head, they're going to get killed by something else. Like, Marauder Horsemen can shoot them down. We saw the Soul of Damnation take them apart with not that much ammo invested into them. Even Forsaken can trade pretty okay into these guys. I think Aspiring Champions win the one-on-one. I'd have to check that. Maybe the Kefirgard can edge it out. They cost the same, so we would see. Wouldn't you say that spamming 8... Burning Head is OP against some factions. There's, like, absolutely no argument from there. Wood Elves, Vampire Coast... Vampire Counts to some degree. Vampire Counts are a weird one. I mean, they don't really care about getting Burning Headed if it's not too devastating, because they do have a lot of passive healing. But look, Wood Elves and the Vampire Coast just get absolutely ruined by Burning Head. It's so disgusting. Vampire Coast lose their entire gun line to it. Wood Elves lose pretty much anything to it. Wild Riders die. Glade Riders die to it. War Dancers die to it. Eternal Guard. Dryads get absolutely nuked off the face of the earth by Burning Head. Can someone win a game with Walk without 4,000 value on Burning Head? You totally can. I'm actually gonna... there's actually a great matchup for the Warriors of Chaos where you don't bring a Firecaster. Here they are. Lizardmen? Kolek time, dude. Kolek is unironically really good into Lizardmen. If your opponent goes with a Shredder, it can be a little rough, just because the Shredder of Luster is so powerful, but you just bring a Nurgle-caster and just pop heals on your boy Kolek. Just Fleshy Abundance him. Bring him on the Steed. And you can do, like, Rotting Riders in the reserve to help out with any big scary stuff if you need. Kolek hits like a frickin' truck. Bring all of his items. They actually help him out a lot. Lizardmen really love bringing the Geltbloms and Feral Carnosaurs in this matchup, and Archaon very, very easily dominates these monsters. In a one-on-one, his weapon strength gets up over 1,000 with Tempest Rage and Star Crusher. And a lot of Lizardmen players are bringing, like, Mazdamundi, and even if they bring a Life Caster with Regrowth, the damage that Kolek throws down from Star Crusher and Tempest Rage just gets way too unmanageable for the heals. He just pummels all of the big stuff for the Lizardmen so well. You might run into problems if your opponent, like, just counterpicks around Kolek by bringing a bunch of cheap stuff. And trying to just, like, swarm him with Spear Riders, but Warriors of Chaos have Hellstriders to play around with. They've also got some other really good stuff that they can throw out. Actually kind of like the Swords of Chaos, unironically. And there's other lords that succeed for the Warriors of Chaos. The other really competitive option is Sartorial. Old Chicken Man here. I can just do Greater Arcane Conduit. You bring Searing Doom and Plague of Rust. Mix in Final Transmutation if you think your opponent's going to be bringing big single entities. You can easily get like 4,000 value on Sartorial. He's great. I love him. Rock of Inevitability is a amazing item. Lowers speed, charge speed, and melee defense by 26. Big time. Big time value from Sartorial. He's very versatile. I actually really like him. He's my personal preference for lords. I like Archaon, but, you know, I like playing around with the cool stuff sometimes. Just don't sit on top of the halberds. Here's the thing about Kolek. Lizardmen missiles, like Chameleon Skinks and Skink Skirmishers are actually fairly annoying. Yeah. But Kolek actually has a lot of armor, dude. I mean, 95 is pretty respectable, but he's also got 25% missile resistance at base. He perseveres through the skink fire pretty well. And Salamander hunting packs, they can do respectable damage to him. I've played against people who have brought like fairly large skirmisher cores with like Saurus spears and lots of Cold One Riders, like Umbral Tide, solar engines to poke, and Kolek just doesn't care. He'll get like 5,000 value against the Lizardmen if you're microing him well. I promise you, if you try him out and you figure out how to use him in that matchup, he is honestly a little unstoppable. He's a bully. Lizard versus Brett's game. Okay, I can check it out. But yeah, the nets and the missiles are the threat. Halberd guards are just never going to catch Kolek. Just don't engage Kolek on top of the halberds. And another nice thing, here's the last thing about Kolek that I want to mention. Lord of the Storm is disgustingly powerful. It's basically, it's like a half-strength Uranans with 5 projectiles. And the AoE is massive. It is really good at punishing Cold One Spear Riders. And you get 3 uses out of it. You can feasibly get almost 1,000 value just from Lord of the Storm, if you're using it right. If you're punishing blobs with this, the Lizardmen are going to cry about it, and they're going to call foul. It's pretty heinous. But maybe Kolek is working for me against the Lizards because of how popular Archaon is. In my experience, like, Chaff Clear is good against the Lizardmen, but being able to beat their big monsters and potentially kill their lords is even better. Because if you kill the lords for the Lizardmen, or you just beat the hell out of them and keep them from contributing a whole bunch of value, Warriors of Chaos do have a lot of answers for Skinks. Skinks are a threatening unit because they come out in such huge numbers, but if they lose leadership because of the Lord Dead penalty, they get really squishy and they just run off the field, because their leadership's pretty low at base. It's only 55. It's really not that good. They can definitely be folded up without having to fall back on Burning Head all the time. Source Warriors are a little bit of a pain, but even there you can grind them down with Aspiring Champions, as well as Forsaken. God, I wish I had that I think I've got a replay from a month or two ago, where I'm playing against Falling Star, who's on Bretonia, and I'm playing like my Kolek build into the Lizards. You can watch that and get a pretty good idea of what I'm talking about. Where are we at? We were Bretonia versus Lizards? Hell is it? Oh, here it is. Okay. So we got Lazuka and Fabrosi here. Alberic on one side. You know, for a long time, Bretonia had a horrendous matchup into the Lizards because of the Shredder of Lustria. They literally could not kill it. If the Lizards brought Mazdamundi and just defended Mazdamundi with the Shredder and they just popped Apotheosis on him all game, Bretonia would just lose because they're a low leadership faction and the Shredder is... The Shredder has so many leadership debuffs, it's kind of ridiculous, so... Anyway, I'll get into it afterwards. We'll talk about the Shredder of Lustria as a unit later, because it's a little silly. Anyway, Skink Skirmishers coming out. They're going to be able to poke back the Mounted Yeoman. Alberic flying overhead. He does have a really nice aura that imbues Strider, leadership, and bonus versus large. Really nice for this matchup against the Lizards, where you're going to be fighting big stuff a lot of the time. It can help your Knights trade really well into the Lizardmen Spear Riders, who are pretty threatening for Bretonia. Knights of the Realm are a really strong unit, but against the AP Cavalry that the Lizardmen throw out, it can be pretty rough. I'm going with a Foot Squire build. Against the Lizardmen. I mean, sure, that's... Honestly, maybe the Foot Squires aren't a bad idea, because they can trade decently into Saurus. At the very least, they'll get reasonable value against them. And they'll very easily beat a Skink Cohort line. I would be a little hesitant to bring these guys because of Skink Cohort Javelins. Because the Javelins, you know, they've got pretty respectable AP. And the base weapon damage, going into 70 armor, you're not mitigating all of that javelin strength. It's actually going to pile up pretty badly. With 3 volleys, they can probably pay for themselves just by shooting some of the Foot Squires with all those volleys. Chameleon Stalkers in the back line. Chameleon Stalkers, I'd be a little hesitant to bring multiple in the opener. They're a good unit, but I like them more for ambushing artillery pieces and getting, like, surprise ambushes. They do get into the back of this Mounted Yeoman, and look at the Precursor missile damage, man. Hell yeah, that's really nice. Maybe there's some teeth to them in this matchup. Why are they not firing their second volley? It's kind of odd. I mean... Holding on to it's not a bad thing. I mean, they get right onto the back of the Mounted Yeoman and start taking them out. It's a really nice jump from Brosi. Got the skink skirmishers. They're gonna be able to poke the foot squires down eventually. It's gonna take a reasonable amount of time. Probably want to pull back. I wouldn't really be jumping to engage here. Definitely not going to be great for the skink cohort. Mazda Money coming up over here would definitely help out pretty tremendously. And the Grail really just gets forgotten about in the woods. Can't really afford to forget about these things. They give ITP to all of your units. They give pretty nice buffs to leadership and melee attack as well. If you bring them, they're pretty important to have. And definitely would allow the foot squires to be winning the fights against the skink cohort a little bit harder than they are right now. Blobbed up infantry. You want to be really careful with... Oh, well, actually, one of the banners are just here. One is fighting the chameleon stalkers. The other is actually fighting the skink cohort. So no problem there. One foot squire gets absolutely demolished by the skink skirmishers and the javelins. Focus fire for the win, baby. That's all you need to do sometimes. I don't see Bretonia winning anywhere, right? Like, the Lizardman frontline is very healthy for how long it's been. You know, full like 3+ minutes into the game. And the main fight has been going off for about 1.5 minutes now, and they haven't broken through anywhere. Which is not really a good sign. They have cleaned up a few units here. I mean, they're killing the Coldwind Riders. They're poking down some of the Chameleon Stalkers, but Chameleon Stalkers are holding up a lot of, like, fairly expensive units, like Beast Slayers and this Foot Squire. Dealing with one Lizardman unit, not really what they want to be doing right now. They'd be a lot more effective helping to push the front line. What the hell is going on back here? Green Knight trying to get away from Sacred Croxagores. Oh, big boy. Fred gets in the way, and he's got the Green Knight in his sights here. With the magic damage, they're going to easily pummel this guy into oblivion, man. Really good catch from Fabrosi. Albrecht is giving him Strider, which is nice. I don't think he has it at base. Maybe he does, though. It'd be kind of weird if he doesn't. He does get a heal in forests. I don't know. I can check that out later. Beautiful banishment. Oh my god. The value. Deletes the Foot Squire. Beast Slayers are very fortunate this didn't rotate into them. That's about as good as you're going to get out of a bound banishment. Mazda Mundi getting quite a bit of value from that. Needs to get away from the Green Knight and Albrecht, though. Got the Spear Riders here. Definitely want to engage them ASAP. Really nice net of Amontok. Great spell cast there. Now get Mazda Mundi the hell out of here. Fabrosi and I are thinking in tandem here. Very good call pulling out of combat. Sacred Croxagores getting into the rear of this Foot Squire. Coldwind Riders just charging around. Taking down some of these Foot Squires who have been okay. This one only got 100 value. The other's got about 500. Just, man, you just need more out of your infantry. You know, Bretonian infantry are just kind of bad across the board. It's usually better to bring men-at-arms. With the Grail Reliques, Foot Squires are just rarely ever going to have situations so they can uptrade. Like, they could beat Saurus, but why bring Saurus when you can just flood the field with Skink Cohort and summon out 1,000,000 Coldwind Spear Riders and Feral Coldwinds as your AP? It's not really all that good to use, like, tons of spears into really mobile cav factions. It can work, but really the point of spear infantry is to hold objectives when you're trying to use your mobility elsewhere on the field, and it just is hard to break down spears with your own cavalry at that point. But if you bring all spears and you just have like an immobile box against Bretonia with their cavalry, especially now that their cavalry are more responsive after the patches, they're just going to cycle charge you to death. Like, halberds and spears are better used to, like, force your opponent to engage on top of them. Like, imagine, here's the thing that you would want to use. This is a perfect example of how to use a halberd right now. Okay, Mazdamundi is not going to be able to beat Alberic, and he's going to get his ass kicked by the Green Knight as well, okay? You've got your mobility trying to lock these characters down, but it's been a big pain so far. If you had a Saurus Spear right here, Mazdamundi just goes and sits in the middle of the Saurus Spear. Alberic and the Green Knight trying to engage Mazdamundi at that point are going to downtrade horrendously. They are not going to be able to hit Mazdamundi very easily because there's so many bodies around him. And the Saurus Spears are actually going to get to value trade at that point because they're having enemies force themselves onto the Spears at a really inopportune time. Spears are a unit that you use not to aggressively engage single entities or cavalry. You use them as a screening tool. You use them so that your mobility can then pull back through the spears, and your opponent has to, like, either disengage their cavalry and pull back, and then you can rotate elsewhere while you push the spears forward and screen your opponent back. That's the best way to use the spears. And if your opponent fumbles the bag and they don't get... If your opponent fumbles the bag and they don't get away from the spears, and their cavalry run up right into the Saurus Spear unit, that's where the cavalry get absolutely shredded by the spears. It's pretty amazing. That's how you want to use them. You don't really want to just, like, box up on points in domination mode. It's not going to work out for you more often than not. Mobility is kind of king in domination mode, but that comes with the caveat that infantry that is well positioned can be a nightmare for your opponent. Like, Mazda going down here is really, really painful. The Croxagores and the Colton Spear Riders did pretty big damage to these characters, but I'm telling you, dude, Mazda just comes up here and sits in the Saurus Spear unit. There's nothing that Alberic or the Green Knight are going to be able to do about it. Your opponent would have to do something to, like, blow up the Spear unit. They would need, like, a magic spell to take them out, and then be able to engage on Mazdamundi, because you can also still send your mobility over to help at that point. Because if you have a single entity inside spears, they can pull out with their mass, right? But imagine there's an unfortunate scenario, right, where Mazdamundi gets up at the spear unit, Alberic lands in, your opponent is a little slow recognizing it, and then your Spear Riders come in and just seal him in, and then he gets poked to death. It's more likely than you think. Despite losing their Lord, it's not over for the Lizardmen. They theoretically could win this fight.
One of your units has been destroyed.
They do take down Alberic. That's the first step here. Here's the thing, right? Like, the value trade looks bad for the Lizards, but Mazdamundi costs an arm and a leg. I mean, he's almost 3,000 gold on Zlok. Even without a ton of spells and abilities and items, he's pretty expensive. If the Lizards can somehow keep the Umbral Tide alive and get their Spear Riders in better positions to countercharge the Knights, they could win, but Lazuka's got a lot now on the field. And Bretonnia's bringing a lot of Knights of the Realm out. They've got questing Knights here too. They've killed the Umbral Tide. Green Knight is getting terror routes on a bunch of skinks now. The Saurus Spears, you know, there's nothing to, like, force anything to interact with them, so they're probably going to get shot to death by the Peasant Bowmen if they get free at any point. Although one of them goes down, so it would take ages for one Peasant Bowman to do it. I still think it would be worth it for the Bretonnians to just get up here and just start poking with the Bowmen against the Spears, just to break their HP down a little bit, and then you just run all of the Skinks down with the Green Knight and the Companions. Or the Knights of the Realm, whatever cavalry flavor you're looking for. And Bretonnia should be able to ice the game out at that point. It's really, really freaking close in the tickets, though. I mean, the Lizardmen are... I didn't realize how many tickets they'd already racked up. Good God. They hold the triple cap for that long? Look, even experienced players like me can just totally forget about the tickets on the field. Lizardmen do have the number 1. They lose the number 2, and they're not holding on to the number 3. They're occupying an awful lot of Bretonnian cavalry on the low ground here. Bretonnia has to get this point. They might have enough cavalry on the field, though, to force the number 1 to flip here. It's another 40 seconds for the Lizards to hold. They could flood the field with skinks and try and steal one of these points away. Depends on how the fight over here goes. The Colden Riders are kind of taking down this Knight of the Realm currently. The Questing Knights and the Knights of the Realm here are going to get free off of this Source Warrior in a moment. They should be able to run down those guys. Men-at-Arms coming over here. Foot Squires coming out. Needs something to hold on to the number 2 objective. You got the number 1. You should just stuff back the Lizard units here as best you can. Make sure that the Skink Cohort doesn't cap this point. Pegasus Knights coming out. Going to be trying to run a bunch of these units down. They should be able to rear charge the Coldwind Riders and take them out pretty quickly. Rallying Knights of the Realm need to get over here. So you could definitely needs just a little bit of cap weight to slow this attempt from the Lizardman down. He should be able to win the game from there. Oh my god, is Brosi going to be able to flip this point? If he flips the objective, the Lizards are going to be able to hold on to it. Maybe for just long enough. It's 32 seconds. Oh my god. Is it going to happen? Companions of Quinnell, 2100 value on these guys. Lazuka clearly knows how to utilize this unit. It's one of the few people I've seen bring the Companions and do well with them on a regular basis. Lizards actually flip the number 2. Bretonnia is too slow rotating over. I think they're going to lose this game. I mean, they start flipping the cap back immediately, but Lizards actually have a decent amount of cap weight coming up onto the point and will be arriving very shortly. And the Bretonians actually have one of their mounted yeomen break here. Really unfortunate timing on that. Gutsy game from Probrosi.
You have been bested. There is only defeat.
Actually able to survive Mazda Mundi going down there towards the end of the mid-game. Having the cap advantage against Bretonnia was huge. I mean, Probrosi held that triple cap way longer than I thought he did. Bretonnia just needs 1 point earlier, and I think they'd be a little bit better set for the late game. But that's the eternal issue with Bretonnia and their bad cap weight on the infantry. Is Scarbrand similarly defensive? Yeah, kind of. Scarbrand actually really doesn't want to be overextending too much. You want to use rampages to punish. You don't want to be running forward and trying to pull the enemy to you nearly as much as you just want to like get your opponent into a situation where they feel like they have to engage you. And then when they do, you just compound on that mistake by rampaging their units to the ground and surrounding them and killing them. The Foot Squire opening was really not that good, unfortunately. I think that more mounted yeomen right off the bat with the bows would have been better. You can probably bring like 2 Foot Squires and that's fine. It's nice to have a couple of them against the Lizards in case they bring a bunch of Saurus. You will need a little bit of help if they just Saurus swarm you. Bretonnia does have plenty of answers for them, like I said, but the Foot Squires will ease the passage of that fight. Just a little expensive. I mean, they're 750 gold, right? Unless they got nerfed again for some reason. I don't know why CA is so obsessed with nerfing Foot Squires. Okay, there's 750 gold still. Okay. So you just, like, cut 2 of them. And you get 3 mounted yeomen. You only get 4. Wards of Montfort might not be a bad idea. Mix them in. Because the poison will help your mounted yeomen stay away from like feral cold ones, spear riders, ripperdactyls can dive them, and they're really useful for poking a lot of lizardmen units. They can break down Saurus, who do have like 60 armor and a bronze shield, but it's not an impenetrable defense for mounted yeomen. These guys are very cost effective. They actually are deceptively powerful for Bretonnia. If you've ever watched Attack Speed Enjoyer play Bretonnia, he loves bringing just the max amount of mounted yeomen archers and just pummeling like stationary formations with them. Bretonnia, there's some matchups where they can bring the peasant bowmen. Peasant bowmen can work against the lizardmen, but you gotta be a little careful of monster mash. Just bulldozing up through your front line and getting up onto the peasant bowmen. I promised I would talk about it. The Shredder of Lustria is pretty horrifying. It's still really good against Bretonnia. Bretonnia can kill it. It's incredibly difficult, though. It's got 120 armor, so all of the peasant bowmen and the mounted yeoman archers, they just don't do enough damage to be able to wear out this thing when it has 15,000 HP, which is absolutely insane. You can do Mazda Mundi if you want. Just do Apotheosis and Netta Amontok. Ruling Skies is good against the Bretonians, actually. Ruination of Cities and Banishment, and he's fairly inexpensive at this point. And you keep the Shredder of Lustria near him to keep him alive. You can also do the Life Slam, though. With Earthblood and Regrowth, which is also fairly effective. It's better healing than just Apotheosis. Life Bloom also gives a little healing to the rest of your army. Either or is fine. The Blood Statuette of Spite is also pretty good against cavalry. It's a Melkoth's type of damage ability. It's got 2 uses, so you can get pretty good value out of that against Bretonnia. Use it on Knights of the Realm, Questing Knights, Grail Knights are like the best target ever for Blood Statuette. It's huge damage to those guys. And the Shredder of Lustria is super powerful for 2 reasons. One, it's a great combatant to begin with. It's got 64 melee attack, with 750 weapon strength, 530 of that being AP. Absolutely brutal. It's got a ton of mass, 12,000, more than anything else in the game. Literally no single unit is able to lock this thing in combat. It can always escape. The second thing is that it debuffs leadership like crazy. It is absolutely ridiculous how many leadership debuffs this unit applies. It's got the Dread Aversion, which is a -8. Causes Fear and Terror, which is another... Fear is another -8 leadership. So that's a -16 just with these 2 abilities, right? It also imbues the damage by artillery debuff because of the Howdah on it, which is another -10. That's 26 leadership. That is crazy. Khorne cries whenever it runs into the Shredder of Lustria, because it doesn't even matter if your units have Immunopsychology on them to begin with. Forsaken losing 26 leadership is absolutely filthy. And God forbid the Shredder of Lustria runs into a Marauder of Khorne. They instantly lose almost all of their leadership. They take any damage, and they're immediately terror routing. It's filthy. Shredder of Lustria is crazy. Costs an arm and a leg, and it has to. It's one of the most powerful single entities in the game. It bullies so many factions if you're not ready for it. Alright guys, we're getting pretty late here. We're going to rapid fire the rest of the replays. I'm not going to spend nearly as much time breaking down the rest of them. I'll go through them. nice and quick so that we can get them all done. And I'll try and be as comprehensive as possible as I'm going through them. Damn, it's 11 o'clock here. Okay, so we got Thomas on the Chaos Dowie versus Rat King, who's coming in on the Lizardmen. 2 Infernal Guard Fire Glaives, Deathstreak Rocket Launcher, always really good for killing big dinosaurs. It's a squishy artillery piece if you can't protect it, but Chaos Dowie, usually gonna be just fine in that regard. Infernal Guard have really long range, they hit really hard. Flyers really can't get past them very easily. And big dinosaurs will also get manhandled by the Infernal Guard as they're screaming in. The Death Sorcerer Prophet will also help. Although he's not on the Bale Taurus carriage, he's on the Great Taurus. I don't really like the Great Tauruses. The Bale Taurus is just a huge upgrade over this thing. The melee defense and the armor leave this monster just a little too squishy for my liking. Considering the cost that you're already putting into this character. I mean, they're pretty expensive at base to begin with. Sometimes bigger really is better, so the Bale Taurus is the way I would go. It gets a little more armor, it gets a breath attack as well, and it's got way more health. I think it's got 2,000 more. Skin Cohort Javelin should be able to poke this thing pretty aggressively if the Sorcerer Prophet isn't careful here. Beautiful shot from the Deathstreak Rocket Launcher. The airburst shots you can actually dodge because they don't track. When this shot goes up and it's targeting infantry, you know it's on the airburst profile. Just move that infantry unit in the opposite direction that it's moving and you'll avoid all this damage. It's a really good way of dodging the Deathstreaks. Deathstreaks should be on the demo rocket anyways, shooting the Bastillodon with the Rev Crystal, or attacking the red-crested Skink Chief. That wouldn't be a bad target either. Lizards are closing the ground without taking a whole lot of damage. I mean, you've lost one 450 gold unit. That is not that big of a deal. Look at the cohorts, man. Oh my god. One volley takes 400 HP off of the Bale Taurus. Does get a heal as some magic is used. Chalice of Blood and Darkness is very nice, but again, Skink Cohort's kind of shredding him right now. Good value on him. Nice shot from the Deathstreak, dude. Huge damage on the poor Skinks, but kind of getting run over in the front line a little bit. Chaos Dwarf Warriors getting bullied right now. Bull Centaur Rendered Great Weapons are going to get on top of one of the Croc scores. One Infernal Guard getting beat up a little bit. The other one back here does have the assistance of a Chaos Dwarf Great Weapon, and they should be able to fight off the Croxigors, but this is not great. You really do need these Infernal Guard to stay fairly healthy to be super effective. They do have 63 models at least. Okay, they'll be alright. As long as they don't get hit by, like a Uranus Thunderbolt or something, they'd be okay. But we have Flock of Doom, actually. I don't know about Flock of Doom, man. The Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders are not really good in this matchup. At least not in my experience. The Lizards would probably be better off with the Uranus Thunderbolt. I don't know if it's still really good against the Deathstreaks like it once was, but even if it isn't, you can still drop it on the Fire Glaives. Do a lot of damage to them. The Skink Chief here is actually putting a beat down on the Sorcerer Prophet. With the assistance of the Rev Crystal and the Feral Manticore. Wow, dude, the Feral Manticore with 700 value. Alright, that's definitely one of the better Feral Manticore summons I've ever seen, dude. Actually kills the Bale Taurus Lord. Oh my god. Absolutely vicious. Oh, and this guy's on the horned one. It's a pretty good call. These guys are pretty tough. They get some pretty cool abilities. Warrior Crest gives them a huge increase in melee attack. Decent amount of extra melee defense. Potion of Strength got that, got them juiced up, dude. Or the Potion of Strength. Got the Weapon Strength up over 600, which is pretty insane. And the Lizard's just running all over the Chaos Dowie now. This honestly isn't too unfamiliar, truth be told. Lizardmen just have so many good answers for the Chaos Dowie's expensive units. Like, Coldwind Spear Riders could die Fireborn. They can also pummel Bull Centaur Renders with a good surround. Bull Centaur Renders are routing, but they're going to rally in. They've got a lot of HP. Lizardmen really need to chase these guys down. This would be a huge steal getting them off the field before they rally in, because they're a very expensive unit. And that's stuff that makes a big difference in, like, determining battlefield outcomes. Not just because you chased off a very dangerous unit when it's on half HP because it's routing at a really unlucky time. It also can lull your opponent into a false sense of security because they're like, oh, I'm not that far behind, but they're forgetting that they lost out on like another 800 value that isn't being reflected up top here. And it can get a little unmanageable when stuff like that really starts to compound on itself. Lizards are in a little bit of a full retreat now, though. The Croxagores are on the way out. They're all very beat up. One of them value traded pretty nicely. Two of them did. I don't know. That's not that big of a deal for the Lizards. Taking the number 2. They got Coldwind Riders on the way in. No Spear Riders? Okay, one Spear Rider finally coming up. If the Saurus Warriors get up here and the Lizards can hang in for long enough, I think they'll be okay. They do really need to finish off the Death Shriek, though. Just letting this thing continue to get value is not going to help them out. They've got a little bit of an edge in the infantry game. There's just not a lot of Chaos Dowie units left. Croxagores are going to get a good rear charge here on the Infernal Guard Fireglaves and probably break them off the field. Coldwind Riders running over this Infernal Guard. Get up in here. Whenever your opponent leaves artillery open, it's worth like taking a chance on it. If they summon something out, Coldwind Spear Riders are quick enough, they can just run away. 90 or 79 speed. Although some of that is from Predatory Fighter, I guess. So really they got 66 at base. Bull Centaur Renders get a really nice charge up. Not the Great Weapon variant, though. This is actually the Sword and Board Bull Centaurs. Kind of a rare sighting. Not a very common unit, but they are actually fairly dangerous. They got really good defensive stats, and a good charge bonus actually means that they can flip fights against dangerous mobility units fairly quickly as long as they're not getting charged in return. One of the Bull Centaur Renders is running away now. The Great Weapons are still hanging in here. 2,000 value on these bad boys. The Cohort of Sotek very, very unwillingly going down here. 1475 value on those guys. Pretty amazing. The Red Crested Skink Chief continuing to poke away and drag down some of these models, while the Rev Crystal is standing in here, and also contributing some decent value with 471, and of course using the Rev Crystal heals. Already used 3 of them, 4 remaining. Should be able to get the remainder out over the course of this game. And the Croxagores do pay for themselves. They actually killed the Death Shriek. And I think, yeah, the Chaos Dowie are cooked here. There's no way they get back into this game. Lizardmen are all over the points now. They've got multiple like missile units coming in with some backup infantry just to stuff back the Chaos Dwarves. This is definitely something that can happen to the Chaos Dowie. Chaos Dwarves, I don't know what they need to do for them. Chaos Dwarves are a faction I feel that's either like massively overtuned or a little bit too expensive and tall to be able to survive early aggression. You gotta play very carefully with them. They're a strong faction, but I think deceptively difficult to master. I think this is a little too deep on the Bull Centaur Renders. Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders in the late game I don't see being useful at all. The Wolf Raiders just don't have good AP damage. The Lizards have a lot of armored stuff, especially their big units. I wouldn't really waste my time with them. I think you're better off going with more AP guns and probably just more great weapons from the Bull Centaurs. The shielded bull centaurs, I just, they're okay. They can get their value back, and they can be kind of annoying for some factions to handle, but most of the time you want the great weapons. You don't really care about the shields. The shields are very limited utility, in my opinion. Alright, oh, we already saw this one. I'll back out of it when we get in there. We saw this game earlier. Cathay ended up losing pretty badly, unfortunately. The cannons were devastating. And this is usually not a very good artillery map, but the Dowie player positioned them very, very well to actually get some crossfire on Cathay and really punish their missile line. Which is pretty cool. Definitely a unique approach to the Dowie on this map. We didn't watch this one on Saturday, did we? I don't think we did. Anything else we got? Let's get Spotify against the High Elves here. Alright. Mazdamundi Red-Crested Skinks. We've got the Feral Cold Ones and a Dread Saurian. I think this is the Feral Dread Saurian, actually. Not the Howdah version. And definitely not the Shredder, obviously. It's not the Arwar. High Elves going for Tyrion, a Fire Mage. Fire Mage will be really good for killing your Red-Crested Skinks, that's for certain. And the Illyrian Reaver Archers and the Storm Riders, they're not, like, they don't have a lot of AP on their missiles. They will be able to clean up the rest of the Red-Crested Skinks and probably poke back the Feral Cold Ones. The best way to work around a Feral Saurian, since it's not nearly as devastating to leadership as the Shredder is to just kind of work around it as best you can. You don't want to let it, like, charge you down and just, like, bulldoze through your infantry. Trying to keep your infantry clear of it and spreading out as much as possible to press multiple objectives usually is a pretty good call. Because the Lizards, when they bring big single entities like this, are limiting the amount of battlefield coverage they have early on. You want to control the Lizards' mobility and also make sure that their infantry stay very weak and they can't consolidate on the points. Because the Lizardmen get set up on all the objectives, and you can't, like, you know, bounce around and counter-push and stay away from the Saurians. That's where you run into the biggest problem. So, Storm Riders poking down the Red-Cresteds here. We did see some big damage on one of the Feral Cold Ones. Took quite a bit of poke. And the Red-Crested Skinks getting shot up pretty badly as well by the Storm Riders, but Spearmen getting absolutely annihilated by the Feral Dread Saurian here. Its collision attacks are so good, and it kills so many infantry models just by swinging its head around, dude. It is devastating. Getting pretty good damage. This is a beautiful ruination of cities on the Illyrian Reaver Archers. Very painful. You don't want to stack your units like this. You need to make sure that your cavalry and your missiles are, you know, in a concave. Where the hell am I? Okay, here we are. Both the Illyrian Reavers being a little bit more spread out like this would be a lot better for you. It'd limit the amount of damage that you're taking from the ruination of cities, probably. It is a random effect area, so there's no guarantees. Big loss. Fire Mage gets bullied by old Mazdamundi here. He just trampled over this poor little caster. He is on horseback, but apparently Mazdamundi on Zlok does not care at all. The Storm Riders get taken down. Red-Crested Skinks are all over the High Elf front line. High Elves didn't do themselves any favors just rushing up in here like this. Look at the skink cohorts melting the Illyrian Reavers on the side of the field. Oh, that's beautiful. I think the Feral Cold Ones stuffed up the melee cav, and then the cohort punished with the javelins, and then they used their last couple of volleys, as well as the reinforcing cohort, to hit this missile unit. And they're trying to do it to the other one, too. This is a beautiful execution from Spotify. I think the High Elves can probably just call it now. Their front line is dead. Tyrion is cooked. He's not going to be able to beat Mazdamundi and the Feral Saurian. They've lost a lot of mobility, and they're continuing to get a lot of cavalry massacred here. And the Skinks are starting to get set up, and now there's Croxagors coming up. Yikes. Do get a good rear charge here with the red-crested Skinks. Rangers running away, though. Saurian and Mazda chilling together. Tyrion's trying to attack Mazdamundi as best he can. Mazdamundi's hard to kill, though. I mean, he's got 10,000 health. It's going to take ages for Tyrion to do this. Which is why I'm saying that it's kind of over already. I hate to call games this early, but sometimes you really can lose in the opening moments of a game. This is why, I mean, this is kind of why you need to make sure that your opening builds have a little bit of everything. So you don't just get, like, totally bulldozed over by very skewed builds like this. The best thing you could have done as the High Elves is probably just rotate all of your skirmish cav over to the number 3 objective, cap it up, skirmish over it, and keep your spearmen and stuff back in the woods. And be as careful as possible getting into the front line of the lizards. And try and get the Fireborn out, or just something, to attack Mazdamundi and the Saurian. I kind of love this from the lizards. I mean, the High Elves really don't have a lot of archers and AP that can effectively punish both of these units. I mean, the Saurian has a ton of armor. 120. Mazdamundi is 130 at base. Your basic archer is doing like 1 damage. Or whatever their AP value is to these big dinosaurs. I think it's 3. Okay, yeah, 3 damage. That's about it. To Mazda and the Shredder. As they're getting exhausted, they're losing a little bit of armor, which is nice. I mean, a fair amount, actually. I mean, it's a 25% reduction to armor when you're in the exhaustion phase, but for units with this much at base, it's really not that bad. I mean, yeah, you're starting to take some of the non-AP damage, but it's really not that much. It's like 20%, I think, when you're at 90 armor. Which, all things considered, for units with 14,000 HP and 10,000, it's going to take a long time to get broken down. You can always just bulldoze over these archers. There's like no reason to respect the High Elf army at this point. It's pretty much all dead, and it's just continuing to summon more chaff in to trickle in and get killed. You need to rally up here. Like, in a situation like this where you're just down horrendously, and it just looks like totally out of sorts on your side of the field, you need to get all of your forces together. Literally don't summon anything split off from where you want to take your next big engagement. Like, force your opponent to, like, focus on all of your other units. You can either, like, take a fight, do the best you can, or you can then start to, like, peel some stuff out from the other side of the field and try and be sneaky and steal points away from your opponent. Oftentimes, if you blob up, not blob up, but, like, get all of your forces concentrated in the late game, your opponent wants to table you. You know, like, people get nice and antsy when they see you down this much value. They just want to, like, run in, and they just want to keep on bulldozing over you. If you consolidate your forces and they fumble the attempt, then you can counter-push and start taking objectives back. Or you can, like I said, be sneaky and start taking points away from them when they're not looking. Then maybe they like panic and send too many units off to the side, and then you can get better engagements with your main force. Usually for a late game situation like this, you want to just try and value trade as best you can and just get the game to like a more reasonable state of affairs. Crushing win for the Lizards.
I knew it.
Spotify with a really solid build. Beautiful execution. Saurian builds are all about aggression. Just get right up in your opponent's face. Take advantage of their lack of armor piercing. And answers to big monsters like this, and just bulldoze over them. And there's not a lot that the High Elves can do if they, let their front line get engaged like that. Especially with big monsters on the field. Did we see this one already? I don't think we did. I think we saw another game where, I actually don't remember. We'll just run this. I think we saw a very similar build from Pont in another game. I don't know if we actually saw this one, though. Coldwind Chariots, Scourge Runners, Blackheart Corsairs, some Dread Spears. The Source frontline is going to be pretty good against the infantry of the Dark Elves. It's going to be a little rough for them, but they should just hold back on engaging and use the Scourge Runners to try and poke down the Solar Engines as best they can, because the Lizards don't have any healing now. Lizards are fairly restricted in terms of what they can do to bring healing. They either bring Slans with heal magic, either Mazda Mundi or the Life Slan or High Mage Slan or whatever. Or they bring Rev Crystals, or they bring the Skink Oracle, which is not a bad unit, but maybe a little bit difficult to use. It's got Earthblood, which is nice. You can definitely get some good healing out of the Skink Oracle and some good combat prowess. Might actually not be a bad choice against the Dark Elves, because it does have a really powerful anti-large missile. You could use it to poke Malekith. Maybe also kill Scourge Runner Chariots. And with the Earthbloods, you could probably keep him fairly healthy. I might try that out sometime. And then you can still bring the Skink Chief on his little horned one and just, like, run around. Like, countercharge the big dragon character. Attack Scourge Runners if you get the opportunity. Coldwind Chariots trying to take the number 2. Scourge Runners get the number 1. But the Lizards are going to take this right back, probably. We'll see if the Dark Elves take this engagement. I would recommend they don't. It's probably not going to be a very good time for them if they do decide to dive in here. It's because Saurus will beat the crap out of a Dread Spear. And also the Blackheart Corsairs. Sisters of Slaughter coming up, though, with Reaper Bolt Throwers on the field. The Reaper Bolt Thrower multi-shot is a little mediocre. It's not that good, but the single shot is pretty effective at, like, poking down big stuff, so hitting the Solar Engine, I think, is a pretty good idea. Should be able to break it down slowly but surely. It's got so much AP, and a good bonus versus large of 50 is going to increase its AP by a fair margin. Yeah, big damage, and the Scourge Runner's getting around on the flank. Also get a pretty good volley off. But the Scourge Runner's taking big damage from the Solar Engines as well as the Hunting Packs, poking these guys down pretty effectively. Malekith using the Power of Darkness on the Dread Spears, damaging them for the extra winds of magic. He's going to be getting out of the line of sight of those Salamanders. And Destroyer is recharging here. Increases cooldown and lowers spell resistance. It's a very limited radius, though. I don't know how good that is. I mean, I guess it's good for if you're using Soul Stealer on stuff. Definitely can get a little bit punishing. How does this work, though, exactly? Breath Attack comes down on the Hunting Pack. Only kills 2 models. Not a lot of HP damage. I don't think that was really worth it, dude. I would rather see the breath attacks on the Saurus, because the Saurus, as I expected, are just, like, pummeling the front line for the Dark Elves. I mean, Dread Spears are up around the flank trying to engage the Skinks, while this Source Cudgel unit is just, you know, chasing down the Blackheart Corsairs, and they're just, look like they're constipated. Just like waddling out of combat really awkwardly. Blackheart Corsairs here, now that the Saurus are horribly overextended, they might be able to finish them off. Their leadership is wavering pretty badly. A lot of that is the attacked and rear penalty. They should rally pretty comfortably here. Probably end up with about 800 value, which is their cost. Sisters of Slaughter brutalizing these Saurus. Pont loves the Sisters of Slaughter into the Lizardmen. Feral Manticore coming out. Oh, doesn't have... Not a summon, just an actual Feral Manticore getting annihilated. Red Crested Skink Chief. He's a pretty good combatant. I'm actually really liking this guy. You know, Lizardmen can get pretty expensive fairly fast. Having a really cheap combat character like this with anti-large and a lot of really good abilities, it's actually seeming very appealing now. Some unit contact effects, ITP. You don't need Foe Seeker, but Opal Amulet and the Warrior's Crest can be really nice. You can also come in on, like, the Engine of the Gods and some of the other Stegodons, which is very effective for the lizards. Honestly, wouldn't hate to see him on it even, because the Stegos are usually pretty bad against single entities, but if they get the benefit of the Warrior Crest, suddenly turn into pretty powerful combatants against other monsters. Beautiful breath attack. Absolutely perfect. It's exactly how you want to use it. I mean, huge damage on all those Saurus. Malekith could probably tear out all these guys if he lands in here. Oh, baby, let's see it. Pops the Soul Stealer as well, hitting all of these single entities and the frontline units. Terror Route's going down. One Saurus holding the line here, then they get Terror Routed. Ouch, dude. I think the Lizards are about to take this game over. Or, the Dark Elves, I should say, are about to take this game over. That big break on all of the Saurus Spears is going to break open the number 1. Number 3 is flipping to the Skink Skirmishers here. Dark Riders could get it on the flank, maybe, and get a little damage off on them. The Dark Elves are very happily going to take the flip, though, on the field. The number 1 and the 2 will suffice for them. The Scourgerunner Chariots are just disrupting the back line very thoroughly. I mean, a lot of Skinks getting run over back here, as well as consistent damage going down on the Solar Engines, who have been pushed back without getting a whole lot of value. That's rough, dude. Solar Engines are usually very cost-effective, but Malekith and the Scourge Runners kind of been bullying all of the Lizard units here. Skink Priest is going to be going down. Red-Crested Skink Chief holding the line by his lonesome. Attacking the Dark Riders here. Probably not going to be able to hold that much longer, though. Coldwind Spear Riders also, well, they're doing alright. I mean, they're occupied by the Sisters of Slaughter right now. There are some Dread Spears coming in. Reasonably healthy right now. But the Coldwind Knights for the Dark Elves are going to get up in here and clean them up, probably. It looks like they've done some serious damage to some... Oh no. Yikes. Are these Spear Riders? They are. Coldwind Spear Riders dive the Reaper Bolt Thrower. Get punished for it. 1,000 value on the Bolt Thrower. You can recrew this. I think you can get... This is enough for 2 of them, I think. Maybe unsummon it. I don't know. Not that big of a deal, though. I mean, the Dark Elves have kind of taken this over. The Dread Knights, or the Coldwind Knights, just need to get up in on the flank of these Coldwind Riders and seal the win here. You actually got the number 3 being retaken by the Dark Elves over here. They're just continuing to pour out mobility. Feral Coldwinds do push back the Dark Rider Repeater Crossbows, which is nice, but you can see Terror Routes continuing to cause problems for the Lizardmen. Malekith being a huge bully. He is such a nightmare to deal with. In situations like this, where, you know, you were value trading reasonably well, and then Malekith just gets one big tear route, he just takes games over from that point. He's one of the best dragon characters in the game, just because of his decent stats on the dragon. A lot of dragons actually only have around 44, 45 melee attack and about 45 melee defense, but Malekith, I guess being, you know, the Witch King, gets 60 melee attack at base, which is really solid with how good dragons are as flying characters on the charge. They just land in, and their collision damage is nasty, dude. They trounce just about everything. Dread Spears can just die to the Saurus Spears, or the Saurus Warriors, to give time for the Dark Elves to secure the #1, and probably just close it out with a triple cap. They've got Black Orc Crusaders and Dark Riders all the way up in the back line, running over the Skink cohort. Dark Riders managed to get themselves secured. Sisters of Slaughter, 13 of them. 1100 value, man. Very cost effective. Just one of them mixed up in your builds. Looking really good. Cold One Knight's going to kill the Feral Cold Ones pretty quickly. Feral Cold Ones are just very inferior in terms of combat, especially when they get countercharged like that. 1600 value. Very dominant win. This is a pretty rough build for dealing with Malekith. I mean, the Solar Engines should probably just sit on him all game and just try and shoot him out of the sky. I don't know what you do about the Scourge Runners, man. That's a tricky one. You probably what you do is keep the spears back. Have the Saurus Warriors be the ones engaging against the infantry on the point. Just let them do what they can. Have these Saurus Spears sit on top of the Bastiladons with the Solar Engines so that Malekith can't get in on them for free. And the Scourge Runners can't just run over the spears at that point, because the Bastiladons can actually trap up the chariots. If the chariots run into the Bastiladons, they're kind of cooked. And get your Spear Riders out ASAP, then bring out the Salamander hunting packs. Just persevere through the missile fire as best you can. It's going to be rough, one way or the other, but if you stay disciplined and bring out all of your... maybe you don't bring out the Cold One Riders first. Bring out the Salamanders, then the Cold One Riders. Then get your Skink Skirmishers, and then your Cohorts, and your Feral Cold Ones. And just replace the Saurus Warriors as best you can on the front line. No notes for Pont. Pont obviously knows how to take down the lizards at this point. It's very well done. Really nice Dark Elf build. Yeah, I remember you playing Khorne in some of the other tournaments, Spotify. Cool to see you play the Lizardmen here. In land battle, you play Lizards roll you with monster builds. Yeah, I mean, Lizards are one of the few factions that can do, like, single entity swarms in Domination mode. Domination mode really doesn't love single entities. It prefers cavalry and well-microed and positioned infantry, typically. But there are some factions that do single entities really well. Tomb Kings being one of them. Nurgle can do them. Lizards can. Just gotta know what you're doing with them, typically speaking. And I loved your High Elf game. That was a very nice bull rush on the High Elves. Alright, Archangel versus Pickle Barrel. This is not a Nurgle build that's going to work against Tomb Kings. 9 times out of 10, you're going to get bodied with something like this. The Chaos Sorcerer is a good choice. Exalted Hero is not very good. Because if your opponent brings the Sphinx of Uskef, it is going to kill him. The Sphinx of Uskef with Cetra is just way too dangerous. for these heroes. They're too squishy. They don't have enough HP to kill these units. The Angels of Decay are your best anti-Tomb King's unit. But that comes with a caveat if you need to kill the Chosen of the Gods and make sure that you stay out of range of Sepulchral Stalkers. And that's a little difficult to do, but it's, you know, it's something that you can definitely accomplish. Nurgle just can't afford to let their warriors and their marauders get run over by Cetra and the Sphinx. The Sphinx isn't amazing against infantry, but does have collision damage. Can rack up some decent value running over infantry. Takes a while, but can work. Router Horsemen with the throwing axes, just massively outranged by the Skeleton Horse Archers. Thankfully, these guys do have a shield, so it's saving their bacon a little bit here. And these pestilential freaks trying to get in and throw those poisoned axes to get some good damage on the Skeleton Horse Archers, who do peel out and avoid most of it. Skeleton Horsemen coming in from behind, trying to engage the Marauder Horsemen in combat. The Sorcerer Lord is going to be going in deep, trying to shut those guys down. And just get some freebies, taking them out. Horsemen over here get a really good opportunity. Just chipping away at the Chosen of the Gods. 400 damage taken off of those guys immediately with one volley. Beautiful stuff. If I were Nurgle, just get all of the throwing axes and get them around the side here and start throwing in against the Chosen of the Gods. And try to wear them out as quickly as possible. Cetra has Usirians. Usirians on the throwing axes is a must here. Very big damage potential on a very annoying and dangerous unit that the Tomb Kings don't want to let get a bunch of value on their big monsters. Cetra and the Sphinx are just going to trundle up into the Marauders. Not going to get a lot of damage just by fighting them. The Kembrian War Sphinxes have charge animations that are just absolutely devastating to infantry. Much better to have him like pull out of combat and then get down the pipe on these guys. Spearmen get up into the fight, poking away. Chosen of the Gods just ripping apart the throwing axes. This is why the throwing axes aren't that good. You'd probably be better off not bringing any throwing axes and starting with a Rot Knight. If you start with this Rot Knight, theoretically, in the right circumstances, you can use the Chaos Sorcerer Lord, the Exalted Hero, and the Rot Knight to take down like the Sphinx of Uskef or Cetra, or be able to get an isolation on the Chosen of the Gods, which would be a pretty good start. But the Angel, like I said, the Angels of Decay are your best bet. They just do a ton of damage to single entities. Usually don't care too terribly much about Ushabti. It's better to kill these guys before you bring out the Angels, but you can bring them out when they're on the field and they can be fine. Nice Usirians. Being used on the Rot Knight, but it is upgraded. Don't use the upgraded version. The upgraded version for 3 more wins of magic is only lowering speed more. It doesn't do more damage. Not worth it. 9 times out of 10. I mean, maybe you just want the Rot Knights to be forced to stay in this fight. It's not really going too well for you. I mean, the Rot Knights are kind of being good enough buffering for the Exalted Hero and the Chaos Lord here. It's kind of beat up on the Sphinx of Uskef right now. Although we do see the Rot Knight, they do tear out. They got 24 models, man. I'd pull the Rot Knights back to just regen for a while. And get the heroes out, and then bring them back up when it's time to start trying to take these monsters down again. Crystal Slug goes out, though. Sphinx of Uskef is going down here. They didn't finish off any Nurgle units, which is really bad, because Nurgle obviously has pretty good healing in their own right. A Fleshy Abundance right about now would be really nice for the Rot Knights. Necropolis Knights with the Halberds coming in. Definitely going to be a very effective unit against the Rot Knights, who are running again. They do actually break, unfortunately. Leadership just not good enough. I think it's the damage by artillery. Maybe Cetra got a terror route, and then their leadership just broke naturally. They've got 20 models. They'll be able to regen a decent amount. Nurgle's looking okay. The problem is the throwing axes are just so beat up, and they can't do anything about the infantry. Oh no, don't let this happen. Furies need to get into combat, or come and support against Cetra here. Cetra overextends. Wow, look at the damage coming down. It's actually kind of wrong about the Exalted hero here. Man, the Nurgle characters putting a beatdown on Cetra and the Sphinx. A lot of that was because of the Rod Knights being good buffering and also getting some respectable value in those fights, though. Tomb Kings were maybe a little too aggressive. They could have been fighting on top of skeletons as well. There's not really a reason to overextend your single entities into an anti-large monstrous cavalry unit backed up by heroes. That's usually not going to be a very good fight for you. Necropolis Knights kill off the Marauder Horsemen here. Probably want to go after the heroes as best they can and try to take them down. Furies dive on the Chosen of the Gods. They're getting good damage. The Tomb Kings definitely need to countercharge the Furies right now. Furies are very weak to countercharges because they are flimsy on the leadership. A rear charge will pretty much decimate them by itself. And then they just crumble out, and you cackle as your opponent just loses a ton of momentum and value. Furies are a unit that really has to uptrade. If Furies downtrade, they're horrible. If they uptrade, they're probably one of the best units in the game. They are a real dichotomy in a lot of ways. They're taking down the Chosen the Gods here, which is amazing. Good job on them. Gotta love the Furies. They're really good for diving on Tomb King's backline if the Tomb Kings aren't protecting it. They're also really good at killing skeleton horsemen and horse archers. So they have a lot of utility. I generally advise maxing out on them as Chaos factions into the Tomb Kings. Even though Tomb Kings can take Furies down fairly successfully, if you just have like massive swarms of Furies, that's where they get to be a little bit too unmanageable. Chaos Sorcerer's trying to get away from the Necropolis Knights. He's having a little bit of trouble. I would not be attacking Cetra with the Necropolis Knights right here. Ooh, Nurgle, no, not like this. He's gonna get surrounded and killed here, I think. See the Necropolis Knights all over him? Sneaky Snakes have really good stats. Independent of the anti-large bonus, which is 32. Absolutely crazy. He's actually able to escape, though. Very fortunate, dude. And a Curse of the Slug gonna be saving the Chaos Sorcerer Lord. Really nice stuff. Oh, yeah. Rancid Visitation's coming down. Not overcasted, but this is a circumstance where you don't need to overcast. I just need to finish Cetra off, so using the standard form, which is usually a little bit less efficient with the bomb, isn't a bad idea. In this situation, it's actually better to use it, so you're not wasting damage and Winds of Magic. Ushapti pummeling the Chaos Warriors. Do get a Screaming Skull Catapult. The Sphinx of Uzkaf is back out on the field. Pickle Barrel is up in value, but not winning because he's not captured any points, man. Tomb King's infantry are such a joke, dude. God, I mean, they got so many units up on here, but just like one of these Chaos Warriors is out-capping pretty much all of the Tomb King's units here. It's kind of ridiculous. I mean, and Nurglings are going to continue coming up here and making problems. Nurgle has been getting healing on the characters. The Chaos Sorcerer Lord is heal capped at this point. The Exalted Hero has a little bit of room. Probably isn't going to get anything outside of Fecundity at this point. Necropolis Knights to 2,300 value. Big performance from them. Shopti Greatbow's trying to shoot at something. I think probably at one of the characters. Waste of time. I just get them back. to shoot at the Marauder Horsemen here. Throwing Axes coming out on the field in the late game is where they can really shine, because they can get isolations on exposed constructs and really tear them apart. They're also holding this point, which is really nice. I don't know if Archangel's intending this, but it's just a happy accident at the worst. And if it's deliberate, then it's just beautiful positioning, man. Pickle's in trouble. I mean, Screaming Skull Catapult's punishing a lot of infantry. Oh, but gets a pick on the Sorcerer Lord. Rot Knights have regen a lot of their HP, and if the Constancy does come down, maybe Nurgle's going to be okay, despite losing their Lord. And they did kill the Undead Lord, after all. But Undead usually don't care nearly as much as mortal factions do about their Lord being dead, because they crumble instead of rout. Routing is way worse. Crumbling sucks, but is not nearly as punishing, man. You take pseudo-unbreakable on undead units any day of the week. Demonic Instability is a lot more punishing. Crumbling is more like being slow-roasted over an open flame, while Demonic Instability is like being incinerated. That's how I would label it. Nurgle's going to win this game. They just ground out all the Tomb King's infantry. They never really gave up the points. Number 3 got taken, but who cares? I mean, you still got the 2 objectives here in the middle of the field, with a huge ticket lead right now. So Tomb Kings probably could have done a little bit better if they played a little more cautiously with the Sphinx and Cetra early on. Just wait for the Necropolis Knights with the Halberds to come out, and then you can fight the Rot Knights. Just yellowing in without the support of any chaff is not really ever a good idea for expensive Tomb Kings units. Especially against a faction that can heal as well as Nurgle. Like, the Sphinx got 5,300 value. Technically, it paid both times over, but I would say that functionally about 2,000 value is completely worthless, because it was just healed up by a Fleshy Abundance. And that's just not good enough. Like, the Sphinx needs to be killing Nurgle units, not doing a bunch of damage that's getting healed up. And Cetra, he got some good charges off on Chaos Warriors, but he really needed to be more impactful in the frontline fighting. Because the Tomb Kings just lose so horribly against armored Chaos Warriors. It's absolutely brutal. They can't afford to let their Skeleton Spears be unsupported. Or Skeleton Warriors, I guess. And Tomb Guard can't do it either. They are also pretty lightly armored. They don't have great melee attack. The Halberds have some AP, but it's just slow going against Nurgle stuff. Noxbringer in reserve, I don't mind. Screaming Skull Catapult. It's doing good damage. I think the starting army is fine. I really don't hate it. It's quite good, in fact. Just being more careful with the big single entities and you're okay. Just hold one point. Build up your mobility. Some of your Ushapti on the field with the catapult. And then just hard push for the second objective. And you should be in a pretty good position for the late game. Where are we? What the hell's going on here? Yeah, we did do this. So again, for Brosi. Did we get this? I think we covered this game already. We totally did on Geyser Bluff. Unless we saw Frozen Core play another Bretonnian player. I think this is a duplicate. Correct me if I'm wrong, anybody, please. Kitty versus Pont. It's an odd choice of magic against the Dowie. I don't think we saw this one, so let's see what happens here. Dowie into the Dark Elves. Dark Shards actually do beat Rangers. As long as they get in range. Dowie do have, you know, better range on their crossbows, but the Dark Elves actually have AP, and the Rangers only have a bronze shield. Dark Shards with the silver shields, usually enough to just persevere through the fire. They actually have a lot of targets to shoot in the front line. They can massacre the miners and the Longbeard great weapons, and then they don't even have to waste ammo on the Rangers. They can just have melee infantry finish those guys off. Oh, we're on Jade 2. Hell yeah.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
Supreme Sorceress getting up in the woods. I don't know why you're bringing the Supreme Sorceress here. I mean, Amber Spear getting shots onto the flank of Dowie units is honestly pretty powerful. Transformation of Kadan to deal with gyros, I guess, is not bad. And Flock of Doom is just not going to be worth it against the dwarves, though. I don't know what it could possibly be used against. Dowie Lord and Thanes are spreading out a little bit. There's no big combat characters, so I don't hate that. And we do get the Dark Shards getting shot at by the Goblobber, which is actually getting some big value right now. And the Rangers are starting to poke down the Dark Shards pretty effectively. I mean, they... As I said, if the Dark Shards get into range first and are able to get some good focus fire off, they can beat the Ranger Corps, but Rangers poking from afar early are going to be able to out-trade these guys, usually before they can close the gap. Harganath Executioner's moving in. Dark Elf's going for a little bit of a push on the side. Over here on the left with the tree cover to get on top of the miners. They don't take a ton of damage. Harpies are going to be landing on the miners with blasting charges over here as well. With the Doomseekers, the Brotherhood of Grimnir coming out. Looking to just brutalize whatever the Dark Elves have over here infantry-wise. It's going to be a really rough fight. These guys are just rock solid in terms of stats. They can very quickly pay for themselves with the right kinds of engagements. They should be able to easily beat the Blackheart Corsairs. Oh my god, dude. Oh, the Amber Spear one-shot this Longbeard almost. Oh my goodness. Okay. That's one way of doing it. Cool. It's a flashy play. I don't know how much it's going to help the Dark Elves. I mean, they are having some trouble with their missile line. Oh my god, their missile line is just evaporating. The Thanes are all over it. They're actually doing pretty good damage to the Dark Shards. Dark Shards getting pushed back. The Lord's in. Rangers taking a little bit of damage here, but they're much healthier, and they're definitely going to be a lot more functional in the late game. Cold One Knights, the anti-large. Okay. I mean, they're cheaper than the Dread Knights. I don't know, man. Mobility against the dwarves can work. I'm usually pretty sparing with it. I actually just prefer going more infantry, especially greatsword infantry, into the Dowie. If you play your cards right, you can usually very quickly like overwhelm the dwarves with them, because they just use their greatswords as a can opener against like a majority of the Dowie army. Brotherhood of Grimnir, though, with these Longbeard great weapons, very likely going to be able to clean up the Harganath Executioners before they get any real value. I think Pont is probably going to lose this. And the reason Pont is going to lose this is because Pont didn't pick a lane. If you're going to go with range against the Dowie, you need to go into range. If you're going to rush the Dowie, you need to rush them. Like, all melee infantry or even more ranged units would have been the right way to go about this. I think this was just a little too indecisive of a build. I always think that it's better to be aggressive into the dwarves with melee units than to try and out-trade them at range, because not a lot of factions can do that. Grand Cathay and the Empire, as well as Skaven, I think, can out-trade the Dowie at range. Everybody else needs to come up with another strategy, I think, generally speaking. Executioner's back here. They are chasing back the Rangers. The Manticore, this is a summon, though, is on the Bugmans. It's going to dissipate out. They're still going to be fairly healthy. Grim Delver's coming out on the field, too. Coldwood Knights actually get some pretty decent value, but the Dark Elves are looking pretty thin. They don't have a lot on the field anymore. Reaper Bolt Thrower is also not doing a lot of damage. There is a little bit of pushback, though. I mean, there is a Sister of Slaughter out here. Brotherhood of Grimnir against the Sister of Slaughter. How does this fight play out? Trial of Blades is active right now. Murderous Mastery also procced. And boosting up the Bare Naked Ladies here. Spin to win, dude. Oh, man. Decimating that front line of the sisters here. With the Murderous Mastery wearing off here, I think the Brotherhood should be able to grind out another 300 or 400 value. Maybe a little bit more. They're a fairly expensive unit, though. I think they're 1450. Not an amazing performance, but solid, I suppose. Oh, Harpies on top of Dragonback Slayers. Although they're kind of butchering through what's here. Proving their prowess in their own way. Just butchering through all these chaff units. Not the glorious death they're seeking, but, I mean, it's a death, for sure. Brotherhood with 1500 value. They may end up with 1700 plus by the time they're done. Still 11 models, 1100 HP, not bad. Grim Delvers, last Feral Manticore summon here, gets pushed off. Harpies do land on the Grim Delvers, but they're fairly resilient. They got good melee attack and melee defense, decent armor. If they just actually fight the Harpies, they'll push them back pretty quickly. Then the Dowie can just secure all the points. And the Hero Core is pretty healthy, and they're actually pushing onto the artillery line of the Dark Elves now, which is very annoying. The Reaper Bolt Thrower is not going to be able to be unsummoned now. If something attacks a unit that's being unsummoned, then it cancels the unsummon. I'm sure most people know that, but it's worth remembering, because you can use very tattered units to prevent your opponent from unsummoning things. Like, say you've got like a Bugman's Ranger or something. Say a Bugman's Ranger with like 20 models is like off in the woods here, and you see your opponent's Reaper Bolt Thrower being unsummoned. Turn them around and get the shooting on target, and you just keep your opponent from unsummoning it. It'd actually be worth it, because your opponent doesn't get the rebate. The Bugmans get a little extra value, which isn't that big of a deal, but it's just frustrating your opponent, and then your opponent feels like they need to like come and clean this up. Or they have to move the artillery piece away, which pulls their micro attention off of the frontline engagements, where you can then maybe find an opportunity to catch them while their guard is down. There's all kinds of crazy little things that you can do to just like occupy your opponent's attention. The more stress you put on your opponent's micro, the more likely you are to win. Usually the side that's going to win is the side that's got better positioning and has to do less clicking. You're going to do as little clicking as possible. Harpies, a lot of Harpies, man. They're not a bad unit, they just don't have good damage output like Furies do. And with the fact that you brought so many Harpies, just don't bring the Dark Shards then. These Dark Shards have just been getting clowned on all game. They can't close the distance is the problem. And the Goblobber has just been pummeling them all game. It got killed at one point, comes back in. Now it's just unloading all of the Dark Shards. Once more, massive damage going down on these guys. They take a bunch on the way out from the Dowie missiles. Now we're just going to slow push down the map and just totally dominate this now. Dragonback Slayer's got good value. The Brotherhood of Grimnir died to a man. Very good on them. I think this is where the this is where the remainder of the unit is. They killed a lot of Druki. Coldwood Knight's going to be on the way out. Pont just losing momentum here against the Dwarves. This is the Dowie at their best. It's just like slow, grinding, relentless advance where they just shoot you to pieces and you never really get to grapple with them fairly. Big ouch, man. Cut all of the Dark Shards. Bring, like, one Dark Shard. It's nice to have, like, one missile unit that can maybe poke on some of the Dowie units that are, you know, maybe not paying as much attention to the one Dark Shard. Because if you have, like, 4 Dark Shards, your opponent's like, I gotta kill the Dark Shards. If you have one, and then a bunch of melee troops that you're trying to compromise the Dowie missile line with, they're gonna be more concerned with protecting their missiles than they will be with killing your one missile unit, which can then uptrade pretty nicely for you if you get in a good spot. That's what I would prioritize. That's me personally. I would also try to have Scourge Runner Chariots on the field. Chariots are really good against the Dowie. Coldwind Chariots might actually be even better. Dowie have no way to shut those down. And Chariots do big damage to, like, Doomseekers and Slayers alike. They're good against everything the Dowie have. Dowie have no answers for Chariots except to shoot them, which can be kind of hard with, you know, like their guns and crossbows. Cannons are usually the better bet for killing the Chariots, but Dowie don't always bring cannons. Try and call them out on it. If they don't bring a cannon, you can just farm value with whatever chariot you brought. It's pretty amazing. Oh, it's so late, guys. I don't think I'm going to be able to finish tonight, even. I've been going for a while now. I'm going to call it here. I'm going to do a video tomorrow where I go over the last few new player tournament replays I've got. I'll catch y'all in the next one. I appreciate you guys showing out. And I'll see you guys later. Peace.